The blood of countless warriors from three great factions never ceased to flow. It merged together and turned into a wild clamor, a crimson river that flooded the lands of the Celestial Empire. The whole matter was that in those cursed times, the great demonic war broke out. A victorious nightmare that left behind only ashes, pierced by flame and despair. Fortunately, this madness finally ended, albeit only because the rulers of each of the warring sides united. 19 years have passed since that fateful moment. The common folk, unaware of anything, now call the present era a time of great peace. But in reality, hidden from all eyes at this very moment, the greatest war in the entire history of the Celestial Empire was unfolding. Somewhere a warrior was slowly trudging down a dusty street, carefully studying a report on systematic embezzlement of funds from the divine cult and leaks of secret documents of the Murim alliance. Moreover, unauthorized surveillance was being conducted on certain members of the cult. Whoever dared to do this was undoubtedly a degenerate, unworthy of the right to live. Such filth had to be exterminated to the third generation. The traitors continued to penetrate deeper and deeper into the very structure of the cult, and finally dared to stick their nose in to spy on the sacred lands of Mount Tiantian. Surely all this was done with the silent blessing of the cult's very leader. Finally, the traveler approached the majestic gates. The guards immediately became alert and tried to drive the stranger away. The guards thought that the newcomer had no idea who exactly lived in these chambers, but the traveler knew perfectly well. This was the estate of a fifth-rank demon, the deputy commander of the military corps. After that, the traveler ordered the guard to stop wasting words and immediately open the devil's gates before him, for he had so many urgent matters. Of course, the guards were shocked by the audacity of the newcomer, who carried himself as if he had no limits and dared to order them to open the doors. However, the guardsman was about to explain that the vice commander's residence was by no means for such simpletons. But the head of one of the guards was suddenly grabbed by his own comrade, ordering the man to obey the command. Immediately after that, he cracked his neck with a crunch, and the lifeless body fell to the ground. At that moment, the second guard howled madly, finally realizing that traitors were hiding among their own people. But it was already too late. The one who had silently served the warrior managed to secretly strike with his blade, decapitating the unfortunate man. Immediately after completing the task, both fighters approached, bowed low, and in an honorable bow reported to their master. They greeted the true leader of the squad. This warrior was the head of the reconnaissance unit of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The person nicknamed the Reaper of Death personally went hunting for the spy. Zhao Iso thanked his people for their impeccable work. They had to sweat a lot to infiltrate the enemy ranks. After that, the commander addressed the 3rd Reconnaissance Corps squad hiding within the mansion walls. By the authority granted to him by the cult leader himself, he declared, from this moment on, they were obliged to eliminate the spy from the Murim alliance. Immediately following his order, the armed fighters set out to carry out the mission. They moved silently, like shadows at night. But despite everything, the watchful warriors noticed the approach of the enemies. But it was already too late. The attackers swooped down and immediately took up short blades. Clamping the victims' mouths and breaking their necks, the killers immediately cut their vocal cords to avoid making unnecessary noise. Unfortunately, another small group of soldiers noticed them. They grabbed their weapons to engage in a clash with the freaks who dared to attack. But the opponents turned out to be ruthless and deadly dangerous. They broke the defenders in a matter of moments. Realizing he had lost control of the situation, one of the surviving warriors rushed to the vice commander to report the threat that had just appeared. Despite the crowd of naked concubines lying in his chamber, the messenger reported a few minutes ago, a group of unknowns burst into the estate. They attacked their people and did so very successfully. Of course, the 5th-rank demon and corps vice commander Envu was extremely irritated by the news he heard. The old man could not believe that someone dared to attack his own home, and the warrior hurried to explain, the situation is rapidly escalating. They still do not fully understand what is happening and are unlikely to manage to hold back the attackers. Obviously, Envu considered his subordinates simply worthless idiots who distract him from important pleasures just as he was getting warmed up. The vice commander decided that some pack of captured freakish ruffians had appeared before him, but then his men would have dealt with them without any problems. The soldier begged the deputy commander to hurry at this pace. There would be no trace left of their fighters. But before setting off, Envu pressed the blade of his sword to the warrior's throat and demanded that he immediately say who he was in general. Of course, the unfortunate man fearfully begged the deputy to come to his senses, not understanding why he was behaving so aggressively. However, Envu reminded him he remembered perfectly everything that belonged to him: money, treasures, women with whom he spent nights, and even the lowest servants under his command, every single one. No matter how hard the old man strained his memory, he could not recall the face of this warrior. It seemed he had never seen him before. Therefore, the deputy commander gloomily repeated the question, who really was this person? Honestly, the newcomer was disappointed that the fifth-rank demon did not fall for his trick. If he had managed to lure the old man outside, everything would have been much simpler. Peeling off the artificial skin from his own face, the scout praised the vice commander. Although he was old, he was not lacking in attentiveness. Not everyone in his place would have noticed the deceit. Finally, Envu realized exactly who was standing before him. It was Zhao Iso himself, known as the Mad Dog of the Counterintelligence Corps. Looking over his shoulder, the deputy commander wanted to know what was this youth doing here at all. The question seemed quite foolish to the young scout. He informed the old man they had received a report stating that Envu was a spy. Of course, he was shocked by the monstrous nonsense with which he was baselessly accused. The fifth-rank demon considered it impossible to find a cultist smarter than himself, and they even dared to call him a spy. But despite the old man's outraged cries, the Reaper revealed the essence of the matter. About a week ago near Hubei province, Enwu attacked a trade caravan. The deputy commander not only killed all the merchants but also raped the women. Of course, Envu saw no problem in this. Zhao Iso himself must know perfectly well. In their cult, this is just one of the traditional ways to have fun, nothing more. That old man found it strange that Bisheni Peas of the Counterintelligence Corps was going to pretend to be a sanctimonious person. But he calmly explained it. They also obtained intelligence mentioning that these merchants secretly conducted business with the Murim alliance, so the so-called form of entertainment was just a cover for Envu to meet with his handlers. It was obvious the demon deliberately attacked this caravan to get to his contact. Although Zhao Yizo was disgusted that the spy turned out to be such a cruel scoundrel. Of course, the deputy commander insisted that all this was brazen lies and false accusations. He never once gave cause to doubt his loyalty and wanted at least to see some evidence, the physical proof of his alleged guilt. The necessary evidence was already with the Reaper, a secret message with the official seal of the Murim alliance, hidden in Envu's chambers, as well as all the treasures he received for his work as a spy. Most likely, the fifth-rank demon did not know this, but very skilled and meticulous people served in the intelligence corps. Honestly, Envu was still in confusion and fear. He had no idea how the secret message and treasures could have ended up in his house. Obviously, something was wrong. Even if the counterintelligence unit really acts under the direct orders of the cult leader, they would not act so recklessly, skipping any proper procedures and checks. Now Enwu had the feeling that this whole spectacle was originally built just to take him into custody. But the vice commander was curious. Who could have taken and framed him in such a way? After all, no one would go so far as to get rid of him. But it was enough to just look at the face of the Reaper and everything became clear. It was Zhao Iso who was behind all this meanness. So the enraged Enwu immediately rushed at him with his blade, to no longer allow the bastard to pull off such tricks. However, the young scout without any hesitation knocked the weapon out of the fifth-rank demon's hands with his bare hands. Immediately after that, he intercepted the blade and, as if it weighed nothing, knocked him down headfirst onto the ground. After that, Zhao Iso, as a warning, broke the enemy's leg with a crunch. Of course, the fifth-rank demon was in furious rage because some spy dared to accuse him of treason. But while saying these words, Enwu behaved exactly like those traditional bastards. Honestly, the hero could not even imagine daring to say something like that in the presence of the leader of the counterintelligence corps squad, the one who obeyed only the direct orders of the cult leader. The Reaper ordered the man to kneel and accept his fate. He was going to announce the leader's decree. It stated that Enwu, a fifth-rank demon, had committed a crime for the vice-colonel. This was terrible news. The truth about him was reported to the leader himself through informants. After all, according to the doctrine of their cults, appropriate punishment awaited him. Yet Enwu fought with all his might. Grabbing the blade, he tore the cult leader's decree. After that, the old man rushed to flee. The disappointed Reaper sighed heavily because this man dared to so desecrate the instruction of their leader. That is why he proclaimed it as the leader of the third detachment of the counterintelligence corps. According to their doctrine, he is obliged to eliminate the spy Enva. By the time the official part of the announcement was already finished, the fifth-rank demon himself managed to break out of his own dwelling and slip away. In his head, only one thought pulsed about escape after all. His enemy was the mad dog himself. No person Zhao Aiso accused of treason ever returned alive. Obviously, the deputy commander had not the slightest idea why the Reaper decided to pull this trick specifically with him. But if he wanted to live, he had to run with all his might as fast as possible. He could deal with the false accusations later. But unfortunately, the old man could do nothing. The young scout, using a tool resembling a sword tip on a rope, pierced the body of his enemy. Immediately after this, pulling the threads to which the blade was tied, he bound the man's arms and legs. The threads also turned out to be sharper than any bladeth body of Envu, immediately disintegrated into the tiniest pieces. And Zhao Aiso, as befits the Grim Reaper, successfully completed his urgent punishment. Only at the last moment did the man who was dying gather the strength to find out who had ordered him killed, because such accusations could not have appeared out of nowhere. And even despite this, the hero remained absolutely calm. In his soul, he only slightly smiled. He understood that the old man was mistaken in asking the wrong question. He needed to find out why the choice fell on him and not on someone else. As is known, in their cult it is common to plant false accusations, commit a crime, and then die in vain. In this damn cult, such things happen all the time and nearby. Everyone who works here must be prepared for this. The events moved to the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains of the heavenly demon cult. The hero finally dragged a huge cart to a small house on the edge of the mountain. It was a real burden. Because of it, he almost dislocated his shoulder trying to pull everything by himself. It is unlikely that there was a job harder than the one he was doing. Yet Zhao Aiso looked with pleasure at all the wealth of that pig in Wu, at what he had amassed in his entire life. It was obvious that the old man had so much gold precisely because he loved a cheerful, festive life boundlessly. The young scout could only be grateful to the vice commander. He was the perfect member of the heavenly demon cult, although it was precisely because of this that he was removed. Zhao Aiso wanted Enwu not to worry in the afterlife because he would definitely take care of all his wealth. After this, the hero took on other matters that awaited him. Finally, he abruptly opened the door of his house and looked around carefully. The hair he left in the doorway was still in place. The arrangement of tables, folds on the carpets, even the cobwebs on the windows, everything was in its place. Only now, after checking everything, was he finally able to calm down and let his hair down. And the reason why Zhao Aiso cared so much about his own safety was simple. He was a spy. More precisely, was a member of the secret organization of the Murim Alliance called the Hidden Pavilion. After signing the peace treaty 19 years ago, the leader of the Murim Alliance did not trust the sinister groups at all. That is why, to prepare for the future, he founded the secret organization. It consisted entirely of people who had undergone the toughest training and completed numerous secret missions. Several of its members were sent to the lands of evil and demons with the sole task of waiting for further instructions. And one of these envoys was precisely our hero. The reason he ended up here was rather strange. Every time he tried to remember it made him burst into anger. And the whole reason was that he had not been able to wait for any order for many years. It was pleasant for the young man to earn money and have a bunch of subordinates to the point of trembling. Living for as long as 14 years without any support was simply unbearable. But thanks to the acquired skills, he still managed to provide himself with a comfortable life. Or maybe it only seemed to him that everything was fine. At that moment, the young man felt a freak loomed over him and he was watching him. So he immediately grabbed his threads and attacked the scoundrel who had been watching him all this time. To his great surprise, the spy disappeared, but the young man did not even notice his movement at the moment when he rushed into the attack so swiftly. The mercenary, whom he had been trying to track down in every possible way, had already managed to sneak up behind him. A fight broke out between these two, and from the wound that appeared on the hero's cheek, it was clear the opponent was incredibly strong. It was enough to lose vigilance for just a moment, and he could have died even in this skirmish. Eventually, the duel continued, and the attacker clearly did not notice how in the heat of the battle Zhao Aiso skillfully entwined his body with threads. Only then did the spy realize that he was already tangled in the threads of flying daggers. And at that very moment, retreating, the hero forcefully pulled them tight, binding the enemy with hands and feet. Now the enemy had fallen into his trap, and the young man joyfully caught the thought that he would be able to interrogate him. And the most striking thing, the spy vanished as if he had never been caught in these threads before. The fact that a person managed to break free from his threads was already a colossal achievement far beyond the power of most. So looking at the silhouette sitting on his roof, the hero tried to understand, who was this person? Considering the skills the man possessed, he must be at least at the level of the pavilion leader. At that moment, before disappearing, the spy snatched and threw a blade at the neck of the young master, the Reaper of Death. Fortunately, this attack was timely deflected, so the dagger struck the nearest wall. There was a small note on it, and the young man decided to read it. And by the shape of the blade stuck in the wall, one could conclude the message belonged to the hidden pavilion. Of course, he could not believe that finally, after 14 years, he had been entrusted with a task. To his surprise, as soon as he tried to find that spy with his gaze, he had already swiftly disappeared. So this man initially did not intend to kill him. Perhaps he wanted to test him before giving the task. That is, what was written on the paper attached to the blade became his task. In the letter, they addressed the 103rd number of the hidden pavilion with an order to make the 7th young master of the cult of the heavenly demon the heir of the leader. Frankly speaking, the assigned task threw Zhao Issa into a real storm of rage. For many years, the agent wondered what mission he would be assigned after 14 years of exhausting waiting. And now it was incredibly hard for him to believe that his only task was to turn some worthless kid into the vice leader of the cult. This descendant of the demonic clan was a cruel young lord, a true freak. One like him was hard to find. Yet despite his anger, the young heir still remained a pathetic loser, whom even the cult master himself wanted to get rid of. So obviously, the spy perceived everything happening as mockery of his own person. His immediate supervisor seems to have completely lost his mind by giving such an absurd task. With the arrival of the next day, the events moved to Hubei province, a land known for the magnificent Dongting Lake and extensive mountain ranges. Here was located one of the branches of the Murim Alliance. From the outside, this place looked like an ordinary government institution. But this appearance was only camouflage to mislead outside eyes. The whole truth was hidden right beneath the estate. In fact, this place was the base of the hidden pavilion, the strongest reconnaissance unit of the Murim Alliance. The operatives' names were so confidential that they were simply not used. Finally, the assistant who appeared politely bowed and reported. She received a report from the liaison sent to the 10,000 Mountains area. The envoy has already delivered the order number 103 to the agent. But still, the deputy leader of the hidden pavilion, a girl named Zhuge Sami, had one question for Grandpa. Only the old man was angered by the granddaughter's bold manner of speech. He was already tired of repeating to her that, being here, they must separate the hidden from the public. So the former advisor of Alliance Murim and the current leader of the hidden pavilion harshly scolded the girl. The patriarch was extremely outraged that the heiress, after such a gross violation, still dared to call herself the vice leader of their pavilion. Of course, the young agent immediately bowed and hurried to apologize to the Mr. Leader, but Zhuge Sama still could not understand. When they came here together, everything was fine, so why is the old man raging at her so madly now? And the patriarch always behaved quite unpredictably given the burden of the role of pavilion leader. Finally, satisfied with his granddaughter's reaction, the grandfather allowed her to voice the question that troubled her so much. It was about the master's intentions regarding the mission assigned to agent number 103. The girl could not understand. Why did he order the spy, who had not been active for a whole 14 years, to turn some scum into the vice leader of the cult? But the patriarch only smiled and understood perfectly. Although Zhuge Sami was an outstanding talent, the young gifted one still had a lot to learn. After that, the sage suddenly focused and decided to ask the deputy leader of the pavilion, how long, in her opinion, would peace last in Murim? Of course, Zhuge Sami immediately pondered, trying to estimate the approximate term. But the elder knew the answer: exactly no more than 3 years, and that in the most ideal case. Of course, they managed to build the peace that we have now. All the heroes who achieved this 19 years ago have already grown too old. Soon a storm of a new war will sweep everywhere, and no one will hide from this disaster. Obviously, to protect the current peace and tranquility, one action was not enough. That is why they had to try all possible options. In other words, agent number 103 was one of those instruments they could deploy. As is known, very soon the lord of the heavenly demon cult will choose a vice leader among his 7 descendants. The most likely candidates for this position were the cold and prudent First Lord, the charismatic and devoted Second Lord, and also the third young lady known for her sharp mind. Each of this trio was extraordinarily dangerous. If any of them inherits the cult of the heavenly demon, the second traditionally non-traditional demonic war will begin. This also meant, finally, after 19 years of waiting, the seed sown by the hidden pavilion will finally bear fruit. Each of these seeds, each dispatched fighter was raised for a single purpose: general peace. Smiling at such wise words, Zhuge Sami respectfully bowed and thanked the pavilion leader for satisfying her curiosity. After which it was time for the young agent to go meet with other members of the pavilion. The old man said goodbye to his granddaughter and promised that they would meet again during the joint report. Left alone, Zhuge San recalled for a long time the spy who had not been active for a full 14 years. The patriarch clearly remembered the first meeting, which happened a very, very long time ago. Back then, this boy, still a child, was already filled with hatred for the whole world. Yet, out of love for his only relative, the young agent chose a life in the shadows. Meanwhile, his younger brother was accepted into a worthy family. But here is what Zhuge Sami did not suspect. No one kept an operative inactive for so long just like that. After all, Zhao Iso was the best student in the entire history of the Hidden Pavilion. At the age of 14, the boy had already mastered techniques at the elder level. The alliance leader himself recognized him as a heavenly genius. The young warrior was called the Deadliest Blade, which until that very moment had been hidden. Therefore, Zhuge San could not wait to meet agent number 103. The master was curious about how much this youth had grown and toughened. While the patriarch was pondering this, the main character had just reached the settlement of the craftsmen of the heavenly demon cult. The agent was making his way through a crowd of people who had no idea what role Zhao Iso would play in the future of their lives. That operative himself was thinking about those cursed elders from the Murim alliance. The more the spy thought about it, the more irritated he became. The youth was annoyed that at first he was thrown into this remote mountain valley, and now they were giving such strange orders. Even an extremely experienced martial arts master was sent to him. Such are rarely found even in the hidden pavilion itself. Probably the elders sent the mentor to make sure the agent was still as strong as last time. Also, Zhao Iso remembered the very day he became a member of the hidden pavilion on the condition that his younger brother would be accepted into a worthy family. On the same day, the heart of the young man was sealed with poisonous centipedes. Since then, he became a puppet. He was only allowed to step where their blade pointed. Well, now the operative definitely had no choice. He had to complete the new given task. And the spy decided to start his path from the training pavilion Jeggle. As is known, every agent who respects himself must have a network of useful connections. The key among them were a group engaged in cleaning up crime scenes after missions Pavilion of the White Raven. A group that secretly spreads the freshest news from the Central Plains, disguised as an ordinary tavern near the 10,000 Mountains guest house of the River Willow. There was also a place. From the outside it looked like an ordinary educational annex. But in reality, only the chosen knew. In this place all the secrets of the cult of the heavenly demon were sold. This was the very training pavilion Jeggle. The main character thought he could not imagine. These people would conduct their affairs airily and brazenly, hiding behind the name of the prestigious traditional Jeggle clan as a signboard. The audacity of these dealers never ceased to surprise the operative. But considering that they earned their living by this very dubious trade among the most dangerous members of the cult of the heavenly demon, no greater boldness was to be expected from them. Finally, the spy sneaked inside and, to his surprise, saw a girl walking between the shelves. Of course, the young man could not help but be impressed that someone had arrived here before him. But he immediately recalled one of the most important skills of an agent to be able to assess people with minimal information. At first glance, the stranger had flawless silky hair. She had the same elegant neckline that involuntarily attracted the gaze. So such beauty would definitely enchant an average person. But if you allow all these factors to cloud your vision, you might miss the most important thing, the true essence of the person standing before you. Obviously, the girl immediately noticed that a stranger was looking at her. And the main character, as if nothing had happened, apologized to her. The young man honestly admitted that he was captivated by the beauty, because such exquisite camouflage skill was rare in these places. In any case, the operative was very glad to meet this young lady. After that, he decided to find out which exact book she had come to this training pavilion for. The agent suspected that perhaps the stranger was interested in some secret guides on bewitching her beloved. If that was really true and he was right, he could even give her a few recommendations. After that, the spy, cautiously tracking the reaction, sneaked to the bookshelves where the needed book was supposed to be. The girl, however, was outraged by the vulgarity of this young man. She could not even imagine that in such a place some strange guys would start hitting on her. And of course, the beauty hoped that the young man was ready for the consequences of his actions. However, Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, warned, the girl should be more careful if she wants to tie her life to some scoundrel using secret guidance. Although the agent perfectly understood, this hardly should concern him. A young person at such an age should be aware of the consequences of their actions. The angry lady could no longer hold back and directly called the main character a freak. After that, the stranger, piercingly looking at the operative, ordered the boy to watch his rotten mouth more carefully. Otherwise, his long tongue might soon become the cause of the impudent one's premature demise. But Zhao Iso's attempts to intimidate her did not cause her any fear at all. Therefore, the lady simply passed him by and forcefully struck the young man with her shoulder. The agent chuckled a little, admitting that he liked such girls, strict ones. He even suggested to the beauty to meet again. To lure her into his nets, the operative was ready to give advice about books in the training pavilion. But the stranger left, slammed the door, and left the young man in uncomfortable silence. The agent was satisfied. He managed to pull it off on the first try. At that moment, another man appeared behind the young man, the one who was wandering in the Jegal pavilion. All his doubts about which madman could have caused all this commotion in broad daylight immediately vanished when he saw the main character. This man was Jegal Gyern, the brazen owner of a shop in the 10,000 Mountains, the heart of the cult of the heavenly demon, and he also called himself a descendant of the Zhuge family. Just now the owner was scolding the spy for behaving so disrespectfully with his dear guests, and demanded that the boy say what he needed, then quickly get out of there. Stunned by the anger of this stern old man, the young man immediately began rummaging through his clothes. After that, the agent laid out a whole pouch of gold coins on the table and warned that he needed the biography of one person. It was the little demon of the 10,000 Mountains. Of course, the man immediately decided to find out which part of the biography interested the fighter. And the answer was obvious. The operative needed to know everything about this man perfectly. From these words, Zhuge Gyern immediately understood. The guy was clearly up to something bad, but the main character did not report on his actions for an obvious reason. Therefore, the owner did not hurry. He walked to the bookshelf and then pulled out one of the book's spines towards himself. This activated a secret room. The bookshelves immediately slid apart, letting him inside. So the agent really found himself in a warehouse where there were many documents. The owner warned the gentleman who had come to him that, considering the person whose biography he needed, they would have to dig through the information for a long time, and possibly many discoveries awaited them. Looking at the number of books, the main character could not say that this was untrue, but still, the spy got to work. In just a few hours, all possible books were in the hands of the operative. The agent immediately sat on a bench near one of the restaurants, got himself a snack, and flipping through the acquired books, familiarized himself with them. The same girl he had met earlier was watching the young man from afar, sitting on the roof of a building. After that, the beauty turned to her spy and wanted to find out, had he managed to obtain information about what this guy bought from Jegal Gyern. But unfortunately, Naraka, Phantom Guard of the 3rd rank, could not know the answer to this question. Although he questioned Gyern about everything regarding this person's intentions, he could not tell him this information. Perhaps the master did not answer Naraka because he had some connections with this stranger. Of course, Naraka immediately suggested looking for other ways to learn as much as possible about this person from Gyern. But the girl understood there was no point in this. After all, the main character had already given answers to all her questions through his behavior. As is known, in this cult there was only one group of people about whom Jegal Gyern would not spread information: the Lord and his 7 disciples. Moreover, this guy managed to see through the disguise created by the best masters of their cult. And he skillfully diffused the tension with the killer who was about to finish him off. And now this young man is meddling in other people's affairs. One thing was obvious: this man was clearly not ordinary. So, although they could not learn anything from Gyern, the beauty demanded that Naraka uncover everything he could about this person, his lineage and connections. After which the girl finally removed the disguise from her face. It was Snezhnoi Tis Vedok, the Empress of the Sword, and also the third daughter of the sect leader named Sahayurian. Finally, with the passage of time, the main character finished familiarizing himself with the information. What was hidden in these books was quite enough at least for a general idea of the goal. After which the boy, as if nothing had happened, calmly said to Snow Flower Sahayurian, "Let her not worry about anything. They will meet again soon." After all, it was the beauty who became the first step in the young man's plan. As is known, the third young lady is the smartest and most talented person among the 10,000 mountains. And for a woman, surprisingly, she is a strong candidate for the position of vice leader of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Moreover, her assistant Naraka is a powerful figure. His combat and strategic skills were at the level of pavilion leaders. This made the Phantom Guardian one of the most solid figures even among the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Of course, many will probably ask, why does the agent need to get close to Snowflower? And the answer lay precisely in this degenerate, in the seventh adopted son of the Heavenly Demon. He came from the three greatest noble families of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. He was lucky to be born with the physique of Heavenly Yang. Thanks to this, he is able to accumulate internal power even with just breathing. The young master is the most golden of all golden spoons, at least that's what they say about him. And in fact, he was just a fool. Due to his own ignorance, he considered himself the strongest among the 10,000 mountains. Therefore, the young heir had a lazy character. Even the most idle man would envy him. Moreover, once while staying in the mountain house, this idiot left the divine item, given to him by the Heavenly Demon himself, as collateral. With all these factors, he turned into a worthless young master who lost all his support. The only person the heir could rely on was, and remained, the third young lady Sahayurian. In other words, if Zhao Isu needed to take control of the seventh descendant, Sahayurian played a key role in his plan. But something told the young man, he made not the best impression on the girl at all. Soon, returning home, the main character began to ponder how exactly it would be best for him to act on this senseless assignment. At the beginning, the agent decided to determine the course of his actions. After all, despite the fact that Mao was good for nothing, he still remained an exceptional figure because the young master belonged to the first rank of the demon. Obviously, for someone like Zhao Iso, who had just reached the 7th rank, getting close to such a person was almost impossible. Therefore, the first step of the operative was quite obvious. He was to become the assistant of the 7th young master Mao. Fortunately, this position has long been vacant. If a spy submits their resume, the chances of taking this place are quite good. The only problem was the greedy head of the intelligence unit, who would not let the agent go just like that. Therefore, the hero would have to resort to a bribe. That is why, upon returning home, the boy dug for a very long time, and finally, the operative uncovered a stash hidden right in his own yard. 7 years ago, Zhao Yaizo searched for a long time for a place where he could hide all the valuables earned over years of service. Then he came across this abandoned well, and at that time could not even imagine what was hidden inside. But now the room inside this well was his storage, and at the same time a treasury taken from the cult of the Heavenly Demon. Just one look at this stash was enough to lift the young man's spirits, especially considering that the agent had taken all these riches from the cult itself. It was particularly pleasing that Zhao Yaizo would never have been able to earn even a tenth of all these treasures, even if 3 generations of his family worked in the alliance until their death. Now the spy came here to select a suitable bribe from among his riches. His gaze fell on a magnificent sword, adorned with pure gold. The blade bore the name of the Golden Severing Sword. Obviously, if this sword fell into the eyes of a person obsessed with gold and swords, they would simply go mad. That is why it was the perfect choice for a bribe. And since the operative had already come down here, the young man decided to try his luck again. After that, the agent approached the demonic wall, which seemed to look at him threateningly. The whole point was that the Heavenly Demon's vault contained many valuables. The first treasure was a white flying dagger called Balea Malnia. The second treasure was demonic art that disperses the flow of energy and turns it into an absolute storm. This technique was called the technique of storm transformation. The young man had fully mastered it. Now, using his dagger and the storm technique, the spy perfectly attacked the demonic gates. They immediately began to fill with the energy he transmitted with his technique. It remained only to fill the 2 pupils with his power so that the doors would finally open. But unfortunately, failure happened again. The energy completely dissipated, never letting him inside. The young man, of course, was disappointed. The operative thought that at least this time luck would smile on him. It seems this was already almost the 10,000th attempt, and every time the trouble was that the body itself began to fail him through the 9 openings in his body, also known as the physique of the 9 openings. Even if the agent gathered internal energy, it still seeped out. That was exactly why he had no progress. And thanks to the thunder ginseng that the young man found, he gained resistance to thunder energy, so he managed to achieve at least some success. But even despite this, over all the years the spy could not rise in rank. The operative had a feeling that at the very moment he filled this fresco with thunder energy, great changes would happen. But for now, obviously, it was beyond his power. However, this was definitely not the last time he visited here. Maybe tomorrow he would be lucky. So the agent did not despair and left, thinking about what to prepare for dinner. And already the next day, the young man set off to the intelligence core of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. In the main office, the leader himself sat before his guest and barely restrained the trembling in his hands from surprise. He introduced himself as the head of the counterintelligence corps. He was a 4th-ranked demon named Jayam. But even despite the man's high position, he could not believe that his guest had come to his humble abode. So this head decided to inquire from the 3rd lady what he could be useful for her. But the girl was even a little disappointed that the man thought she could visit him only on business. Perhaps the reason for his suspiciousness was that recently the leader had grown very close to her 2 older brothers. It was precisely because of this that the beauty could understand. He was a little irritated by her unexpected visit. Of course, Hyam-sake immediately made the young mistress understand that someone is obedient, as he could not have dealings with young masters. He was only following orders for which he was paid a salary and nothing more. And the lady very much hoped that the man's salary corresponded to the risk to which he exposed his own life. In any case, whatever the situation, Saw Hyrian arrived today not to deal with him, so the beauty decided to get straight to the point. She was curious, did Hyam-sake command the actions of the leader of the 3rd squad named Zhao Iso? It seemed to her that otherwise Zhao Iso would have no reason to meddle in her affairs unless it was an order from the leader. But honestly, Hyam-sake hastened to admit that he had not even thought of entrusting anything like that. So Saw Hyrian's statement surprised him greatly. The leader did not understand where the lady got such suspicions. Saw Hyrian watched every action of Hyam-sake, the head of the counterintelligence corps. The whole problem was that given his appearance and cunning behavior, he might seem frivolous. But in this cult, there was not a single person who did not take this man seriously. At one time, Hyam-sake was considered one of the candidates for the position of 2nd-rank ghost and pavilion leader titles that only 5 could hold in the cult. He had such impressive combat power that even among all the children of the cult master, he was among the top 50, and everyone knew this fact by heart. Even despite the fact that for some unknown reason he was demoted to the 4th rank and head of the intelligence corps, no one had dared to underestimate him so far. That is why, if he really was in conspiracy with the 2 brothers, Saw Hyrian preferred to get rid of him here and now. The beauty was ready to go for it, even if it meant shedding blood here. Jayam-sake himself carefully watched the behavior of the lady who appeared. Looking at her wariness and at the wariness of her companion Naraki, one could conclude the bastard Zhao Iso really caused trouble. As everyone well knew, Zhao Iso was obsessed with money, drunk on his power, and was a vile scoundrel, rare to find. It seemed that this time the bastard really got into serious trouble, but the man himself had not the slightest idea what the lady accused his subordinate of. However, the chief understood. She came here to obtain information about the man also called the Reaper of Death in Spy Hunt. And no matter how hard Jayam-sake tried, he could only describe the bastard as a true genius when it came to solving various issues. After that, a long silence hung in the room. No one dared to break it. Having heard everything, Saw Hyrian realized. It seemed Jayam-sake had already said all the information he had about this man. But the beauty warned, if the chief did not tell her something specific, her patience would run out. And Jayam-sake himself perfectly understood. The lady might be dissatisfied with how he dared to treat her. But before getting indignant, the man decided first to find out whether Saw Hyrian had demanded money from the young man. Could it have happened that she somehow insulted him right to his face or resorted to violence? Naraka, of course, was outraged that Jayam-sake dared to say such a thing about the young lady. However, he still hurried to explain. If they really did not stand in Zhao Iso's way, it was a huge relief. But if it did happen that they somehow annoyed him, the guests could be in very big trouble. The girl herself was surprised that the head of the counterintelligence corps behaved so strangely in such a situation. It seemed that maybe Zhao Iso really had no connection with the chief. If the guy acted on his own, the beauty was very curious to find out what his goal was. Jiam Sake himself, after thinking a little, asked the lady not to worry about the problems related to the hero. But when Sa Hyorian did not understand his words, Jiam Sake realized the girl apparently was not aware of all the circumstances. Therefore, the man hurried to warn that all local cult members knew firsthand about the Reaper of Death in Spy Hunt. From 4th-rank demons to 5th-rank demons, no matter how powerful a person was, they died by his hand. Strangely enough, all people who had bad relations with him very soon were exposed as spies, and exclusively thanks to irrefutable evidence. In principle, Jiam Sake did not need to explain how the lives of those exposed as spies usually ended. Sa Hyorian herself had to understand this. And Jiam Sake, precisely for this reason, considered the main hero a true professional in his field. That is why they gave him the appropriate nickname. If something goes wrong, no matter who stands against the young man, the agent will sink his fangs into him until he dies. So among people, he was called the Mad Dog. But Jiam Sake perfectly understood. The hero would never direct those fangs against a young lady, but she still should not have gotten involved with the young man. Although this chapter perfectly understood, his former pupil would not take the advice of a foolish mentor seriously. Therefore, he would not be offended if she let his words go in one ear and out the other. Sa Hyorian figured everything out from that conversation, everything she could, so she decided to leave quietly. But Jiam Sake promised her on the way out to reprimand the young man. But the lady warned that she would conduct her own investigation. If according to its results Zhao Iso turned out to be innocent, they would never meet again. The beauty would simply forget about this misunderstanding. That was the best option. It was precisely thanks to this scheme that Jiam Sake managed to survive all this time in his role as head of the intelligence corps. After which the girl, having said goodbye, headed to the door. Until the man suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was Zhao Iso. He came with a smile to greet the head. And honestly, Jiam Sake was quite shocked that Zhao Iso so unexpectedly decided to show up at work. It was a real nightmare, so as soon as he arrived at the place, the head ordered his guests to immediately hide behind the screen. Of course, Naraka was outraged by such rudeness from the head of the corps, who spoke to the lady in such a tone, but he did not listen. Pushing them behind the screen, Jiam Sake thought that it would be a great opportunity for them to take a side look at the guy they were going to reprimand. So, while the guests hide behind the screen, the man will find out what exactly the boy planned. The most important thing was that they had to behave as quietly as possible. Finally, Zhao Iso entered the room and noticed with surprise, no matter how loud his call was, the head did not respond to the greeting. It was also surprising that when the agent entered, there was some demonstrative, strange silence in the room. Usually, only spies caught red-handed reacted like that, and Jiam Sake was stunned that Zhao Iso had gone so far in his professional deformation. So the head decided to sniff out why this young man had come here, and who allowed him to burst into the office without permission. However, Zhao Iso did not remember Jiam Sake ever demanding that permission from him. The agent even decided that he behaved so strangely because maybe he was hiding his beloved girl somewhere here. Hearing this, Naraka barely restrained his rage. He asked the lady to give him an order, and then he would make Zhao Iso pay for his rudeness. However, Sa Hyorian herself wanted to observe this young man a little to find out, did the head of counterintelligence really not know about the young man's actions? After all, the young man could be connected with someone else. It was a great chance to get to the truth. At that moment, Zhao Iso himself was amazed at his leader's irritation. After that, he put an order on the table for approval before leaving. It was a request to obtain a warrant for translation. Jiam Sake was very curious who this scoundrel was targeting this time, since he even sacrificed his day off to come here. But the main character was not going to explain. He only asked the man to put his stamp and he could return to his affairs again. The chief sighed heavily, realizing it was pointless to seek the truth in the young man who did not even want to listen to him. First, he decided to familiarize himself with the warrant. But honestly, he didn't even know how Jiam Sake was supposed to take it. He was insanely angry as soon as he found out that the cursed boy had sent him a translation request. The agent tried to joke it off, implying that Jiam Sake misunderstood him. Maybe he just read something wrong, but Imu needed to hurry and immediately put his stamp. However, the furious head of the counterintelligence corps instantly launched the young man's own translation request back at him, aiming straight between the eyes. After that, he flared up with rage at this rebellious bastard, the one who this time crossed the line. After everything that bound them, this little devil decided to drag even the children of the lord of their cult into his schemes. Of course, the main character had no idea what the chapter was talking about. He had done nothing yet, but the other acted as if the agent had already committed a mortal sin. The head of the corps then attacked the young man as if he was about to kill him at any moment. Eventually, the frightened Zhao Yi had to ask the man to stop and just talk because he clearly misunderstood him. But Gaiam's sake did not want to listen to the snake he had warmed on his chest. Everything was clear and detailed in the letter. Zhao Iso would hardly have decided to serve that man if it were not some hidden plan. The chief did not want to figure out what this boy had planned because he was already tired of cleaning up after his mess. So he simply decided to send the agent to the other world before he caused even greater trouble. And honestly, Zhao Iso was stunned by the fury of the head of the counterintelligence corps. He kept blaming him for everything and did not even want to listen to Zhao Iso, who denied his guilt. Eventually, when the man attacked a second time, the young man had already drawn his blade and parried the strike aimed directly at him. The tip of the sword was broken off in the chief's hand, and at speed it crashed into the hard wooden floor. He looked at his broken sword in shock until Zhao Iso explained that it had broken under the power of the golden severing sword. And of course, the chief was curious where the hero had obtained such a treasure. The agent hinted Hyam's sake had become so desperate during his time working with him that the young man decided to bring him a gift, just in case to have a backup plan if he failed to convince the chief with words. After that, the young man handed the corps commander a new blade and asked to be released as if it were the old weapon. It was time to part ways. The hero had to continue on the path he had chosen for himself. Casually listening to the request, Zhao Iso voiced his intentions. For further advancement, he needed to become the servant of the seventh young master of the Mao clan. By this time, the warrior had already managed to accumulate a decent sum of money, and he was tired of groaning further at the level of the 7th rank. There, he had to flatter everyone and bow to all the higher-ups. Moreover, if he manages to become an assistant to one of the descendants of His Majesty, the leader of the Alliance, then he will be able to obtain the position of a 3rd-rank ghost. Even despite his ancestral roots, this was all the young man desired, and he believed that after many years of work he deserved it. That is why the warrior asked Gem's sake for help. No matter how much the head of the counterintelligence corps considered the boy a disgusting little brat, now he saw the young man was truly speaking seriously. Moreover, this boy thought that they had such a good time with Gem's sake that the moment had come to let him go. To be honest, the hero's position did not seem as if he had hidden motives. Maybe he just wanted honors. Even if the conversation confirmed that the petitioner was innocent, he was still already listed in the 3rd young ladies list, so supporting him was not easy. The man was about to make every effort to dissuade the boy from this venture, but the young lady hurried to contact him through the sound transmission and give her order. The head of the corps only had to make sure the hero would truly not regret his decision. But Zhao Iso remembered who he was, a mad dog who can do a lot on reconnaissance, not just an ordinary servant. The young man asked Gem's sake to trust him, saying everything would become much easier if the man wrote a letter of recommendation for him. Eventually, the head of the corps really grabbed the sheet brought by the hero and placed his seal on it. Likewise, he took the prepared letter of recommendation and gave it all to the young man. However, he warned, this is not the last thing the warrior will need. Therefore, he was to set off to Madame in the village of Moon River. She was responsible for the guard's exam. When he left, Gem's sake reminded that he decided to help the hero not at all because he had given him a wonderful sword. Encouraging one's subordinates is one of the duties of a leader, so he hoped, since the boy had taken on this task, he would not fail or disgrace them. But Zhao Iso pointed out that before saying such inspiring things, he should at least wipe his mouth all covered in saliva dripping from the beauty of the golden sword. In any case, Zhao Iso was extremely grateful for the help and decided to set off to prepare for the journey. Of course, he understood, over all the long 10 years of work, he had carried most of the difficulties himself, but he was still indebted to many to Gem's sake, his direct superior. Yet still, before letting the boy go, the chief did not forget to remind, wherever Zhao Iso ended up, he still remained a member of the counterintelligence corps. Because of this, I must not allow anyone's words to corner me. Naturally, Sake knew that the boy was not one to be easily broken, but still considered it necessary to give him this instruction. At first, the stunned youth smiled and thanked the captain for these words. After that, he bowed in a farewell bow and quickly disappeared, closing the door behind him. Immediately after this, the head of the corps informed those standing behind the screen that Zhao Iso was about to set off to see Madam, although they could hear this perfectly well anyway. However, as they could notice, this boy was only interested in his own ambitions, so it was hardly worth suspecting him of anything and continuing to watch him. The lady herself, finally coming out from behind the screen, was surprised at how Sake cared for this subordinate. She could not help but admit this was very unlike the usual behavior of the head of the counterintelligence corps, yet she was still dissatisfied with the selfish goals of this boy. For her, this was a problem, so she wanted to show Zhao Iso in the near future how confident his hopes and words were. The hero, leaving the office, perfectly understood what Sahirn, who was eavesdropping on his words, was thinking right now. Of course, the third young lady, more than anyone else, knew that the position of a guard was not suitable for everyone. More precisely, this position could not be offered to just anyone passing by. After all, a guard is someone destined to become the right and left hand of a first-rank demon, the strongest member of the clan. If the one he serves attains the position of leader, the guard obeys only him alone and has power over all others. That is why only outstanding figures were suitable to serve as assistants to the young lords. Here is Naraka, the former leader of the Pavilion of the Five Dragons. Before Huangja, who caused chaos in the world of martial arts, there was no assistant who had not made a loud name for himself. Considering the serious nature of the third young lady, the warrior could only imagine how difficult it was for her to come to terms with the fact that he, a representative of the 7th rank, so brazenly decided to apply for this position. Most likely, she will try to punish him, using the exam as a cover. And all for the sake of maintaining discipline on Mount Tian. For this reason, preparing for the trials, the hero decided that the perfect moment had come to find support. He could not wait to meet Sahirn. There they would be alone, just the two of them. Soon the events shifted half a month forward to the village of Moon River. On the shores of the Lake of Lunar Light stood the most extravagant establishment among 10,000 mountains, full of singing, gambling, and carnal pleasures. It was the guest house of the Jade Immortal, and there in her disguised form arrived Lady Sahirn. The servant who ran out to greet such a dear guest immediately decided to ask the woman whether she would be resting alone or if guests would be visiting her. But when the visitor did not respond, he calmly asked to be called if she needed anything. And then, as if nothing had happened, she pointed to a man sitting far away. Obviously, he was a hero, and she wanted to know how long ago he had arrived here. The boy servant hurried to introduce the warrior as one of their regular guests, an incredible gentleman who had stopped in the annex at the highest part of their building. He had been sitting here for half a month already, throwing money around as if it were ordinary paper. Sahirn was impressed and angered by the impudence of this boy. All he did was drink for half a month straight. Moreover, she was surprised that the guest house had an annex. She did not know about it because this place was for the chosen ones, for the most important guests of their cult. Because of this, the servant who received visitors thought that this gentleman held some high position, and he even offered to say a word on behalf of the mistress if he was interested in her. But the girl was furious that this boy misunderstood her, and she barely restrained herself from shouting. Suddenly, the main hero's gaze lingered on the slender figure of a young lady who was frozen on the other side of the body of water. An instant recognition pierced his consciousness. Before him stood the same fiery person from the training pavilion, Jegal. At first, the young man admitted that he had mistaken the stranger for a completely different person, but her truly unique aura left no doubt such energy could not be confused with anything else in this world. Suddenly, loud cries about a particularly important guest tore through the air across the entire space. Everyone present immediately turned around, trying to find out who this mysterious girl was and how much influence she might have. The wide-brimmed hat almost completely hid the features of the stranger's face, but all those present unanimously believed such a theatrical appearance could only be afforded by a person with considerable weight in the demonic cult. Zhao Iso, not wishing to prolong this noisy spectacle, immediately invited the mysterious visitor to join his table to share a cup of wine in celebration of the unexpected meeting. And she, only wishing these deafening shouts would finally cease like lightning, she instantly crossed the water obstacle and, like a feather, moved to the main character's table. Zhao Iso merely smiled carefreely at her company, realizing that their meeting, which happened for the second time, was undoubtedly destined by the heavens themselves. What especially impressed the young strategist was that the place of their repeated meeting was a public house, an establishment strictly forbidden to noble young ladies. The young person, for her part, was shocked by Zhao Iso's audacity. He continued to speak outright nonsense despite her unequivocal warnings. It seemed obvious to him, such a boy should have been taught from childhood to weigh every word because such indiscretion could cost one their own life. But suddenly, interrupting the flow of her angry words, the main character calmly extended a cup of alcohol to the guest. In such establishments as public houses, people had long used intoxicating drinks and the cover of night to enjoy sincere communication. So the young man suggested to the girl to speak frankly about the real reason for her visit, then calmly said, "Well informed, behind this skillful disguise hides none other than the third young lady of the clan, Sa Hirn." At that very moment, on the second floor of the establishment, several observers were closely watching how events unfolded. In their hands were exact portraits of both Zhao Iso himself and the disguised Sa Hirn, and these images perfectly matched those they were now looking at from the ferry. The leader of the spies immediately gave his subordinates a silent order. Exactly 7 minutes later, they were to wipe these creatures off the face of the earth. Tension literally oozed from the taut bodies of all the fighters, who were frozen and motionless in anticipation of the decisive signal. Sa Hirn herself was in complete shock from the fact that Zhao Iso had just revealed knowledge about her true identity. Moreover, the brazen young man even anticipated her appearance for a conversation. However, he noticed the noble person's pensiveness, so the main character hastily dismissed his own words as a failed joke, one that the girl should not take offense at or take to heart. After all, he perfectly understood the absurdity of his assumption. What sense would there be for a young lady to wander around a backwater village in disguise? If someone found out that Snowy Flower visited such establishments of dubious reputation, her adventures would instantly become the main topic of gossip on the city streets. This meant the noble young lady would never risk her impeccable reputation for such a senseless adventure. So the young strategist suggested avoiding empty talk and getting straight to the point. He wanted to know exactly what the young lady wanted from him. Even the girl herself was struck by the fact that this young man asked such bold questions to a person he had met only twice. However, for Zhao Iso, it was quite natural to ask questions to his examiner, and then politely greet Madame Jin San as was proper. And at that very moment, Sa Hirn was finally overwhelmed by a mad shock wave. She did not understand how the young man had managed to obtain even this information. Zhao Iso turned out to be absolutely right. There was no madam existing in nature at all. Even the very place where he was ordered to appear literally teemed with deadly traps. But the main character somehow incomprehensibly knew about this insidious plan. Seeing her astonishment, the young man hurried to explain that this was the essence of his service in the Intelligence Corps interrogations. Obviously, during such work, a person learns things unknown to others, even the most secret secrets. Over time, the longer an agent does his job, there is no secret left unknown to him. It seemed suspicious that in the middle of an ordinary craftsman village suddenly appeared someone posing as an examiner. In this situation, something caused anxious doubts, so the young strategist decided not to go to that designated village and instead wait here. Also, that the real examiner would eventually come to him himself, and the main character could find him without any difficulties. He hoped that such an explanation would close all the questions that sometimes spun in the girl's head. Honestly, after such detailed explanations, the girl did not even refuse the alcohol poured by his hands. She sincerely felt sorry for the young man. If he survived the trial ahead, she would have spared him and even considered his candidacy for the position of guard. After all, she could not even imagine that the young man approached his work so responsibly. He drained the cup of alcohol, and the noble person paid tribute to the extraordinary mindset of the hero. But the real problem and the root cause of her righteous anger was different. The insolent young man did not appear at the appointed place, despite receiving an extremely clear order from the person holding the highest position. This meant that he could not unquestionably obey an order. It was surprising that the main character immediately rose from his seat and bowed deeply, full of respect. He was aware of the burden of his own guilt for not being able to fulfill his duty and sincerely apologized for it. But the young man fervently hoped that the lady would forgive his unfortunate mistake. The young lady was quite surprised. The young man did not argue with her, but so quickly admitted his own mistake. After that, she handed him her cup for alcohol, asked him to fill it with wine, and decided to ask, why, in Zhao Aiso's opinion, should he become the guardian for the young master Mao? After all, in this most dangerous position, even descendants of the noblest families died in just one single night. It was unlikely that a commoner without family or status could change anything. However, the main character explained, perhaps protecting the Lord was indeed beyond his power, but he could make Mao so powerful that he would enter the top 3 young lords among the 7 heirs in just 1 year. The young strategist sincerely hoped that such a bold motivation would convince his examiner to accept it as an answer. But honestly, in her eyes, it was a too ridiculous statement. It literally meant the audacious youth controlling Romeo wanted to overthrow either her or one of her 2 brothers. Of course, she had heard that Zhao Aiso was somewhat out of his mind, and it seemed the rumors about his madness were not false. Yet still, a noble person could not blindly believe loud words. Anyone could talk beautifully. The second question was whether the main character had enough real skills to fulfill this audacious promise. But she definitely liked that Zhao Aiso did not back down from his own words. That is why she wanted the young man to prove to her he was truly capable of dealing with a couple of annoying rats. It was about those technicians who had been relentlessly watching them from the 2nd floor all this time, tracking their every move. The main character also keenly felt this annoying surveillance and understood he had no choice but to carry out his examiner's order. So he decided to deal with the guys who were watching them from behind and suggested the lady take on those lurking behind her back. To be honest, the young lady was impressed by Zhao Aiso's courage. He even brazenly dared to offer her to become a participant in the upcoming fight herself. But in the end, they finished the last cups of alcohol and divided the duties among themselves. At that very moment, a gang of about 10 thugs rushed forward to deal with the brazen girl and complete their main mission. When suddenly the young lady threw a cup of wine at the attacker and shattered his skull into tiny fragments. Of course, his comrades were shocked. How could one possibly kill a person using only a delicate cup? When they took on this mission, no one warned that the lady had such monstrous strength. In the next moment, she silently crept up to the second attacker, armed with an ordinary chopstick. With this improvised weapon, she dealt the enemy several very precise blows, leaving him to bleed out. After that, she swiftly lunged at the second scoundrel, who could only pitifully beg for mercy for his worthless life. Unfortunately, at the very last moment, the villain managed to throw a greenish sphere into the air. As soon as it was airborne, it shattered into the finest powder. At first, the lady thought it was probably a deadly poison, but later it turned out, before her was a corrosive acid that ate away the skin. This meant that these people had no intention of killing her at all. They wanted to expose her identity to everyone currently among the establishment's visitors. They aimed to portray the noble lady as some promiscuous nymphomaniac who secretly visits the craftsman's village to satisfy her lowly passion. Obviously, her own brothers were behind these dirty tricks, but she did not expect such vile stunts from them. Honestly, even the main hero was shocked by the audacity of these damned bastards. It seemed these bandits had no idea how carelessly they forced the girl to show her face against her will. The young man looked at the examiner with a smile in a new way and helped simultaneously shake off the rest of the corrosive acid that was eating the skin. By this moment, he had already dealt with all the bandits he was supposed to defeat and grabbed the tablecloth covering the table. The young lady quickly realized that Zhao Aiso not only knew how to talk well, he was actually extraordinarily strong. Eventually, she took the fabric from his hands and quickly wrapped it around her head to avoid revealing the disguise. Immediately after that, the young lady informed the main hero that he had exactly 4 days to reach the palace of the 7th young master Mao. However, the young man absolutely had to keep the given promise, otherwise she would personally tear out his lying tongue. With these words, the noble person disappeared as if she had never stood before him. But the young strategist did not even have time to tell her that he perfectly knew what punishment awaited him. He only wished good luck to Madam Examiner with a smile. Soon the events moved to the highest floor of the entertainment pavilion. One of the courtesans came to the master there to report on the completed work. They had already taken care of the corpses that were killed during the incident. Although the courtesan did everything as the master asked, she still felt that it was not enough to make an impression. The main hero was sad. During all this fuss, those guys had broken expensive, precious clothing. But despite this, they played their role flawlessly. Therefore, the young man thanked the girl who helped bring his plan to life. Moreover, after that he flipped through this girl's employment record book. Judging by the records, AI managed to significantly improve her efficiency again. Achieving such a level without titanic efforts is impossible, and this meant that the girl probably worked incredibly hard. However, Chu Hongren objected. The master was too kind to her, and even if the task had been more difficult, she, as the owner of the guest house, would have handled it without any problems. There was no task that was beyond her capabilities. She was ready for a lot to repay Zhao Issa's kindness, although she became who she was only thanks to him. But when Zhao Issa had to listen to her thanks, he felt quite uncomfortable, so he asked the girl to stop bringing up that topic. After all, as he often repeated, both of them benefited from what happened in the past. Although the protagonist could not say that he did not understand the girl's feelings, she had been a completely different person before, a girl who was kidnapped by the cult of the heavenly demon before reaching adulthood. In the Murim world, she had long been considered missing. Zhao Iso saved her during one of his most dangerous missions. For some reason, since then they stuck together, and now, thanks to his relentless support and innate intelligence, she became the owner of the Moon River village and now served as his right hand. If someone asked the young strategist to describe their relationship, he would call it a mutually beneficial relationship where one benefits at the expense of the other. Although the hero had the impression that Chu Hongren still perceived the situation somewhat differently. Finally, when the awkward topic was closed, the young man asked Chu Hongren to tell all the stories that had happened in the Jade Immortal guest house. Spies have several ways to obtain information. Sometimes they buy it from local informants, and sometimes they acquire it with the hidden support of one of the influential organizations. An agent like him, dropped right into the heart of enemy territory, needed a longer-term and more reliable source, a personal source of information. That is why the young strategist exerted all his strength to secure the guest house of the Jade Immortal. By that moment, Chu Hongren had already gathered all the necessary information as Zhao Iso had ordered. The current state of the heavenly demon cult could be described as the calm before the storm. This was exactly what the protagonist expected, since the further development of events depended on who would become the next vice leader of the cult. This mostly concerned the actions of the two strongest factions in the heavenly demon cult, the Seven Sages, responsible for judicial affairs, and the Five Dragons group, which controls the administration. These two main forces were the hottest topic for discussion, and obviously their support could decide which of the heirs would win in this competition. Of course, the young man decided to ask Chu Hongren's opinion on which way each faction would lean. In her humble opinion, the first young lord was devoted and ruthless in everything he did. He was now considered the obvious leader. On the other hand, there was the second young master. Every one of his actions literally carried a piece of his soul. He treated his subordinates as friends, and this helped him gain more and more loyal followers. That is why the girl believed that the elders who valued stability would support the first master, while the Five Dragons group who dreamed of change would support the second. Zhao Iso summarized, according to Chu Hongren, the opinions of the two factions would diverge because of the young lord's temperaments, and he decided to find out what, in her opinion, would then happen to the third mistress, since the current leader trusted her the most. Chu Hongren knew perfectly well, even when hidden, true mastery still radiates a dazzling glow. It was obvious that Sa Hirn had outstanding qualities noticeable even against the backdrop of the young lords. At this rate, she isolates herself even more. The first and second brothers might decide that her temperament is dangerous. At first, they will try to get rid of her specifically. In the best case, the noble person had half a year left. The likelihood that Sa Hirn would die within those 6 months was extremely high. Zhao Issa's prophecy about her was exactly the same, but they could not allow her to die so early. Still, this girl was needed by the main hero like a shield, at least until Mao secures his position. It became obvious the young strategist had many matters, including the most incredible ones, so he decided to leave. But in the end, he decided to ask how young Mr. Mao is doing now, and how bad everything is. It turns out Chu Hongren still treated him as a special guest, asking for nothing in return, just as the main character wanted. However, every day he came here with some bandits, had fun with them, and drank without measure. And because of him, their establishment suffered colossal losses. As the young strategist realized, the guy took off like never before. But Zhao Iso insisted that Chu Hongren continue to indulge him. Very soon they would squeeze the boy completely dry. and then the young master would fully return to the girl everything he had managed to destroy and everything Mao had taken. A few more days passed after that conversation. The events moved to the gloomy bamboo forest on the southern border of the village of Lunarika. In the depths of this thicket stood a small, inconspicuous hut. A man was heading there, quietly muttering to himself how much he did not want to come here. He was ordered to deliver a message to Master Mao, so he could not disobey. And Mao was clearly dissatisfied with this messenger and demanded that he immediately repeat his words. The frightened man stated that according to the report of the third young lady, she had sent here an assistant whom she personally selected for the seventh heir. She also said that he was a talented man who had passed the most thorough selection, and she asked her brother to greet him properly. The seventh heir did not believe the words of this messenger, deciding that he had confused something and was talking complete nonsense. But the man stubbornly insisted that this was exactly what the young lady had said. Believing this was even harder, especially in the sincerity of Sahirn, because she must have known perfectly well what had happened to the previous so-called assistants she had sent. The newcomer would hardly need more than 2 or 3 days to escape from this cursed place, crying to tears and smearing everything with snot. But since the sister had already decided to send Mao another assistant, he could not just take and push him out of here. First, Zhao Iso, the name of the new assistant, the messenger found out. Obviously, the seventh heir assumed that this assistant had some very grand title, and considering the young master's past, this guy was probably at least the vice leader of the pavilion. And how Mao went madly furious when he found out that this guy was only the leader of the third detachment of the counterintelligence corps. Obviously, the position of squad leader referred to a post that in no way relates to the pavilion leader. That is, it is literally a worthless person who is hierarchically even lower than an ordinary captain. Before finally losing his temper, Mao decided to find out if there was some powerful patron behind this boy. Perhaps he was an illegitimate son from the most famous family, but as the messenger found out, Zhao Issa did not have such a past. He was an ordinary commoner from the backwoods. It was extremely difficult to verify such a report. This caused Mao to burst into a real, wildly mad laughter. It felt like the sister decided to send him an assistant who perfectly matched his status. At first he wondered why they decided to send him another assistant again, but probably Sahirn found out about his financial difficulties and decided to slip him some poor fool whom he could use to earn some money. The seventh heir was absolutely certain that this was the case, for such a wise figure as Sahirn would never have sent this poor fellow to him without a good reason. Obviously, the young gentleman was sure that the messenger also agreed with him and could not help but delight in his own genius. But Mao was already planning to strip Zhao Issa down to his underwear and push him out of here, and after that, he would be able to not worry about money for drinks for some time. After this, he sent the messenger away and asked to convey his thanks to his sister. And before letting him go, he demanded that the man hand over all the money he had with him. Of course, the man tried to justify himself somehow, but the heir smiled and threatened. It was better for him to give the money than to lose his own life. In the end, after the job was done, the man left without any money. That's why he didn't want to get involved here. This scoundrel, the seventh son, turned out to be an even bigger idiot than the envoy had expected. He clearly had problems with his head. Although the seventh heir looked like some capricious child, he was extremely embittered by life. Fortunately, this served as an excuse for the young man, because if he, being sane, suddenly turned out to be a complete freak, Zhao Issa would have had to kill him. After which the main character finally removed his disguise. He was pleased that the mission was not destined to fail, but still he couldn't help but be furious. This insolent fellow dared to take all his money. After a few days, the young strategist entered the house as if nothing had happened. And very soon Mao was crawling there on his knees, coughing again and again. The seventh heir clearly did not understand what had happened to him. He only looked around fearfully at Zhao Issa, who stood over him and did not take his eyes off him. But all because even despite the stupidity of the seventh heir, the main character could not close his eyes to his misdeed and decided to give him the first lesson. At this moment, the events returned to the Murim Alliance to the main office of the Hubei province branch. There sat Jegal Sami, carefully studying the latest report. Fortunately, the operation to infiltrate each of the regions was going strictly according to plan. At this pace, soon they would be able to create a much stronger intelligence network in the territory of the unorthodox faction of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Yet Jeggle still could not understand why her grandfather insisted so much that she wear a mask. Although only she could enter this archive, she was not even allowed to turn on the light, and because of this, her eyes were straining. Starting from documents with ciphers and ending with special codes, there was not a single letter in this room that could be easily read. Probably her grandfather was sure the granddaughter's eyes would endure this test. Jeggle Sami had recently often thought about asking for a translation because she was tired of endlessly staying in this dreadful place. And on top of that, she was constantly covered in dust. She could try to find a job somewhere in a sunnier place. But suddenly, the young lady came across a report from room 103. It seemed he had finally gotten to work. But the message said that he had finally managed to reach the palace. If he had already arrived at the palace, it meant that he had reached the palace of the seventh young master. Although not much time had passed since the task was given, honestly, the girl could not believe that the boy would really manage to make this psychopath the leader of the cult. A little earlier, before the main character visited Mao, he inspected the mansion where he lived. And here everything was extremely obvious. From the moment the young strategist arrived here in the guise of an ambassador, from the grass overgrown in the yard to the trash scattered everywhere, it became clear. This place was a real junkyard. Anyway, the main character was incredibly interested in what was going on in the thoughts of the seventh heir. No matter how deserted his estate was, there had to be at least a few servants. But surprisingly, it was too quiet here, as if there was not a single living soul left in the mansion. So, wandering the corridors of the mansion, the young strategist wondered, maybe Mao was still resting in broad daylight. When he approached the door, a loud snore was heard, and this completely confirmed his suspicions. Sighing heavily, Zhao Iso finally introduced himself as the new assistant and decided to find out if the seventh master was inside. He also asked the young heir to spare him some of his precious time. The most amazing thing, the man immediately woke up and allowed the boy to enter. The boy did not expect such an instant reaction, so he thanked for the permission and apologized in advance for the intrusion. But it turned out that all this was just a bait for Mao to attack the alien who was standing behind the door. He broke the door with his hand and aimed straight at the face. He greeted the miserable squad leader in his palace, after which the latter demanded that he lay out all his money and get out of here immediately. Otherwise, the seventh heir warned that the guest would receive even more blows from him and would eventually run away anyway. But it was incredible that the boy swiftly dodged his attack and even grabbed the attacker by the hand. The next moment, Zhao Iso pulled the seventh heir after himself, pushed him out the door, and knocked him to the ground. After which he aimed his knee directly at the opponent's solar plexus and delivered a devastating blow. Finally, the young man, falling to his knees and breathing heavily, tried to recover from the sudden pain. The main character finally became completely convinced that Mao was an ordinary scoundrel, and that was exactly what should have been expected from him. But Zhao Iso could not just let such a villain go. As is known, in the cult of the Heavenly Demon there were 3 families that held leading positions. Besides the duties of elders, they also served directly the cult leader. The judicious demonic sage, who is the intermediary from Mount Chung, the second elder Chong Osen. Also a ruthless commander, unmatched in courage and loyalty, the third elder Meng Chulian from the Meng clan. But the most respected among all those ranked above others were the silent dragons. Imujithi held the position of the first elder for 4 generations in a row. This is the first elder Na Ma Ilsen from the Ma family. Mao himself came from this family, one of the most prestigious dynasties of the cult of the Heavenly Demon. As far as Chu Hanren knew, the cult leader chose Mao purely by chance during his visit to the Ma family, after which the boy was adopted as the cult leader's foster son. Outsiders might have thought that the boy was just incredibly lucky and his life path was laid out like a carpet of countless flowers, but in reality, this path turned out to be extremely thorny and full of rotten poisonous weeds. In fact, the 7th young master was an illegitimate child of Rion, looked down on him. He was even forced to sweep the family yard as if he were the last servant. The hero recalled, it was then that the Ma family was nominating the adopted son of the cult leader Ma Ishin, the eldest son of the first elder Ma Ilsen. That is why the Ma family was in complete confusion when he chose an illegitimate child, a janitor who swept the yards. And he, though he was all in rags, completely exhausted and worthless, still attracted the attention of the cult leader himself. From the Ma family's point of view, it looked as if the servant and his master had suddenly switched places. But at that moment, for everyone to see, the Ma family accepted the news with incredible honor, even organizing a lavish celebration. But Zhao Iso clearly understood. It was just a public show to prevent their family from losing face in the eyes of others. Almost none of those who knew the truth could fail to realize the universally recognized fact. The Ma family had long since abandoned Mao. Some even believed that the cult leader decided to adopt the young man only to keep the Ma family under the strictest control. When Zhao Iso told Chu Hanren about this rumor, she was stunned that the main character understood it all perfectly. To obtain this information, countless informants shed their blood. So Chu Hanren wondered, could it be that in the cult of the heavenly demon not a single detail escaped the attention of her master? Eventually, the girl continued the story and explained that the first elder Ma supports the first young master instead of Mao. So it could be confidently said their rejection of the seventh heir was almost officially confirmed. The spy was amazed at the ruthlessness of the first elder. Although Mao was a half-blood, so his blood and flesh directly, he still treated him with colossal contempt. But in his soul, the hero boiled with anger that his superiors from the hidden pavilion intended to make this fool the vice leader. Either they were real lunatics, or the main character did not understand something. Or maybe it was all banal and the leader simply turned into an old senile man. It remained only to hope that the hero was wrong. But now his main focus was his goal Mao, who turned out to be another criminal with his tearful backstory. But Zhao Iso was known precisely for one method that was perfectly suited for training such scoundrels. Now writhing in pain, the seventh heir tried to understand what the hell this bastard dared to hit him. But the hero immediately fell to his knees before him and apologized for what he had done. Only then did he seem to realize that the seventh young master was standing before him and explained his reaction by deciding. The master was attacked, so he reacted without thinking. Of course, Zhao Iso did not want to show disrespect to Mao at their very first meeting. He felt so sorry that he was ready to burn with shame right on the spot. But the hero's blow was so devastating that Mao almost could no longer understand his words. After this, he called Zhao Iso crazy and simply fainted, losing consciousness right on the floor. And the hero only dodged with a smile. He liked such an acquaintance with the heir much more. He sincerely hoped that they could become friends, and Mao would soon submit to him. A couple of hours later, the heir regained consciousness in his chambers. Honestly, it was impressive that his new psychopathic assistant not only put him to bed but also fixed the door. It was unclear what was wrong with this weirdo. But suddenly, the young man noticed a letter on the bed. There the hero explained, the heir looked too exhausted, so he decided to say goodbye. Zhao Iso promised to return in a few days to greet him again with all the formalities, and suggested Mao properly rest until the next meeting. But of course the boy was furious that some worthless assistant had rushed off and was giving him orders. It seemed that this disgusting squad leader had completely lost his mind. And even despite losing consciousness, Mao noticed some odd things about that crazy freak. It seems that at the very moment he was falling unconscious, that one was smiling at his pathetic state. Even if the heir made a mistake, he already had enough reasons to give Zhao Iso an unforgettable welcome next time. As is known, all the events of this story unfolded in Tianshan, the homeland and gathering place of all members of the heavenly demon cult. Since this place became a breeding ground for the demonic path, and tens of thousands of cult members who swore loyalty to their leader took root here, they thereby built their own small country. Thus, the control of the new religion did not affect everyone. Some factions could calmly create their organizations here and accumulate power. One of the groups among these influential organizations was the Black Dragon faction led by a former 6th rank phantom. They dominated Manhwa. It could be said that this organization had a very strong foundation, and it was precisely into this organization that Mao came at that time. The leader of the Black Dragon faction immediately noticed that the young master was clearly not in the mood, so he tried to lighten the atmosphere with a smile. He decided to ask what had brought the 7th young master to their humble abode. Perhaps he wanted to join their gambling games, which they enjoyed with friends. But the angry Mao pointed a finger at his own face. It clearly showed. He was in no mood for fun gambling games right now. After that, he explained to the leader of the Black Dragon faction that he came here on business. One little man had been too much of a nuisance. He wanted the guys to deal with the problem. This man was named Zhao Iso, and tomorrow he was taking up the position of assistant. However, obviously the leader of the Black Dragon faction decided, If this was Mao's assistant, then he was definitely at least a first-rank phantom. It was unlikely they could handle such a monster. So obviously all the faction members decided, if Mao was so cruel to them, it means they had angered him somehow. The leader hurried to explain that now, since they had taken on some ephemeral other task, they would not be able to help him with anything yet. Of course, if the matter was too urgent, they could pass this task to someone else. But Mao, enraged by this news, smashed the table in half with one blow, the very one they were sitting at. Obviously, the shock of those present was colossal, since with just one blow the guy destroyed a 100-kilogram table with metal reinforcement. Having shown his strength, Mao immediately threatened this is what will happen to these guys if they cannot help him. And at that moment, the faction leader stated that they had more than enough free time to help the Seventh Lord with any problem. Be that as it may, he reminded them, they were ordinary junk hardly able to stand against the assistant of the young master. Mao was surprised that the leader was so agitated, although he did not learn the details about the fact that this man was a phantom of the entire 7th rank. Of course, it was hard to believe that such a weak man could become the assistant of the 7th Lord. But for the people of the Black Dragon faction themselves, this was great news. They wanted to know where this freak came from, because obviously some phantom of the 7th rank had no right to spoil the mood of the young lord. The leader himself promised he would teach the young man a lesson he would remember for a long time. And of course, Mao eagerly awaited the results of their work. He also asked them to bring stronger alcohol when they came to report on the completed task. When Mao left, everyone immediately saw him off right there with forced smiles as their greatest benefactor. Yet in their hearts they were glad that this scoundrel had finally gone, because if he were not a young master, they would have long ago pinned him down for his disgusting character. Yet in their hearts they were glad that this scoundrel had finally gone, because if he were not a young master, they would have long ago pinned him down for his disgusting character. The leader was also curious about who the assistant standing next to him was. It seemed that he was new, so he did not know that only leaders could be present at a meeting with the young master. The newcomer immediately apologized to the faction head and rushed away so as not to disturb anymore. But the Black Dragon leader could not recall when he had taken such a foolish lad into the ranks. Of course, he could not remember because that boy was the main hero himself. Zhao Iso was struck by the ignorance of the 7th master. Mao he always behaved like a big mischievous child. But for some inexplicable reason, the main hero was even pleased that Mao could not simply bow his head and obediently carry out his will. But it seemed that this was even for the better, otherwise teaching the boy would have been too boring. Finally, the next day the members of the Black Dragon faction appeared near Mao's mansion as agreed. The leader gathered all the strongest of his people. He promised that he would not fail the order for anything and, as was said, would teach this boy a good lesson. At the same time, the strongest and most hardened of his fighters were already standing behind the gates. Although the leader of the Black Dragon did not want to boast, in the Tiger Dragon faction where he once served, a 7th rank phantom would only be fit for the role of a horseshoe polisher. Obviously, this assistant was not his equal. He did not withstand the clash with his fighters. Therefore, the faction leader could guarantee very soon that one would apologize to the master if, of course, that boy was very lucky and did not soil his pants from fear. At that moment, hearing the cries behind the gates, they understood. The main hero had finally shown himself. On the way to him, a multitude of hardened fighters had already lined up, not allowing him to pass further. And of course, Mao could not help but rejoice at the unfolding scene of the squad leader's punishment. At that very moment, the vice leader of the Tiger Dragon faction, nicknamed Som, approached the young man closely. He had heard rumors this boy dared to annoy the 7th young master and was to pay for it. The main hero was very surprised. An unfamiliar fighter boldly reprimanded him, and with such widely opened eyes that looked both at him and at the sun at the same time. And when the youth learned that his name was Som, he immediately understood. This name suited him perfectly. Yet the hero sarcastically remarked that some fish like a catfish had no place in the Black Dragon faction. He would understand if the man were an electric eel, but definitely not a catfish. And Som himself was in a furious rage because that bastard dared to compare him to some little fish, so, without holding back, he attacked. The leader of the Black Dragon faction heard noise behind the gate and suggested to his master to come out and see the showdown. Although he had ordered his men to wait for Mao himself, it seemed they could not hold back for long. Of course, the leader apologized for the fact that his people occasionally acted as they pleased. Probably they had broken loose from the chain because they were too loyal to the seventh master. But to the shock of those present, Zhao Iso, having dealt with Sohm, thoroughly searched his pockets. Moreover, he was too surprised for a bandit. He had too few coins. And there was nothing to take, only a small bundle of golden coins that gleamed. Of course, Mao wanted to know how the hero managed to defeat this fighter, and the boy showed the most plausible surprise at the appearance of the seventh young master. Bowing, he properly greeted the master as his new assistant, reporting the start of the first day of service. Although a little earlier, the seventh master caught him off guard, because of which the main character allowed himself disrespect. From that day, he decided to correct himself. And Mao obviously did not believe a single word of his. So the seventh heir decided that this bastard was only mocking, asking about his condition after that fight. But Zhao Iso, showing no sign as if nothing had happened, decided to cautiously ask his lord who were those people waiting for him by the gates. He even considered that perhaps the lord was so kind. He gathered these people for his welcoming ceremony and was even glad that there were so many people. But Mao warned that these people came to greet him on the last day of his life and advised the boy to better refuse the position of assistant himself. And the young man recalled that, despite his humble origins, he dreamed of something grandiose. He wanted to climb the career ladder as the assistant to the seventh young master and tried to cling to him like a lifebuoy. However, Mao perfectly understood. This idiot had come to the wrong address, since the reputation like the seventh heir himself had long since fallen to the very bottom. But the main character understood. The gentleman was smarter than he pretended. Zhao Yizhou knew him better than anyone else. All the heir had to do was obey the orders of his loyal assistant, and then he would lead him to the very top. But honestly, even for an heir who was already an idiot, believing such nonsense was not easy at all. It seemed the young man was truly mad, but he himself did not notice it. And Mao even began to ponder his words, so he had to forcibly remind himself. Before him was an ordinary scum, a miserable ghost of the seventh rank. After that, he growled at the black dragon fighters, not understanding how much longer they would just rush about idly. And immediately remembered the main task to teach this young man a lesson. Everyone drew their blades and rushed into battle. They flew at the unarmed hero, wanting to give him the warmest welcome possible. But Zhao Yizhou did not hurry to defend himself. He recalled Mao's own words, the more the better, and he realized in this they thought alike. So the main character was ready for such a friendly reception. At this moment, everyone felt unknown people approaching from above. Warriors in blood-red clothes surrounded their captain, not letting anyone come closer. Of course, all members of the Black Dragon faction knew perfectly well what this blood-red attire meant. It was the Counterintelligence Corps, which arrived here incredibly fast as soon as the first call from its leader, Mad Dog, came. Now, with their arrival, the hero decided that they could rightfully begin the true welcoming ceremony. But soon, the irritated Gem Sake appeared. He could not understand the behavior of his former subordinate. He seemed not even to intend to wait for him for this welcoming ceremony. Of course, everyone immediately gaped in surprise when they personally saw the head of the Counterintelligence Corps. He was also the mentor of the third Lady Sahirn, one of the few chosen who had access to personal audiences with the cult leader, one of the strongest representatives of the new generation. Naturally, they wanted to know what a man of such caliber was doing here. After all, they were sure Zhao Iso was an ordinary commander of some squad, and at this very moment he was talking to Gem Sake as if the latter were his old friend. In a moment, Gem Sake, along with the rest of his people, bowed, greeted the seventh young master, and introduced himself to him. After him, all the spies under the Death Reaper's command also greeted. Seeing the young heir's confusion, Gem Sake hastened to explain. Despite Zhao Iso having left his home, he still remained a member of their family. That is why they came here, to put in a good word for him and at the same time check where exactly he would live in the future. As Gem Sake understood, there were no significant expenses in all this, so this option suited him best. At that moment, the leader of the Black Dragon faction had already mentally buried himself. He had no idea that by getting involved with the miserable ghost of the seventh rank, he would bring upon himself the wrath of the fierce counterintelligence members. Moreover, if the head of counterintelligence himself was so worried about this, it meant that for Gem's sake, Zhao Iso was one of the key figures. The main character immediately addressed the scum who had no idea of their place in society and ordered them to get out because respectable people had started talking here. But of course, he could have given them a lesson so they would understand when not to interfere in other people's affairs. So the deathly frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction apologized to the young lord for the fact that, apparently, they had nothing to do here. After that, they thanked the master for everything and went back to their homes. Of course, Mao was shocked that these bandits had so easily abandoned him in such a difficult situation. And Zhao Iso perfectly understood that this was supposed to be a good lesson in reality for Mao. When the seventh heir was nearby, these people behaved as if they were completely devoted to him. But it was only a game supported by the title of the seventh young lord, an ordinary sandcastle that could crumble at the slightest touch. In the end, the boy was just an arrogant and miserable descendant who had no loyal subordinate, no matter how much time they spent together. And the very first step in the training of the main character was for Mao to finally understand and realize this fact. At that moment, just after finishing the greetings, Jem Sake finally grasped what Zhao Iso meant by his debut. Usually, the young man dedicated a section of the counterintelligence corps to his own affairs, so the man decided that the boy had some problems. But it turned out, he simply intended to break the will of the young heir on the very first day. Such an approach fully matched his style. The main character had already thanked the head of the corps for the help and asked him to leave. Because even if the seventh heir was his master only in words, Zhao Iso did not want to make a big scandal out of it, and the man himself understood this perfectly. However, before leaving, he warned, if this job turns out to be beyond the main character's abilities, they are always ready to accept him back. Eventually, all the spies disappeared as if they had never existed, and Mao, who remained, froze in amazement and thought, who really is Zhao Iso? It was quite obvious that he was a rather influential figure. But precisely because of this, Mao had even more questions about his new position. Moreover, it became interesting what Zhao Iso's words meant about leading him to the top. But the question seemed too obvious to the hero himself. Therefore, he reminded who stood above everyone within the demonic cult, the vice leader of the demonic cult, a person who sooner or later will take the place of the cult leader and rule the entire world of martial arts. The main character wanted to make the seventh heir exactly this vice leader of the cult. But of course, the boy thought that Zhao Iso had lost his mind and often heard similar suspicions about his madness. But these were only baseless accusations, so Mao decided that the main character was just a talker. After all, he could in no way make him the vice leader, especially being a 7th rank ghost. It was obviously impossible. But Zhao Iso noticed progress. Although Mao called his ideas absurd, he still continued to consider various methods to achieve the goal. This meant that the boy was touched by the proposal of the main character, but of course, the 7th heir fiercely denied it. He was simply curious to hear how many nonsense this bastard had spewed. Still, Zhao Iso explained that to launch the plan, he would have to clear a bit. After all, as Mao had already understood, he was now surrounded only by worthless flies. It would be much easier for them if the rest of his relationships were also in order. But unfortunately, in his short life, the 7th heir had spoiled relationships not only with sex but also with his blood relatives. Of course, this boy was insanely angry that some damn bastard like Zhao Iso dared to raise that topic. So he rushed at the young man with fists to force him to shut up and close his bad mouth. The young man effortlessly defended himself with one hand from the swift attack. Moreover, he even reproached Mao for succumbing to the simplest provocation. Besides, I put all my strength into that strike, and even then it had no effect. Because of this, the main character could make only one simple conclusion: the honor of the young man and his martial arts were simply in a terrible state. To be honest, the heir was surprised that some weakling managed to block his strike so easily. Moreover, when he tried to press harder, unleashing more internal energy, he was only thrown backward. And Zhao Iso hoped that from this striking demonstration of power, Mao would finally realize how insignificant his might was as the respected 7th master. But even in this case, he had nothing to worry about. Now Mao had reliable support in the person of the mad dog himself, Zhao Iso. Of course, first they needed to teach Mao manners. After that, Zhao Iso would help him feel his own dignity and improve his martial arts. He would be able to help do everything so that the 7th heir would finally be recognized. These words instantly pushed the boy back into childhood, to where he was more worthless than everyone else. Back then, the elders repeatedly reminded him that a scum like Mao must know his place. And every time he forgot himself and behaved unworthily, they beat him and made him understand how worthless his position was. Unable to endure these painful memories, Mao screamed with all his might, literally howled like a wild beast. It seemed he would rush at the hero, but instead he ran past somewhere, and even threatened so that the main hero would never dare to tell him such nonsense again. He did not at all expect such a flight from Zhao Iso. After all, it is obvious, any person who wants to survive in such a treacherous demonic cult must have at least some dignity. And this time the young man decided to let him go. Moreover, because of their little quarrel, the main hero was convinced. The rumors that Mao had the best energy center in the entire demonic cult were not too far from the truth. He had already delivered a quite decent strike for a normal strike relying only on internal energy. It was strange that the young man had such potential, which you wouldn't even see on Mount Tian. Yet the demonic cult stubbornly continued to strongly ignore this young man. Even if he was born a child of a mistress, he was still chosen by the cult leader himself. But the main character could learn all the details during their next meeting. For now, he decided to leave the wild master alone at least for some time. This meant that now the young man could put all his efforts into bringing order around the young master. At that moment, Mao himself went to the city, and even among people he continued to curse the hero to himself with all sorts of filth. Moreover, he was insanely furious because such an outcast made him burn with shame. Not only was he beaten by an unknown ghost of the 7th rank, but he also had to listen to all that nonsense about honor, martial arts, and how this man would lead him to the top. He was annoyed that he actually listened to the words of that freak, even if only briefly. Although Mao, more than anyone else, should have understood how ridiculous and nonsensical his words were. But suddenly the 7th master was recognized by passers-by walking by. It was a company of 3 young men who greeted him with a mocking smile. Moreover, it seemed that this trio was delighted. In such an unexpected place they ran into Mao. After all, they were just about to ask this pride of their clan for a small favor. Of these 3, the central one was one of the trio of brothers. They constantly bullied him in the Ma family. The young man was a 4th rank ghost, a distant relative of the Ma family, and also Mao's cousin named Ma Jun. Of course, Mao had no idea at all what the first elder Ma Yishin's lackey was doing here. And if you looked at the 2 behind him, you could easily conclude they were from the Soviet elders, because they literally wouldn't leave Ma Jun alone. Mao immediately demanded that his cousin explain why he had come to him with that nonsense about some favor. However, Ma Jun had heard that the 7th heir had a new assistant. He was interested in where his servant had gone. He even calculated that Mao got rid of him on the very first day, after which he turned to his friends with whom he made a bet, that their 7th young master wouldn't last a day with the assistant, and he won that bet. Honestly, his other friends thought that this time Mao would last at least a couple of days, but Ma Jun was sure the fragile young master simply was not capable of that. Moreover, he perfectly understood. If someone found out that he took not just an assistant but an ordinary servant, the family reaction would be immediate. But as soon as Ma Jun met the stern, dissatisfied gaze of the 7th master himself, he tried to reduce his words to a joke. After that, he asked the boy to relax and instead went with them to the guest house of the Jade Immortality. After all, they had long planned to go there and could even treat Mao. However, the young man was in no mood for a drinking party, so he suggested to his cousin just to shut up and go home. And their behavior only further unsettled his mind, so he was not going to tolerate them any longer. And Ma Jun decided to take advantage of the boy being in a bad mood. He believed he had a suitable candidate who could lift the mood. And as soon as he named his brother Ishin, Mao cursed as if frozen in one place. From his single reaction it was clear, the young man did not like this idea at all. And Ma Jun knew this perfectly well, so, as if nothing had happened, he ordered Mao, "Come to dinner." He did not want that bastard to expose him to mockery by some fool in front of friends. It seems Mao mistakenly decided that he could ignore Ma Jun since he became the 7th young master, but his cousin was ready to quickly remind the premature baby of their brotherly memories. The guy no longer had a choice. He agreed to go with them. Refusing the drink would have been a sin. And he also reminded that the alcohol coins are paid by Ma Jun, so he pretended as if it was a titanic honor for him to treat his cousin. Knowing Mao's character, they understood. For free drinks, they would get a very interesting spectacle. By this time, the events are already being transferred to the Black Dragon headquarters. Finally, the boys ran to their home. They guessed on the 7th master, the one who was supposed to warn in advance that their opponent would be a former member of the counterintelligence corps. They were lucky that at least the two of them, the full team, escaped from there, and only because of this did they remain alive. Som quickly realized something was wrong with that guy. It seemed strange to him that Zhao Yizhou immediately figured out where his blind spot was and aimed only there. Honestly, Som met an opponent with such sharp eyesight for the first time. This was to be expected from someone who belongs to the reconnaissance corps. Moreover, the bruiser remembered that he knew those guys they ran into when they were fleeing down the street. They were in fashionable clothes and at the same time somewhat resembled white crows. Som, despite his obvious strabismus, recognized among them a man named Ma Jun. Of course, here the head of the Black Dragons got scared and jumped to Som to find out was he really not mistaken, or was it about the very bastard from the Ma family branch. However, Som had no idea what exactly shocked the leader. He thought that Ma Jun had come there to help the seventh young master, so he decided to recall and name him. Of course, Som had no idea how the clan had treated the seventh master until that moment, and it was not surprising, since even the leader of the Black Dragon faction found it difficult to obtain this information due to its incredible secrecy. The Ma clan had slaughtered everyone without exception, from assistants to servants, anyone somehow connected to the palace of the seventh child. They sent killers there. They cut down everyone except him alone. Obviously, the young master continued to live, not because he liked it, he was simply tired of watching everything around him die. At first, the leader of the Black Dragon faction was glad that everything had settled down and decided the Ma clan had lost interest in the heir, but then suddenly Ma Jun appeared. And at that very moment, after these words, an explosion thundered behind the leader of the Black Dragon. Everyone was killed because of it. Showing up as if nothing had happened, Zhao Yizhou apologized for the intrusion, saying that, passing by, he overheard their very interesting conversation. So the young man suggested to the guys not to resist and to let him in on such interesting details. At that moment, Mao, together with his cousin, continued to relax in the guest house. But even about how Mao ate, everyone kept mocking, thinking that he clearly hadn't chewed properly. Throughout the entire time they were guests in the house, the seventh heir kept stuffing his mouth with dishes without stopping. Of course, the seventh heir reminded that Ma Jun promised to cover the bill completely, and he just laughed, allowing Mao to keep stuffing his mouth. After all, they all ate well, looking at his boundless appetite. After that, Ma Jun decided to sniff around whether the seventh young master had ever been with the owner of this establishment. They say the rumor that reached him said she was incredibly beautiful. Probably that's why it was extremely difficult to meet her. Even money was of no use here, and even the connections of this lady ran very deep. Therefore, Ma Jun wanted to turn to his brother for help so that he would pull his strings for them. They had to think about the reputation of their family, so they couldn't go around asking about the person or whether it was possible to meet Chu Hongren. But no matter what mess the seventh young master caused, no one would say a word to him. So they wanted Mao to use at least a bit of his influence for them. After all, the night air was already cold enough. They dreamed of spending this night alone with the local hostess. Of course, Mao did not understand such demands. If Ma Jun thought it was already late, he should go home and go to bed. He was not going to discuss this matter any further. Most likely, the owner of the establishment would not agree to sing a lullaby to Ma Jun because he was tormented by insomnia. So the cousin just had to finish his liquor and stop behaving like a real yard dog during the rut. And of course, Ma Jun became insanely angry because of such behavior from the pathetic seventh descendant, so he immediately overturned the table. He reminded the son of the low-born concubine that all this time he had indulged him only because he was the seventh young master. It was foolish that the premature baby actually believed he was worth something, and even learned to bark back like that. Of course, the enraged heir immediately jerked from his place and jumped out of his chair to finally punish this little rascal. But the brother quickly reminded the young man what happens when the seventh master goes berserk. He could easily inform the elder brother, and, judging by everything, then Mao would be in trouble. And as always happens when the elder brother got involved, everyone Mao talked to suddenly turned into corpses floating in the Moon River. Of course, Mao could not risk that, so he immediately sat back down in the chair and clenched his teeth. And Ma Jun was extremely satisfied with his behavior, believing that the heir should have behaved exactly like that from the very beginning. He hoped that he would forever remember the hierarchy in the family and put an end to the pathetic attempts to resist. But the cousin warned, if the boy ever dares to throw something like that away, he will definitely call the older brother, and the consequences were perfectly known to him. Such a declared main character could not wait in the guest house what would happen if the older brother of the master really came here. Immediately after that, Zhao Iso attacked the bastard with his blade, as well as with his phantom threads. After which he pulled the young man to himself. He fell to the ground and choked on how tightly the ropes wrapped around his throat. But the main character did not even let him get up. He also stepped on his face with his boot. The young man himself was glad that the young master had arrived and understood. He arrived just in time. After which he loudly declared that his new assistant was ready to fulfill his duty. At that moment, the frightened Ma Jun tried to tear the threads from his throat, begging Zhao Iso to let him go. But he could no longer breathe. He was literally dying, choking on his own saliva. And this was the point of punishing this scoundrel. He dared to insult his master. Seeing everything that was happening, even Mao himself thought that his servant had lost his mind. He did not understand what was going on here, and demanded that the main character immediately release Ma Jun. However, when he thought about the fact that this idiot might die, honestly, Mao somewhere in his soul even rejoiced. So he didn't even notice himself. He asked Zhao Iso to suppress him a little more. But very soon he already asked, let the boy forget his words and immediately release Ma Jun. Of course, the main character could not disobey the decision of the seventh young master. Because he had to obey, he untied the threads and let Ma Jun breathe full lungs of air. Probably that bastard was stunned that this bastard dared to attack him and do that. He was already about to attack Zhao Iso with his blade when the main character hit him again with a shoe right in the face. Immediately after that, as if nothing had happened, he approached the young master. He needed to make sure that he was okay and not injured anywhere. Of course, Mao noticed that in the situation they found themselves in, Ma Jun looked much more seriously wounded than he himself. And the main character was impressed that even in such a situation the seventh descendant cared more about others than himself. Honestly, he was struck by the generosity of the seventh master. It shone brighter than the full moon. So as an assistant, he was delighted with him. Zhao Iso simply could not understand how the seventh master could be so kind to a person who tried to harm him. Of course, Ma Jun exploded with rage after these words, because he could not understand where Zhao Iso got the idea that he wanted to harm this bastard, the seventh master. Otherwise, the main character could not describe what was happening, because he saw with his own eyes how Ma Jun hit the young master on the head exactly 5 times. The young man's eyesight did not fail him, so the hero had no idea what the cousin was planning until it became clear that Mao could cause harm. Of course, he excused himself by saying it was their family custom. And Zhao Iso went mad because Ma Jun shamelessly admitted this had happened more than once. The vile worm had to pay with his life for such blasphemy. Ma Jun himself was furious about Zhao Iso's antics and demanded an explanation from the seventh young master who this boy was and why some miserable assistant dared to interfere in the affairs of the Ma family. It seemed to him that Zhao Iso did not even realize who he was. The main character knew perfectly well about Ma Jun. He was a member of one of the branches of the Ma family. But he considered him no more than a pathetic 9th-rank ghost one who had never secured an official position. And also, he was a worthless dependent who lived only off the reputation of the Ma family. After that, he gripped Ma Jun's hand more firmly where he held his blade and directed it at the seventh young master. And obviously threatened, because the cousin aimed a sword at one of the young heirs, he would have to lose his hand. Only after this warning did he knock the weapon out of the boy's hands and punch him in the solar plexus. Choking on his own saliva, he immediately flew into the wall behind him. The main character pressed him down, pressed Ma Jun's blade to his neck, and thereby made it clear what would happen next. He also warned, if the cousin valued his life, he should choose his words more carefully when speaking to his master. And honestly speaking, Ma Jun was completely horrified that some pathetic 7th-rank ghost had so much power. Of course, he learned that this man was chosen by the third mistress. Apparently, she was also secretly involved in his training. In any case, whoever this man was, he was clearly a madly dangerous opponent. Ma Jun was almost crying and begged the 7th Lord not to stand like a pillar and to get rid of this madman. He also warned that the Ma family would not sit idly by after being treated like this, and it was unlikely Mao would handle this later. He swore that he would not leave this incident unnoticed. He would report directly to the head of the family as well as to the elder Ma, so they would definitely receive the harshest punishment. Saying all this, he shamelessly pointed his finger directly at the 7th heir. So the main character, without any doubt, grabbed the young man by that very finger. Before it was twisted, he reminded that he had warned about the consequences, and it was Ma Jun's fault for deciding to ignore his words. After that, he slowly, savoring the opponent's pain, broke his finger. He also pressed a sword to his throat because he tried to intimidate the seventh young lord, the adopted son of the supreme leader, an aristocrat, a first-rank ghost, just by the name of the Ma family. Of course, the main character hoped that Ma Jun would remain just as brave and dare to repeat the same words right in front of the cult leader. When the family leader was mentioned, it was probably about Ma Ilsan's second-rank ghost. Zhao Iso could not believe that Ma Jun dared to threaten the seventh lord with such an insignificant figure. This definitely revealed the rebellious intentions of the Ma family regarding the cult leader and the new religion. So he hoped that Ma Jun would not mind if the main character reported everything upstairs. Of course, the immediately frightened cousin began to apologize and explain to Zhao Yizo that he just lost control and did not mean that at all. And the young man could not believe such pathetic and senseless excuses. Moreover, considering that Ma Jun himself admitted, saying he lost control without thinking, the best solution was to prevent an even bigger mistake and cut off his damn talkative tongue right now. And Mi Jun could only beg the seventh lord for mercy. Of course, he made a mistake and drank too much, but he swore he would never cross the line again. So he begged, let Mao at least help him this time. However, the seventh heir himself, more than anyone else, knew that this boy was lying. Of course, when the blade is at the throat, he will beg for mercy in tears. And as soon as the danger passes, he will return to the old ways because he simply cannot resist it. That cruelty was in his blood. But even so, Mao did not have time to do anything, so he ordered his assistant to throw this boy out. And no matter how much the prince was angered by Ma Jun's words, everything he said was true. Moreover, they really would not cope with the consequences. So he ordered the main character to release this boy, and the seventh heir immediately headed for the exit of the guest house. Moreover, before leaving, he warned Zhao Yizo, if they continue to threaten Ma Jun or even do something to him, then most likely the consequence will be the burial of about half the village of Moon River. And having obeyed the master, the main character carried out his order. But grabbing Ma Jun by the scruff, he threw him away and he flew right before Mao's eyes. After that, the boy with all his might slammed his body into the window and broke it through, flying outside directly onto the ground. His friends who came together could only look down fearfully and thank God they were convinced he was still alive. But Zhao Iso, looking at Mao's stunned reaction, had not the slightest idea why the seventh young master was so surprised. After all, he himself ordered the hero to throw the boy, and the main character did as he was told. But looking at Zhao Iso's smile as if nothing had happened, the heir was finally convinced of his complete madness. Of course, Mao meant that the assistant should have let him go himself, not thrown Jake out the window. At that moment, the unfortunate boy's body lay sprawled on the ground after falling from the second or third floor. Zhao Iso was at that time apologizing to the young master for misunderstanding his words, and promised to listen more carefully to orders next time. After that, the main character looked back at the other two yawners. It was long past time for them to leave the stage and ordered them to also pick up their comrade lying outside. Of course, these two had no idea that the assistant was addressing them. But Zhao Iso politely offered to help them get out of the guest house. Immediately, everyone panicked to death and, heading to the exit, fearfully wished the seventh master to have a good time with his new assistant. Finally, when they were left alone, Mao panicked. He thought that this madman clearly did not understand what terrible consequences they would face after such an act. But the hero calmly reminded that he was only fulfilling his duty as a trusted person and assistant. Then Mao reminded this fool that the guy the main hero had just thrown out the window was the right hand of Brother Mason. This meant that Zhao Iso had just touched the heir of the greatest Ma clan, the stronghold of the demonic sect. As was widely known, this guy never forgave those who dared to challenge him. The hero had to realize this, a real slaughter was ahead. The best assassin guild under the patronage of Brother Mason, a whole den of the wildest thugs, was already following the main hero. And all this just to tear him into small bloody pieces. Obviously, these creatures did not respect that fool Majingo, nor anyone else at all. And they would stop at nothing. They would kill the hero in the most terrible way imaginable. So if Zhao Iso wanted to win at least one more day, he needed to immediately flee from the village of Wenhe. It would be better to return to his spies and lie low, or even leave the Tianshan Mountains altogether and disappear where these psychopaths would not find him. Yet Mao did not want to see another person die before his eyes. He was really tired of it in all his bad life. But suddenly, not letting the air move from his place, Zhao Yizhou proposed marriage to the seventh lord. It seems the main character understood. He still needed to prove to the young lord that he was worthy to be his right hand. He decided to bet whether he would survive or not, break free from the slaughter here in Manhwa, or already depart to the other world. But if Zhao Yizhou still won this dispute, then the seventh heir would recognize him as his trusted face. The hero saw no reason for the young prince to refuse this honest deal. Mao was finally convinced that Zhao Yizhou was a true certified psycho. He decided to agree to this crazy deal. After all, if the assistant was so desperately eager to die, even the heir would not be able to stop him. The seventh lord only asked that the hero not cry later, saying that no one warned him about anything. After that, he left, slamming the door behind him, while the main character pondered the impending slaughter. Somewhere at the same time in the dense forest, a man sat on a huge stone and rested. Suddenly a hawk appeared to him, and on its paw it carried a sealed note. It was an order from the boss, who had long been out of contact with the leader. At that moment, behind the elder brother, his younger colleague sneaked up. I saw a hawk. It quickly understood everything. Apparently, today they already had a new prey. Unfortunately, although today they dug through everything and everyone, searched the carts and felt the corpses to the last thread, the bandits did not find anything valuable. The so-called merchants dragged behind them only a pile of worthless junk, and they themselves were as naked as falcons. They didn't even have a penny in their pockets. Therefore, the younger one decided at least to take these people with him as slaves. At least there was a woman with a child. They could get a good price for them if they sold them as goods. And the man, hearing these monstrous words, fell to his knees, not understanding exactly what this scoundrel was talking about. After all, the bandits promised that if the merchants gave them the carts, the robbers would spare their lives. The unfortunate man could not believe that they had committed some sin, since they decided to deal with them this way. However, the young bandits simply pushed the man away, reminding him that they themselves were to blame. They had entered their territory and still wanted to pass without paying the toll. This alone was enough to say goodbye to life. Such a beaten man reminded their caravan had been passing this way for decades. They had no idea that this territory had suddenly passed to the bandits. He was curious, at least when it happened. Why did they miss such an important news? But the bandit calmly explained that this territory became their property from the very moment they liked it. So from today. Of course, the caravan owner immediately noticed that their words sounded like the most ridiculous nonsense. But the robbers went mad because this old man kept arguing, considering that no ransom would be paid for him on the slave market. So, not knowing what to do with him, the younger one decided simply to finish off this vile man so he wouldn't babble unnecessarily anymore. The elder, rising after brief reflection, ordered the brothers to stop idle chatter and prepare to depart. After all, an order had come from the Ma clan. The bandits immediately realized, almost certainly everything was revolving again around the seventh prince. His new assistant had caused another round of trouble. They were ordered to deal with the boy by sunset the next day. But the robbers still did not understand what to do with the people they had captured. Dragging them along would be too exhausting. Of course, they could have left them here and people would have even briefly rejoiced at their unexpected rescue. But the leader of the group, passing by his fighters, immediately ordered all of them to cover their ears. Immediately after this, he thunderously shouted, using the monstrous technique of Lion Rick. Even the most resilient of men literally started to be turned inside out by this deafening sound. In the unfortunate, capillaries burst not only in the head but throughout the body from sound waves piercing their flesh through and through. And the ringleader only mocked these miserable little people. He needed just one of his breaths for them all to die. And this was no surprise. For such worthless worms, it could not be otherwise. This big guy was called sixth in the hierarchy of the demon warriors, Magvi, the demon of sound. The last time he glanced briefly at the corpses, seven at the woman with the child, and the demon of sound ordered his comrades to move out. The time has come to visit their beloved seventh prince and play a little with his new assistant. At the same time, Mao was dreaming of his distant childhood when he was a very little boy. Back then he had friends who, just like him, performed the duties of servants. And so the boy joyfully rushed to his friends to announce the amazing news. The elder brother allowed them to also go to the palace of the seventh prince. Of course, the boys could not believe that Master Mason himself had approved it. Meanwhile, Mao was proud of himself now. He could allow his friends not to sweep those cursed yards, but to live and sing together in the palace of the seventh prince. He hoped his friends were excited. But as soon as Mao saw their dissatisfied and gloomy faces, he was overwhelmed with disappointment. He had tried so hard to get this permission, and the friends were completely discouraged. And the reason was simple: the boys could not go with Mao. Of course, the boy tried to explain to his friends that they should not be afraid of the clan's sideways glances. After all, he had already settled everything. But suddenly the atmosphere became even gloomier when the friends reminded their comrade that he himself should have known the real reason why they could not go with him. It all boiled down to the fact that they had been dead for many years. And those who spoke, the severed heads, repeatedly said that it was the seventh Prince Mao who was to blame for all this. In the end, the heir cried in this terrible nightmare and came to his senses, waking up in his own bed. Everything was as usual, so he quickly realized he had dreamed again of that cursed dream about the past. Mao had not the slightest idea how long it would last, until suddenly he heard the voice of the hero who came to visit the young master. Zhao Iso quickly realized, if the seventh prince woke up screaming, then probably he had a nightmare. But unexpectedly it turned out this way. When the prince himself looked around, to his surprise he did not see the hero nearby. Obviously, the heir had not fully woken up, so he saw a hallucination. Because of this, Mao hurriedly got dressed and went out into the inner courtyard. To his surprise, looking back, he did not notice Zhao Iso anywhere, although usually he should have already been within the prince's domain. The heir remembered the hero's words, how he threw him his fearless pair. Obviously, Mao was now sure. The assistant got scared and still decided to run away. It was not surprising, considering that although Zhao Iso was a member of a secret squad, he still could not have resisted the upcoming massacre. From the very beginning, Mao had nothing to count on, and it was funny to listen to his pompous words about how Zhao Iso would help him achieve success. After all, Mao was nothing more than a scum, and the hero did the right thing by running away. Now he could live long and happily somewhere in a paradise corner. And God willing, he would not get into trouble so as not to die before his time. So, since Zhao Iso was no longer there to keep him constantly tense, Mao decided to go to sleep and then visit the tavern to have a proper rest. Also, the seventh lord decided to take the guys from the Black Dragon to have a good time and enjoy themselves heartily. And suddenly the gate to his house swung wide open with a bang. Of course, at first the prince thought it was Zhao Iso, so a doubt crept into his mind. What was Yunosha doing here when he needed to flee? The heir was already about to reprimand the assistant, who did not understand human words, until he saw exactly who had come to him. Magvi, as the master said, quickly concluded that Zhao Iso was not here. But that was no problem. He had already sent his men all over the village, so finding the young man would be a trifle. Meanwhile, he and his friends could properly meet the seventh prince. After which the demon of sound introduced himself, a person who came on behalf of Boina to deliver a message to the heir. At the same time, the events shift to the hidden pavilion, a branch of Hupe. The one who sat there as the chief had been sorting through endless reports all night and was just about to leave when suddenly another piece of paper was slipped to him, and logically decided to find out from the lady assistant how important the matter was, since she appeared to him at such a late hour. Jegal Sami hurried to explain that she had received a report from number 103 about his entry into the palace of the seventh prince. The girl was leafing through the related documents, but some names written in the papers caused her serious concern. And the very book she brought was about Boina. This name Jegal-san was well known. As he knew, Boina was one of the most terrible killers of the demonic sect. Their leaders and brothers themselves exterminated people with unprecedented merciless cruelty, and their combat skills were at the level of Archidosian masters. Obviously, for ordinary sect members, these ones instilled much greater fear than the sect leader himself. That is why many bloody stories circulated about them. And the most remarkable thing was that once they killed all the servants who accompanied the seventh prince to the palace. Having reviewed the report, Jegal-san clearly recalled that terrible event. It was such a brazen criminal act that Hyoryeondan quickly identified them, but none of Boina were punished. They were simply released from custody. And it all boiled down to the fact that the heir of the Ma clan stood behind them. It was his intrigues that helped the killers avoid deserved punishment. And all this cruelty had one goal: to make the upstart placed in the sect clan understand not to get cocky because of his status. And judging by the fact that no new servant has come to the seventh's palace yet, the warning worked splendidly. Jegal-san immediately understood everything. In other words, number 103, who became the assistant to the 7th prince, could soon become a target for Boina. And even without the brothers, this organization was already destroying masters of the highest level. So Jegal-san was worried. If it came to a clash, agent number 103 would not last a moment and was doomed to a certain death. At this moment, the Boina militants searched literally the entire city. They slowly gathered in its center like a pack of hungry dogs, but each reported the hero could not be found, as if the trail had completely disappeared. Of course, there were suspicions that this scoundrel dared to flee the city. But the killers saw no problem in this, considering how many people were in the city. Surely, someone at least caught a glimpse of this boy recently. After that, one of the bandits showed the prisoners a portrait of this little rat and ordered the people to tell everything they knew about this person to help them in the search. Of course, the killers warned, do not even try to escape. The village was already held in the iron claws of Boina. If even one of them moves, the whole village will drown in blood. Songs will be composed about it. Therefore, the unfortunate ones had to avoid making mistakes and think carefully, and those who give sensible answers will remain safe and unharmed. And if the residents dare to waste their precious time in vain, the killers will start executing the most senseless weaklings one by one, sending them to the other world. For example, one of Boina had already spotted a little girl with whom he could start his bloody crime. This girl simply irritated him unbearably. While the adults talked, she, ill-mannered, just sobbed. And that pitiful, tearful face repelled him so much that he fiercely went wild right before their eyes. Therefore, the scoundrel decided to finish off the girl to begin interrogating the others. But the old man stood up for the child, not understanding how these warriors, being masters of martial arts, could raise a sword against a small defenseless child. But they became even angrier and grabbed him by his clothes, thinking that this old man was the first to ask for death himself, since he did not watch his language. They warned that they could start the killing with him and did not even try to listen to his sane words. Since the man was literally pushing himself towards trouble, the killers decided to hasten the old man's death. If he did not like them touching the girl, then the old man had to die first, and he did not have long left anyway. Other members of Boina were not surprised by how their comrade ended up, although before that Magvi, the elder, had already ordered not to kill without orders. Well, for Boina, accidental killing was a usual and everyday matter. So the comrades decided to just walk around and check the town once more at the end, as a final check. And the old man carefully watched the bandits who were leaving. That was exactly what he was waiting for. The bandit who had changed his views clearly noticed nothing. He was already preparing to finish off the old man as an example. But the man effortlessly snatched the blade from the killer's hands, and then with the same blade pierced his own neck. Only at the last moment did the fighter notice that the old man had a knife in his hands, and the knife was already in his throat. Other residents were shocked when they realized the old man had killed this ruthless bandit with his bare hands. But it turned out, as always, it was a disguised spy Zhao Iso. With a gesture, he ordered the people not to make a sound, so as not to ruin his legendary plan. At that very moment, Jegal-san finally understood what his assistant Jegal-sami was talking about, but the fate of number 103 did not bother him at all. So the old man decided to rest properly. After 2 sleepless nights in a row, he was very exhausted. Of course, Jegal-san was sad that he had aged so quickly after all. In his youth, he could stay awake for 11 whole nights without any fatigue. At that moment, Jegal-sami could not believe that the head of the hidden pavilion would so easily ignore the topic. She asked the gentleman to send reinforcements to 103, or at least to pass him the data about Boina. Number 103 was just one of the agents, but she could not look so indifferently at his inevitable death. Even the elder was impressed by her sentimentality, not understanding why the girl was so concerned about the affairs of number 103. He even suspected that she might be in love with the agent, despite the rules that strictly forbid it. When the girl hastily denied her love, the old man quickly calmed down and explained she had nothing to worry about. What she feared most simply would not happen. Of course, Jegal-sami had to remember Fenlin well. It was about the legendary guild of assassins that for many generations kept the demonic sect in constant fear. As was widely known, that group turned out to be so strong that it could eliminate even the elder of an entire school. Their power echoed everywhere, but those were matters of long past days. Because 10 years ago, they were all completely destroyed by some unknown entity. Moreover, this happened immediately after number 103 was assigned to operate in the demonic section. Obviously, after calculating the time, the girl realized the hero was only 19 years old then, but what Jegal-san said was pure truth. Zhao Iso was incredibly strong, so she had nothing to worry about. If number 103 encountered an enemy, it would not be him who sank into the quagmire, but his opponent. In the end, he killed another peasant and, as if nothing had happened, drowned him in the river so that the corpse would no longer get in his eyes. And this sound was very quickly heard by his comrades. After that, the killers saw a little corpse floating down the river and decided the buddy had indeed punished someone, even though they had asked him to act more cautiously. Only later did the bandits realize that this was not the corpse of the old man their comrade had threatened. And the strangest thing, this corpse looked very much like the body of their friend. Only then did they look over their shoulder and see the very old man their comrade had threatened standing behind them. But not a moment passed when the hero killed these two, crushing their skulls against each other with a crunch. He was incredibly outraged at the killers, who not only roamed in broad daylight but also so easily allowed themselves to be sneaked up on from behind and have their throats cut. Obviously, these idiots did not even know as of, so he would need about the time of a regular meal to finish them all off. At this moment, complete silence reigned in the prince's domains. Manhwa kept playing with the stones, sometimes throwing them up, then catching them with his palm again. But honestly, Mao was already quite tired of this, so he made the sound demon understand. It was time to give the order, no matter where it came from, and get out. So it was clear they were sent to deal with the order from the informant Ma Jun. He immediately rushed with pleas to his elder brother to calm Zhao Isa. But unfortunately, the hero who came from Boina had already disappeared without a trace. Apparently, he was smart and saved his own skin, so he would neither come here again nor show himself to them. So the heir simply asked Manhwa to stop wasting his precious time, deliver the message, and go home. And Manhwa perfectly understood that, judging by the lack of news from the servants, finding the hero would not be easy, although he wanted to bring this boy here before reporting to the seventh lord. In short, the sound demon had two messages. The first boiled down to the prince needing to keep himself under control, and the second, based on the first, was to curb his zeal. Honestly, the prince was even surprised that the sound demon presented the order so solemnly, since it all came down to Mao not needing to stick out to sit quietly below the water and not make noise like grass. He promised to remember these words and drove the killers out of his palace. But this was not the last order from the lord. The sound demon had to capture Zhao Isa and return with his head. And if the hero is not found today, a great fire will accidentally break out in the village. They will not look away whether men, women, children, or old people. This great fire devoured by flames will take the life force of absolutely all inhabitants, one by one. Of course, the prince immediately realized these people were truly mad, ready to cross any boundaries. He tried to calm the bandits because the village was on the lawful territory of the sect leader. No matter how much the massacre tried to arrange something similar, they would not get away unscathed. However, the sound demon reminded that Mao seemed to have completely forgotten about that purge of miserable insects in the palace of the seventh prince. It went flawlessly thanks to the order of the person who was actually behind the massacre. And of course, the prince panicked terribly, realizing that the hero definitely would not appear. The boy had no obligations before him to take reckless risks. Therefore, the seventh lord ordered these people to stop venting their anger for no reason. They needed to calm down. Yet the sound demon calmly explained, the hero must appear in any case so that by pure chance a fire would not break out. Then the killers left to look around the market and fill their stomachs with something tastier. Mao panicked greatly, not knowing what to do to prevent innocent people from dying just like his friends did. And of course, the heir again decided that all this guilt as before lay only on him alone. But the guy could no longer endure this. He had to stop these people, even if he died himself. And suddenly, blocking the passage for the people from Boina, the hero himself returned to the prince's estate. After which Zhao Iso, as if nothing had happened, asked his young master to temper his temper a little. He felt Mao's anger from a kilometer away. But if the young master himself delved into such details, it could harm his majesty. If the seventh prince was irritated by something, the right thing was simply to give the order to the hero. One single word from Mao about killing was enough. Then Zhao Iso would wipe all these people off the face of the earth in an instant. Of course, Mao was in complete shock that the assistant appeared after all. The heir had ordered him to run if he wanted to survive. But the hero did not respond to these words. He simply calmly looked around at the scoundrels who dared to invade the courtyard of the seventh prince. Among them was a stocky boy with a braid. So, the main hero quickly realized who was behind Boina and decided to play his trump card. He knew perfectly well that this person was sixth in the hierarchy of Boina Magvi. Sending him to the vanguard meant playing big. But while the hero tried to recall the nickname of this weirdo, he made Zhao Iso understand. The boy had already miscalculated twice. The Magvi found it hard to believe that the assistant came here alone, and on his own 2 feet, neither beaten nor in chains. After these words, Zhao Iso was convinced that Magvi was as stupid as he looked. In general, the main hero did not expect more from him. He had long since uncovered that the sound demon would come here. Mao is unlikely to believe. The assistant knew that Magvi himself would show up here. It was something impossible. The fighter himself understood that Zhao Iso clearly did not lack talent for the seventh demon. But Magvi warned that the village had long been under the control of his people. So he wanted to know, what trick did the hero pull to get out of there alive and even uninjured? And Zhao Iso almost laughed at the nonsense that Magvi poured right into his face. To come to his workplace, he did not need any tricks. All he did was simply walk past them, and they could not even resist him. So the assistant ended up here. This task was as simple as it could be. However, the hero still could not help but notice. Today there was too much trash on the road, but that still would not stop a real man from fulfilling his duty. After that, he addressed the biggest piece of trash of all that he had encountered on the road today. And through Magvi's insolent words, he was convinced. The rumors that the hero was from the spy department were indeed true, because his brazen speech was not ordinary. At the very least, he could pay tribute to this young man and finish him off completely, without any irony. And also burn down the entire village to ashes, also that the guy who interested him would not be lonely. In the afterlife, he would not be completely alone. After that, the man took a deep breath and shouted at the hero. His subordinates and even the young master himself hastily covered their ears from this piercing scream. But Zhao Iso still stood unmoved, even though Magvi was on fire today and screaming at the top of his lungs. Even his friends and subordinates, whom the scream did not directly affect, found it difficult, so it seemed as if the hero's insides were about to burst. The frightened Mao just kept shouting, demanding that Magvi stop. Because this man was not and would not become his assistant, he even promised he would take no one as an assistant and said aloud this could be relayed to the elder brother. From now on, he would live quieter than a dead mouse, half alive and unnoticed. However, Zhao Iso, having contacted the young master and used sound transmission, made him understand that he should have kept silent and not disgraced himself. Only then did the seventh prince raise his gaze to the hero and realize. He stood there as if nothing was wrong, as if the sound did not harm him at all. But Zhao Iso calmly, with a smile, reminded the master, it was enough to give him just one single order. And only at that moment did the seventh heir understand why Zhao Iso had stood still and not acted until now. But stunned by their behavior, he could not hold back and ordered his assistant to kill those scoundrels to the last one. And the hero accepted this order with a smile and instantly drew his phantom threads, as well as a dagger. If he could, Magvi would have even laughed at his pathetic efforts. He would achieve nothing if he drew his sword at this stage. Sound equipment was the pinnacle of mastery for him. Even the sect leader himself acknowledged it. The seventh demon would hardly manage to even try to resist him. How shocked the man was when the sword tore through his throat and the hero caught his weapon already from the other side of his body. After that, as if nothing had happened, the main character easily tugged at the strings to which his sword was tied. And in a moment, Magvi's head was torn apart as if in half into 2 halves. Of course, all the other members of Boina were horrified when they saw how easily their elder brother was defeated. But they didn't even have time to scream in fear before their bodies were instantly sliced into the tiniest pieces. Zhao Isaj, as if nothing had happened, approached his master. He needed to make sure that he was safe and unharmed. Well, he also did not forget to remind about that deal they made then. So from that moment, he officially became the prince's assistant. After this, the hero extended his hand to the air and helped the seventh master to rise from the ground. He took that hand, looking up in surprise at the madness of his assistant. He had voluntarily decided to become the right hand of a thug even the head of the sect that had adopted him had rejected. But Mao decided to listen to these words, but instead he had to keep his word and make others respect the seventh prince. And the hero understood this perfectly. He promised to fulfill his part of the deal. after which he solemnly swore to the young lord of the sect to make him the next leader. Events shift 2 hours back to the clash of Zhao Iso and Boinya. The frightened leader of the Black Dragon faction fled with his close associates, recalling the proverb, "If you get involved with the spy department, 3 next generations will suffer." And this turned out to be the purest truth. The leader of the Black Dragons could not even imagine that Boinya would crash in at dawn and start spouting such stunning nonsense. It turns out the hero recently appeared to the Black Dragon and explained, "This morning Boinya will come to the village to intimidate the Lord." From these words, it was clear that the Ma clan had started some game again. But Zhao Iso did not explain everything in detail to the leader of the Black Dragon. He simply ordered these guys to run as fast as they could and to report that Boinya threatens the people from the village, and they had to reach their former workplace Hyoryandon. Hyoryandon was also called the Hall of the Tiger and Dragon, part of the sect's higher authority. Hyoryandon was an armed force responsible for order and governance in the Tianshan Mountains. If they appeared, even Boinya, reinforced by the Ma clan, would not dare to rampage. And obviously, the leader of the Black Dragon faction understood that they had to bring the fighters as soon as possible according to the assistant's plan. But before that, exhausted, they decided to rest for at least a few minutes. They had been running since dawn and during all that time had not taken a single sip of water, so Samo felt that he would die sooner than he should. But the leader understood no whining, because if the hero found out about this, it would be the end for all of them, especially considering that Boinya is not some kind of barbecue vendors. If they come, a few wounded won't be the end of it, at least dozens of people from the village will die. But while he was saying this, a man suddenly approached them and asked the travelers to tell more about the battle. The head of the Black Dragon immediately noticed on this man a belt with an embroidered tiger, a black-orange battle robe, and an aura that literally made legs buckle. Moreover, that man was angry because the leader of the Black Dragon faction had left Hyoryandon for the life of a bandit, and he appeared here with such impudence. And while they were supposed to answer his question, is it true that the battle, those inhuman creatures, dared to threaten the people of their sects? The one who asked this was the second demon and the head of the Hyoryandon organization. At that moment, coming to his senses, Mao realized his assistant had taken on a truly serious matter. So looking around the yard with corpses in the courtyard of his estate, he had no idea where to start clearing up this nightmare. But suddenly, when the young man was about to go down the stairs to inspect the mess, he was seized by unbearable, sharp pain in his leg. It seemed he had strained his leg badly, so cramps followed as if he was burning in hell. Zhao Iso barely restrained a smile that broke through the gentleman's behavior, after which he knelt down beside him to start pressing the right point and ease his pain. Obviously not understanding what was happening, the head of Hyoryandon appeared and attacked the hero, treacherously ambushing from behind, because he wanted to punish the one who dared to touch the body of the 7th prince. To the attacker's incredible surprise, Zhao Isu managed to repel this sudden attack. He quickly realized that the guys from the Black Dragon whom he had sent had clearly overdone it. Although he ordered to call the members of Hyoryandon, he never thought that the head himself, Jai Diho, would appear here. After that, the head calmly explained that on the way to the prince's estate, he inspected the village. At first, he received a message that the butchery threatened the innocent people of the sect, but everything turned out to be the opposite. Anyone would say that it was the butchery that was slaughtered by someone, a single man. Worried, he burst into the master's chambers, where corpses also lay as if on display. And obviously, Jai Diho considered the hero to be the culprit of this endless, lawless massacre. And in general, the guy could not say that the man was very wrong, although he warned, he had his own circumstances because of which he acted that way. Even Mao defended the assistant and explained that an unfortunate mistake had occurred. But as soon as the heir tried to stand on his feet to talk normally with the chief, pain once again gripped his entire body. After that, he began rolling on the ground, clutching his injured leg. And honestly, Jai Diho was in complete shock. The body of the 7th prince was stronger than steel. Seeing him writhe in pain was almost impossible. So the chief could not even imagine how badly the young lord was wounded. Therefore, Jai Diho asked the young lord to endure a little longer. He swore by his name that he would immediately deal with that scoundrel Zhao Is and send the 7th prince to the doctor. And the hero, looking at the seriousness of this fighter, realized he was in deep trouble. It seemed like very serious and disgusting trouble. In the end, the hero had to defend himself because killing this fighter was absolutely forbidden. so he tried in every way to slip away from his attacks and dodge the blows. Jai-Ho immediately understood. Although the opponent looked like a trivial matter that could be handled with a single strike, he turned out to be not so simple. Because some weakling simply could not take his fist right in the forehead and still remain intact afterward. So having confirmed that the opponent was not a fool, Jai-Ho became even more interested to find out what this enemy was capable of. The more he attacked the young man, the clearer it became. His abilities were definitely not a coincidence. This person met each of his strikes in the most precise way without any unnecessary expenditure of energy. If the boy relied on brute force, the chief would not be surprised. But this young man was not even 30 yet, and he already mastered flawless technique of the highest level. After this, Jai-Ho decided to test him one last time and attacked the hero head-on with his foot. But Zhao Iso dodged the attack and this surprised his opponent even more. Away Jai-Ho dealt a deadly blow with the true intent to kill, but the main hero slipped away from this attack with impressive ease, using his thunderous energy. So Jai-Ho even had to apologize for his imperfect view and for underestimating a warrior of hero level. So now the leader decided to give him due honor and unleashed his true power in this battle. Observing the incredible might of the enemy, the hero was even surprised the head of Hyeryondan was incredibly strong, inhumanly so. And despite all this, he fought only for the 30th place in the sect hierarchy. Moreover, Zhao Yisu had no choice but to use his thunder technique, which he wanted to save for later. But it won't work. This opponent demanded total commitment even in a single strike. If the assistant makes even the slightest mistake, he will obviously die. But to the hero's deepest shock, he noticed his thunderous energy began to fail. All because of the body's weakness, and the recent slaughter with those freaks from Boina was making itself felt. And through the crack in its core, the forces were on the edge. Therefore, already the next moment the enemy was flying straight at the forehead, using the technique of the tiger's fury fist, an attack from which even a master could die after one strike. And Zhao Iso understood. Due to panic, he missed the moment when he could have dodged. So he tried desperately to figure out what to do in such a critical situation. But the shocking fact was that the 7th Lord stood between his assistant and Jai-Ho, who was rushing into the attack. Of course, at the last moment the leader managed to slow down, and thank God, even the prince remained unharmed. A few painful seconds passed before the prince exhaled with incredible relief, realizing that everyone remained alive and unharmed. But Mao perfectly understood. If the spasm had released him even a moment later, Zhao Iso would probably already be crossing the river of the dead to the other world. After that, the heir also reprimanded Jai-Ho for not at least listening to the person to the end, instead of rushing to finish someone off blindly. The warrior himself was in complete shock that the 7th prince was covering this person, considering that the young lord had shielded him with his own body, ready to take the blow himself. But as if nothing had happened, the prince calmly introduced to his assistant Jai-Ho the leader of the well-known justice squad Hyeryondan. After that, he introduced to Jai-Ho his new personal assistant Zhao Isa, and also the first person he had let into the palace of the 7th prince for a very long time. Soon Jai-Ho learned the true picture of what had happened and examined Magva's body. Judging by the split head, he was killed by a weapon too unusual, so it quickly became clear. In his young years, this boy had already mastered a hidden weapon. But Zhao Iso calmly explained to Jai-Ho that he was not very strong in internal energy from birth. Therefore, he had to learn many small tricks. After all, obviously in the demonic sect with such a delicate body, it would have been incredibly difficult to survive otherwise. The hero Jai-Ho could not call his skill tricks at all because even his fist and foot technique held the fight on equal terms against the young man, and he called it merely pathetic tricks. The more the head of Hyeryondan thought about this young man, the more mysterious he seemed to him. Now Jai-Ho began to understand why the 7th prince allowed this boy to come close to him. Everything was coming together. The hero hoped he would not be accused of using hidden weapons in the clash between sect members, but Jai-Ho knew well that in the Tian Shan Mountains this was common, especially for the safety of the master, so there were no problems at all. However, given the extraordinary seriousness of this matter, the investigation and the report on today's events could not be neglected. This meant that the rumors would reach the Council of Elders as well. Then problems could begin with the Ma clan. The message frightened the heir, but the assistant hastened to say that it suited them perfectly. The hero left living witnesses in the village. so Jai Diho could take them with him, interrogate them, and compile a flawless report. They were supposed to find the main culprit of this attempt to suppress the sect leader's adopted son by force and hold him accountable, and, of course, to extract official apologies and compensation. And although Jai Diho clearly understood what the assistant was aiming for, he warned, it was not as simple as it seemed. But the guy did not agree that Jai Diho should brush off the problem. After all, the hero himself simply did not notice the reasons and difficulties the leader was talking about. The evidence was clear, the circumstances and witnesses were also present. The situation was extremely clear, and if Jai Diho still says it is complicated, then Zhao Isu will have to declare Hyoryeondan incompetent in investigations. This meant that he would have to file an official lawsuit. There would be no other way out, otherwise this story would simply be covered up. Glancing at the tension between these two, the seventh prince intervened. He did not understand why the hero was so stuck on this moment. After all, the heir had no idea what they would do next if the conflict escalated to incredible proportions. So he himself wanted this time for them to just put out the quarrel and live peacefully. But the assistant did not consider it right. If they had already dared to attack him, the matter had to be seen through to the end. Otherwise, these worms who did not know their place will climb again to the seventh master. And the young master could believe next time the methods will be much dirtier and harsher than today. Obviously, the young gentleman did not want this at all, so the matter was closed. Zhao Iso immediately hurried to bow before Jai Diho. After all, now that his master had clearly stated his intentions, he was counting on the leader's help. The hero very much hoped that for the sake of his own reputation and the reputation of Hyoryeondan, he would achieve adherence to the sacred laws of the sect. And honestly, Jai Diho was impressed. This young man was not only a master of martial arts but also had impeccable skills in business and eloquence. And the way he treated the seventh prince, this notorious thug, as if he were a child, was astonishing. From all this, the leader could draw the conclusion that suggested itself. An unusual man appeared in the palace of the seventh prince, and this meant that the Tian Shan mountains would soon become very heated. In the end, the Bod Jai Diho promised to do everything possible within his power. Of course, he could not promise that those above would not try to hush up the matter, but on his part, he would do everything to bring what happened to light. This leader apologized to the seventh young lord for the trouble and promised to send people for cleaning, so the heir had to wait a little. And of course, Mao was wildly embarrassed by such a show of respect from the leader until he promised the prince, as soon as the crime investigation was completed, he would contact him. After which Jai Diho politely said goodbye and immediately disappeared, so his trail instantly went cold. And even during this short measured conversation, the seventh prince was exhausted for the first time, and it was not surprising, given the eventful day these two had today. It was strange that the hero sympathized with the prince, considering that Zhao Iso himself was the instigator of the main commotion. He slaughtered the butcher, and simply in front of the head of Hyoryeondan demanded official apologies from the clan. Mao wondered how Zhao Iso was going to cope with future problems. Surely he had some kind of plan, right? The young man was simply determined to hold on to what they already had, keep it under control, and achieve what they lacked. Of course, for now there were only two of them, but very soon the situation would change. And at that moment, immediately after those words, frightened members of the Black Dragon faction appeared. Their leader hurried to report to the prince and Zhao Iso that they had completed a special mission and quickly returned to report. Of course, they were extremely glad to see that both lords were safe and sound. And the hero barely restrained a satisfied smile, realizing it seemed there were far more than just two of them now. But for today, he suggested closing this matter and sent the seventh prince to rest. After all, the day had truly been exhausting. While disputes raged in the seventh palace, spies closely watched Zhao Iso, whether he was running, fighting, or simply talking, all without pause. Soon this spy returned to the domain of the third princess and reported to her everything that had happened. Of course, she was impressed that Zhao Iso had managed to destroy Magvi the sixth in the hierarchy of Boina and his entire gang. Naraka hurried to explain that according to the reports of the observer assigned to the seventh palace, these reports were accurate. Moreover, Magvi, known as a master of the highest level sound technology, was defeated without much effort and without a long fight. And the first reaction of Sakarina was a bit of surprise. And recalling the young man and their conversation, she knew he had to cope with this trial without any difficulties if his loud words were not empty chatter. But the fact remained a fact: Zhao Iso still accomplished a difficult feat. This meant that she could somehow encourage him and express personal praise for such an impressive result. That very evening, the seventh heir found himself in the pavilion of the drunken immortal, and the greatest mystery for the young man remained: what exactly were Zhao Iso's plans? The assistant promised to take him to the post of the minor sect leader. However, for some incomprehensible reason, the first step toward such a grand goal was visiting an ordinary inn where commoners simply rested. Mao could not understand how this loud banquet with revelry was connected to the title of minor cult leader. And at the very next moment, Lady Chu Hongren herself came out to meet the seventh prince and his assistant. Bowing in a very respectful manner, the beauty explained that by the assistant's order they had mobilized all the resources of the pavilion of the drunken immortal and arranged a luxurious banquet for the village residents. The hostess assured that they tried with all their heart and sincerely hoped that the Lord would approve the completed work. The hero immediately thanked the pavilion owner for her efforts. The girl handled the work even better than he expected. Only now did Mao realize, before him stood the very same legendary beauty he had heard about not long ago. The same inaccessible girl, meeting whom was impossible to buy for any money. Of course, the heir was tormented by curiosity. How exactly did Zhao Yizo manage to meet the girl whom even the highest ranks of the sect could not see, although they carried whole bags of gold? At that time, the main character apologized to Chu Hongren, whom he had been heavily burdening with assignments lately. Surely, her delicate head was already spinning from all these affairs. Fortunately, the beauty at least rejoiced that they had enough people thanks to the workers sent by the assistant himself, so they could finally breathe calmly. The hostess also conveyed that people from the Black Dragon faction were waiting for the hero to finally appear. But at that very moment, they themselves ran up to greet Zhao Yizo. Along with them appeared the entire Black Dragon pack. After that, the whole gang bowed before the hero and the seventh prince in a very respectful greeting. Mao already had accumulated a great many questions. After all, the young man could not understand since when his recent friends began to behave so submissively. The whole point was that after Zhao Yizo personally dealt with the slaughter and even killed Magvi himself, it became absolutely clear. This assistant was definitely not an ordinary mortal. The faction leader literally instantly realized, if this mysterious guy did not take on some matter, it meant there were very weighty reasons. For the leader of the Black Dragon faction, it was as if the heavens had thrown a golden rope of luck in his face in the form of Zhao Yizo. But the most impressive thing was that the leader called the hero his brother despite the fact that he was much younger than him. The head of the Black Dragon immediately explained, in the world of martial arts, age was pure nonsense. Of course, he could call the hero whatever he wanted, for example, older brother or even boss. But the assistant generously let the leader go along with his entire gang, allowing them to enjoy alcohol and have a bit of a grand celebration. And their excessive joy amazed absolutely everyone around. But suddenly, those who had been looking around all the time whispered as soon as they noticed that the seventh prince himself had arrived. All the villagers immediately stopped eating and raised their cups high into the air. They expressed gratitude to the seventh prince. He saved their village from destruction and arranged such a luxurious banquet for them. Of course, Mao found such honors completely incomprehensible. Because of this, the boy did not even know how to behave in such an unusual situation. So Zhao Iso hurried to explain that during the banquet preparations he had seemingly accidentally spread a rumor among the villagers. They said it was a vile and disgusting slander, a treacherous plot of slaughter to intimidate the Lord. Thanks to his lightning-fast decisions, the seventh prince was able to neutralize all the fighters, not without losses, of course. The heir perfectly understood, it was outright lies. All honors should have belonged to the hero himself. But Zhao Iso reminded that there was an ancient custom: the merits of a subordinate glorified his master. Therefore, the assistant asked Mao not to worry about such trifles, but rather to look at the result. Everyone praised him, and it was clear that they were obviously grateful for the arranged banquet and the saving of lives. Glancing at the surprised face with which Mao looked at the people joyfully celebrating, Zhao Iso asked the Lord to remember once and for all, to pacify the hearts of the sect's people was also the highest virtue of the young leader. Of course, this benevolent atmosphere among the inhabitants lasted only temporarily. The seventh prince made quite a few foolish mistakes, becoming famous as an outright scoundrel, so all the karma together would not vanish like smoke. Therefore, from this moment on, Mao had to show the people not senseless pranks, but sincerity, a genuine desire to protect these people with all his strength. And then the hearts of the common residents would turn to him with sincere support, and later this would become the most reliable foundation for him, helping the heir on his thorny path. Honestly, from this spectacle and those words, Mao was even breathless. The boy could not comprehend how much time had passed since he had seen looks filled not with contempt or icy fear, but with sincere expectation and hope. Watching the prince's delight, the hero rejoiced. He had still managed to change the crowd's mood at least a little. Just in case, he mixed among the inhabitants people from the pavilion of the drunken immortal to warm up the mood, and this was by no means in vain. But unfortunately, because of this, the expenses for the feast and payment to the people doubled. And for the hero, this was not a particular problem. He would definitely compensate his expenses at Mao's expense. When he promoted the heir to the position of young leader, he would squeeze out every last drop of money the young man possessed. But that moment was still very far away. Therefore, the main character with a bright smile decided to ask Mao what he thought about it, and then suggested joining the banquet and having a glass of strong alcohol each. At the same time, the assistant could tell him something important that had previously been impossible to explain. But when Zhao Iso started this conversation, to be honest, Mao did not even know how to respond. The young man felt too uncomfortable answering the questions posed by the assistant. The spy curiously inquired why the seventh heir was favored by the sect leader. In this matter, he saw nothing reprehensible after all. Before making plans on how to make Mao the small leader, Zhao Iso, as the assistant, needed to find out how much the young man understood his current position. Therefore, the hero asked Mao, "Do not complicate or twist, just tell everything as it was." Honestly, the boy had never thought about it seriously and decided that maybe the reason was his cool appearance. Obviously, immediately after these words, both fell silent, not knowing what to say. The first to break the silence was the disappointed hero. He explained to Mao as carefully as possible that he did not look that cool at all, yet he still praised the heir for such a wonderful sense of humor. Although, if you think about it well, maybe Mao really answered this question. The answer just turned out to be insufficiently deep to fully capture the essence of the problem. As is known, the sect leader, without the support of clans behind him but possessing astonishing martial arts power, not only destroyed many formidable opponents in the world of martial arts but also, thanks to his renowned wisdom, maintained political order in their cult. It is doubtful that a person who knows, at any moment someone can raise a sword against him, threatening the position of the leader and opposes the most influential clans, would choose adopted sons and daughters relying only on their innate abilities. In the humble opinion of the hero, the system of adopted children in the sect was created to direct the greedy eyes of the great clans in a direction convenient for the leader, namely to the position of the small leader, who inherits the divine technique of the heavenly demon. This fueled the rivalry between the clans, deprived them of the chance to unite and conspire against the authority, and also cut off the very possibility of betrayal. In this context, it became clear why the leader chose Mao as the seventh prince and not the legitimate heir of the Ma family. After all, the Ma clan was already considered the first among the three great clans. If the first of their sons were taken as adopted children, and he became the perfect heir in every respect, the balance in the struggle for the position of the small leader would be hopelessly disrupted. In that case, the rivalry between the clans would lose all meaning. Therefore, they chose a man with sufficient combat potential so that he looked worthy, but with limited origin. Because of this, the Ma clan would not fully support him. Mao was perfect for this role. Thus, the seventh heir had the role of maintaining the balance of power in the sect in such a tense equilibrium as it is now. But in Mao's own eyes, all these political complexities were completely unfounded. Therefore, Zhao Iso had to explain that in the world of backstage intrigues, hiding many calculations behind the scenes under the guise of a simple choice is a completely ordinary thing. Likewise, because of the role the heirs were to take as the minor head, the heavenly demon himself had no attachment to the candidates. They were merely pieces on his chessboard to protect his own position, and this was the ruthless truth of the leader. On the contrary, a simple assistant who intended to use the young man when Mao would become the minor head in the future. He would attach himself to him and rely neither on the heavenly demon nor on the native clan but on the person who brought him to this throne. And Zhao Iso would become that person. But suddenly, as soon as the main character finished his thoughts, he noticed that Mao was still silent. It seemed the young man was seriously pondering the words the assistant had just blurted out to him. Although this was not surprising. Formally, the sect leader was the adoptive father, but as soon as Mao learned, he and all his brothers and sisters were merely pawns in someone else's game. Probably she was struck by this truth because it could truly overturn all those years he spent as the seventh prince. Of course, Zhao Iso thought that a person who had lived a carefree life without shocks could not avoid them. But it seemed that a few days would unsettle him. The heir needed time to carefully consider everything. Finally, at that very moment, Mao understood everything the hero had told him. But the young man even felt joyful because he was chosen as the representative of the Ma clan. The main character sincerely rejoiced that the boy took this news lightly. Therefore, he praised the seventh descendant for clearly grasping his message. And in fact, he did not understand all the subtleties of Mao even for the better, because Zhao Iso did not have to spend precious time comforting him. This meant that from tomorrow, he would be able to continue preparing Mao for promotion to the position of the minor head of the cult. And suddenly, a girl with a slight smile appeared in their chambers and remarked that the gentlemen were having a very loud time. They should have informed her earlier that such a commotion had occurred here, then she would not have decided to come here at such a late hour. But Zhao Iso pretended as if these words even touched him because, as is known, the more guests at the banquet, the better the festive atmosphere. After this, the assistant warmly greeted the master and explained that they had been waiting for her arrival with incredible impatience. As soon as he heard the mention of the master, the seventh prince sprang from his place and could not understand how this man could have ended up here. Then, bowing in a noble salute, she greeted the seventh prince as was fitting. Then she paid due respect and introduced herself, Jin Shan. At that very moment, Saw Karen used sound technology to explain to her brother that many eyes were watching them now, so he should not have caused a commotion. The beauty herself appeared near his assistant as she was passing by. That is why she asked Mao not to bother his head with nonsense and to continue enjoying the banquet. Obviously, the heir himself was incredibly curious about what connected his assistant and sister. If Zhao Iso were an ordinary servant, Saw Hirn would probably have contacted him and even through the seventh prince himself. But it seems the matter was more important than Mao could realize. Yet for some reason, the young man really wanted to sincerely believe that Saw Hirn came here to warn that insolent Zhao Iso so that he would not stick out too much and behave more decently with the young lord. Therefore, the seventh prince smirked maliciously, looking at the assistant, and the main character immediately noticed the heir's gaze was stolen in an instant. At that moment, the master, as if not noticing that the atmosphere had changed, suggested to Zhao Iso to take a little walk together. Obviously, Saw Hirn did not suspect that, despite her skillful disguise, Zhao Iso perfectly knew who she really was. Already in a private conversation, the lady admitted that she was impressed by Zhao Iso's achievements. The assistant not only stopped the massacre attack but also arranged a luxurious banquet feast for the sect's people, a completely unexpected act. Moreover, he demanded apologies from the Saw brothers even through the very leader of Horrendon, and at the very moment when he arranged a firm quarrel with the massacre. However, Zhao Iso, with a slight smile, reminded about his promise to make Mao part of the strongest quartet of heirs within a year. For this, he first needed to wash away the stigma of shame from the seventh prince's name among the common people. Even if the sect's people did not recognize the seventh young lord as a worthy heir, then all the more the sect leader would not recognize this scoundrel. The demand for an apology appeared precisely for this reason, because the insolent creatures dared to challenge the prince's authority and even touch the sect's people under his protection. Such disgusting creatures had to be dealt with without any ceremonies to earn true recognition. The lady was impressed by the eloquence of the young man, an ordinary assistant on duty from the spy sect. For this, she could duly recognize him. Moreover, she could not ignore the fact that everything Zhao Iso had done was done to the best of his ability, and for such merit, he deserved a worthy reward. Obviously, Zhao Iso decided to sniff out what exactly he could request as a reward. Did he have the right to ask for the secret elixir of the sect or some ancient treasury? Fortunately, there was nothing that Saw Hirn could not obtain if the hero was sure the reward was worth such greed. However, as everyone knew, Zhao Iso himself was extremely greedy and could not refuse such a tempting offer. Unfortunately for His Majesty, the time for the reward had not yet come. Nevertheless, the assistant promised the master he would definitely make a request for a reward when something truly valuable and necessary for him appeared. Of course, the princess immediately realized the hero wanted to record this reward as a debt, and this was very cunning on his part. Because of this, appreciating this cleverness, the girl decided to give an important piece of advice in advance. Soon there would be a regular morning reception of the sect leader with his adopted children, starting from the first prince and then in order. So, in half a month, it would be the turn of the seventh heir. The hero knew this perfectly well. Formally, this reception is when the sect leader meets alone with his adopted children over the morning meal. But in reality, it is one of the most important events of the sect. The cult leader evaluates the achievements of his children and gives them guidance. However, this event remained an internal secret. It was not spoken about publicly. And the main hero, as the former seventh demon, had to pretend as if he knew everything. Therefore, he, with all the sincerity he was capable of, showed his surprise at such an event. Sahirn was not surprised because she already knew the seventh prince surely would not have reported this to the new servant. Most likely, the reason was that Mao was simply too embarrassed to talk about it. At that moment, the hero noticed how the face of the third princess suddenly changed. So he became worried. Could it be that his ward, the delinquent, managed to cause some kind of scandal at the sect leader's reception? He wanted to believe that he was overthinking it. For such a scandal, Mao would probably have been beheaded long ago. But the strange thing was that Sahirn ordered the hero under no circumstances to appear at this reception. He could say that he went to closed training, or that he had a leg cramp, find any excuse just to officially refuse to participate in the reception. Otherwise, Sahirn was sure the seventh prince would lose his prince status one way or another this time. And Zhao Iso could only stand in complete stupor and try to understand what this viper-like bastard had done. The next day, the events returned to the palace of the seventh prince. There, the heir was trying to recover from a hangover that nearly killed him. It quickly became clear, finishing that jug of alcohol was the biggest mistake. Mao himself wanted to cleanse his stomach to feel better, but unfortunately nothing worked. Therefore, he was even going to ask the hero to come over and pat him on the back, maybe then he would feel better. And fortunately, the hero, sneaking up from behind, hurried to help his master. Such a slap was so hard that the prince not only did not clear his stomach, he almost spat out his intestines through his mouth. After he landed on the ground, knocked off his feet, the heir screamed like a wounded beast. He clearly wanted to know why the hero had been hitting him on the back since early morning, as if he were crazy. But Zhao Iso was so furious that even when he apologized to the young lord, it was clear he wanted to beat him even harder. But still, the assistant excused himself. It seemed to him that something was stuck in Mao's throat and he wanted to help clear it, but overdid it with force. After that, he began to apologize to the young man to death, already looking extremely scared at that moment. Finally, after the fear he experienced, Mao's nausea disappeared as if by magic. So, kneeling before the prince, the hero demanded the truth from him. Throughout the night, Zhao Iso accumulated many questions. Why did Mao act that way? What was the reason? The assistant wanted to find out where the heir got the courage to ignore all the morning receptions arranged by the sect leader. Under the hero's stern gaze, even this poor fellow panicked, not knowing what to say in his defense. Soon, finding himself at the table, Mao laid out the whole truth under the heavy gaze of the hero. Of course, the hero almost started to hallucinate, but he couldn't believe it. The thing was that every time Mao reached the hall of the heavenly demon on the reception day, he simply couldn't open the door. It was not easy for the heir to admit this right away. It was a disgrace. Of course, if he had known the reason why the doors wouldn't open, he wouldn't have come to the point of ignoring the leader for many years. He himself wanted to find out why this cursed gate never opened before him. As if someone had set up some mischief, no matter how he pushed, pulled, or kicked, all in vain. The door did not budge an inch under the pressure of his body. Here Zhao Iso pondered what kind of door could be that does not open by pushing. Although Mao was not born a genius, the natural strength of his body did not fail him, so the problem was clearly not a lack of strength. If the hero solves this mystery, he will finally be able to understand everything. But the trouble was that less than 2 weeks remained until the reception, and to figure it out, every precious minute had to be saved. So having decided on the first step, the hero abruptly jumped up from the table. After that, he explained to Mao that he urgently needed to leave and asked the young man not to wander anywhere. Instead, the heir was supposed to keep an eye on the palace. Zhao Iso, meanwhile, left to spend some money from his own pocket again. As the name suggests, the Hall of the Heavenly Demon is the abode of the Lord, as well as the center of the Tian Shan Mountains, which spread out on Mount Manhwa, one of the largest and most sinister peaks in the world of martial arts. This hall is surrounded at the back by a huge lake like a sea, and in front by 5 paths that diverge like fingers, where Corendon settled, one of the main forces of the sect, which strictly limits access to all outsiders. Only Corendon, who stands on the middle path, lets those who have been given an invitation by the heavenly demon onto the mountain. But even if one manages to penetrate the mountain, reaching the hall of the heavenly demon is impossible. Because at the foot of this hall lies a blue suspension bridge about 300 steps long, protected by the magical lunar squad, and also 3,000 steps guarded by the strongest warriors of the mountain. They were also called the Heavenly Demon's Detachment. So outsiders not only cannot penetrate there, they won't even learn the exact location of this hall. It was a truly impregnable sanctuary. Obviously, Jegal Jiviron knew perfectly well that this story was probably well known to the hero. So the librarian, with curious suspicion, could not understand what exactly the hero had forgotten here. Moreover, the old man was struck that Zhao Iso turned out to be just as greedy a miser. Everyone had heard that he was literally a money demon, the likes of which the world had never seen. And suddenly, the assistant was offering him such a modest sum of coins for the needed information. But Zhao Iso calmly explained that he did not need to know superficial details about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon at all. The essence itself was important. Because as is known, as soon as the morning reception begins, the 7th prince always returns with another failure. The problem was with that very mysterious door. And the man thought it was a foolish hope to think that an ordinary information trader would know anything about the top-secret Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Zhao Iso was impressed by the acting skills of this merchant, but given his line of work, he simply had to behave that way. From the outside, Jegal Guiron looked like an ordinary information dealer from the Jegal clan, connected to the righteous faction of the sages and living in the demonic sect. But in reality, this elder was one of the secret masters responsible for the main mechanisms and traps of the entire sect. And this was a secret that someone like Zhao Iso, of course, was not supposed to know. So to avoid revealing his true understanding, the hero tried to somehow justify his sudden curiosity. With a disarming smile, he explained that he thought Jegal Guiron, being the reincarnation of the most legendary informant in the world of martial arts, would surely be aware of the secrets of these mysterious doors. Of course, Jegal Guiron was impressed by the hero's cunning such that it could only be compared to the blackest earth. Surely Zhao Iso knew a lot about him, since he spoke about it with such a confident smile. Yet the elder reminded him he could not disclose such information left and right, because revealing this secret was a grave crime, one he did not even want to think about. However, as a regular and generous client, he decided to give the hero one wise piece of advice: to watch what the swarms of flies buzzing around his reputation were saying. Everyone whispered that some 7th demon had become an assistant and had just recently finished off Magua and the entire martial battle, so they managed to spread many different rumors. Of course, the interest of ordinary people in the hero was by no means mere curiosity, rather a caution towards someone who could become the most dangerous enemy in the future. Clearly, Zhao Iso hoped that the old trickster had managed to earn well from information about him. To profit from the hero, Jegal Guiron had to know at least something useful about him, but they only knew that his assistant had a reputation as a maniac obsessed with money. And Jegal Guiron himself could give his regular client sincere advice: not to get involved in unnecessary matters and to sit quietly for a while if he did not want to disappear overnight. From these words, one could conclude Jegal Guiron knows much more about the clients than he says aloud. And since the old man himself gave him this advice so sincerely, the hero could not reject it. However, with feigned sadness, he explained the bag he gave Jegal Guiron was only a deposit for an answer to his inquiry. He wanted to give him a couple more such heavy purses if he liked the information, but there was nothing to be done. The guy could not, so he took back his money and went home. But unexpectedly, Jegal Guiron grabbed his hand with an iron grip and did not let go. After that, the old man quietly and carefully coughed and hinted that he could still tell him something. According to Jegal Guiron's knowledge, the doors of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon check whether a person is worthy of a personal audience with the head of the cult himself. So if a person was truly worthy, they only needed to knock on the door. And then the gates would open by themselves before him. Guiron vividly demonstrated this by spreading his arms. But for the hero, this strange information seemed more like complete nonsense. While the main character was trying in every way to extract at least some normal information, the seventh prince's affairs were proceeding as usual. However, unexpectedly, when the heir went out into the courtyard, he saw many workers. A real construction was underway at his residence. Of course, the prince was extremely curious about what the Black Dragon faction had forgotten in his palace since early morning, at dawn. However, Zhao Aiso asked the lord not to worry about anything, because the workers were simply following orders previously given by his assistant. At that moment, Mao became curious about what his mysterious assistant had planned this time, and also who the man was that he had brought with him. The stranger immediately bowed before the young lord, introducing himself as the owner of a library who was passing by and accidentally came across the hero. Only later did the old man honestly admit in a half-whisper that Zhao Aiso had forcibly dragged him here. It so happened that he took responsibility for repairing the seventh prince's palace, and the spy asked the old acquaintance to stop telling small lies about him. According to his words, Zhao Aiso had already laid out a whole pile of money, so it would be fair if the old trickster fulfilled what he promised. Otherwise, he would return the money to him, and on top of that with huge interest. Watching their noisy quarrel, Mao could not understand at all why he suddenly needed to repair the palace. But Zhao Aiso asked his master not to worry about anything. He did not need to bother with these problems, because the assistant would handle all the issues himself. After that, he ordered the young man to gather all his belongings. A long journey lay ahead of him. Before they set off to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, Zhao Aiso prepared one more important task for the heir, the one they had to settle. At that moment, Shai Dihu was reading another long report in his secluded office. This time, the document concerned the personality of Zhao Aiso. However, it even impressed the leader himself. Although the man understood at first glance that the hero was not ordinary, he still could not imagine that he hid such a terrifying past. The events happened 14 years ago, shortly after the conclusion of the peace treaty between the righteous, neutral, and demonic factions during the period of greatest chaos and change of power. At that time, the sect searching for fresh talents invaded the lands of the righteous and neutral, kidnapping abandoned children or buying them on the black market. They were called external candidates of a special class, and before official acceptance, all of them underwent a special selection that determined their fate in the sect. This cruel process was controlled by the seventh elder and the two-faced demon. They evaluated their abilities. If the talent was recognized as the highest, the candidate received a chance to become the adopted son of a great clan or a disciple of the sect master. And if a worse verdict was given, he was recorded as a wild dog of a lower class. They were used as test subjects for the development of demonic techniques or as cannon fodder thrown onto external battlefields. And among the children who passed that selection was the young Zhao Aiso, just brought from the lands of the righteous faction. But no matter how much the demon's right head examined the boy, he could say only one thing: the young man was too strange. But his evil brother immediately felt the boy had holes in his core. He was just trash that had to be counted among the worst. But the true demon was convinced. The boy's abilities in martial arts surpassed even some designated higher ones. So the two began to ponder how best to deal with this mysterious boy. Ultimately, the final verdict for Zhao Aiso was the worst. So he wandered at the very bottom like one called a wild dog. And by a fortunate coincidence, the master came across him and he became part of counterintelligence. In 10 years, he achieved incredible success, rose to the rank of squad commander. For a wild dog, this was indeed a great success. But still, Zhai Dehu sincerely felt sorry because he still remembered the profound essence of martial arts that the young man showed him in battle. This essence without any doubt surpassed the highest level, reaching excellent. Even the best masters in the world would not be enough to describe his talent. Unfortunately, he was unlucky to be born with those cursed Chuhaiyan holes in his body. It was a problem that no one could handle. Even if the sixth elder, the great healer Poisonous Feed, took on the matter, he would hardly find a solution. The only one who could even hint at the solution is probably the sect leader himself. But still, Ji Deku realized, fate is amazingly generous. Gentlemen, the one endowed only with physical strength and the assistant granted boundless intellect, so in the elder's mind remained only to guess how far these two could go. Of course, first Mao had to succeed at the morning reception with the chief. but Jai Dihu was confident the hero would handle such a matter. But still, Jai Dihu himself considered this young man worthy. At that moment, even before setting off on the long journey, they stopped in a small, secluded clearing so Mao could practice a little. He gathered all his strength and with bare fists rushed to run at the thick tree. But at the last moment, he stopped and did not touch the trees. Honestly, Mao himself was shocked and did not understand why the trick did not work. Zhao Iso sighed heavily again, realizing his ward was hopeless. At first, when Jegal Guiron told the hero that the doors of the Heavenly Demon Hall test worthiness, Zhao Iso brushed off these words as if they were nonsense. But the old trickster was not one to lead people by the nose with information, so the hero could believe at least in the partial truth of this information. So the doors of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon did not open by brute force. After all, if it were a matter of physical strength, the 5th princess and the 6th prince would not have been able to open it, and Mao would not have failed. Then there was only one answer left, another symbol of the warrior's strength, or more precisely, inner energy. The doors of the Heavenly Demon Hall probably tested a person's internal energy. If the hero voiced this out loud, everyone would have decided that he was a real madman, because no one had ever encountered such a mechanism before. But Zhao Iso had already come across similar strange magical barriers 1,000 times, so this was by no means news to him. If you consider that the doors of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon were something like an ancient vault, then there was nothing strange about it. What truly troubled the hero was why Mao, born with the body of the Heavenly Sun, could not open the doors of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Not long ago, he would just swing his fist and his internal energy would flow through the meridians by itself. He could break chips and even thick trees with one strike, yet he still couldn't manage to open ordinary doors. At the very moment this question crept into the hero's mind, he intuitively proposed a hypothesis, and to test it, he gave Mao a special task. He needed, as always, to push his internal energy to break the tree but without touching the tree with his fist. Of course, the boy was initially surprised that Zhao Iso gave him such a simple and obvious task. But the result of this so-called simple task turned out to be a complete failure and disgrace. After countless attempts, the tree still did not yield. Mao became so angry that he struck it with his fists, breaking the tree right near the root. The spy had already fully figured out where the main problem of his protege lay. Mao only roughly drove his internal energy, but did not know how to gather and compress it at all. Indeed, the compression of internal energy is the foundation of foundations for every warrior, which cannot be unknown. And the reason why Mao understood nothing about this at all was that he simply had an incredible body, so there was no need to study such basics. Usually, warriors, in order to control internal energy at their own discretion, first train to control it finely. And in the process naturally learn to compress it. Gradually, they advance further in mastery. But Mao accumulated internal energy simply by breathing, and at the mere desire, the energy flowed as he wished, like an obedient stream. In other words, his two outstanding physical attributes became an insurmountable wall that hindered his own development and growth of mastery. Under such circumstances, Zhao Iso had no choice but to help the boy with his own strength. He had to teach him all the basics of martial arts, even if he had to force Mao to learn in battle and through suffering. Standing before a massive tree, the hero once again patiently explained to Mao that internal energy is not just about rushing it wildly through the body. This young man will never truly surpass the focus power of great masters. He must act with a single thought in his head, not to waste a drop of precious energy. He needs to push his mind to the limit, finally concentrate the energy, and direct it where he wants without any loss. Only then can he break through the enemy standing before him. Eventually, he gathered energy at his fingertips and was able to release a burst of energy. It pierced through the trunk of a wide tree as if with the sharpest blade. Thus, he showed Mao in the smallest details how to act in order to master the release of internal energy. Only a few masters who advanced further in their skill could possess the released energy and control it, drawing out the quintessence of power. Now the hero, holding his fingers ready, controlled the energy swirling like a gentle whirlwind around his body. After that, he launched the attack of the incarnate impulse, and he split the tree as if struck by the strongest storm, the lightning of divine wrath. The tree cracked perfectly into two flawlessly even parts, causing Mao to freeze in astonishment with his mouth wide open. The spy hoped that the master finally understood what true control of internal energy really was. The assistant's incredible skill, he cut through this huge tree with one majestic sweep of his hand, and he split it so cleanly without a single extra branch. The main hero hoped, now that he had so impressed the master with this spectacular move, he would finally realize how worthless and pathetic his own control of internal energy was. Mao truly began to agree with the hero, and he was even forced to admit that in terms of skill level, he was next to Zhao Iso, an utterly useless fool. When Mao, insulted to the limit, was already about to leave and rest from this disgrace, the hero suddenly collapsed unconscious right at his feet as if struck down by an invisible force. And when the heir, scared to death, came to his senses from the shock, he saw a thin stream of scarlet blood was trickling from the young hero's mouth. The boy who lay unconscious was recalling his too distant past. Then he was saying goodbye to his younger brother, who was sobbing bitterly. He did not want to let Zhao Iso go under any circumstances. The brother wanted to go with the young man wherever he went. But the hero knew that would not work. He explained to his brother that he would have to go alone. The road he was heading to was too dangerous, so the younger one must not go there under any circumstances. And Zhao Iso promised that soon other adults would come and take him to a much better place. There he would definitely be fed 3 times a day until full and taught the martial arts that the brothers loved so much. He would live wonderfully and safely, but most importantly, the brother had to obey the adults. Then everything would be fine with him, and soon they would definitely meet again. Since the hero said goodbye to his younger brother, about 14 long years had passed, and during all this endless time, the boy did not keep his promise. He did not return to him. But suddenly the hero came to his senses as soon as a heavy drop of water fell right on his face. After that, he opened his eyes and saw the master standing over him with a huge barrel full of water to the brim. Mao was glad that Zhao Iso had finally come to his senses. He was just about to pour a whole bucket of ice water on him. But for Mao, the bucket was so huge that Zhao Iso would have drowned on the spot rather than come to his senses after such a flood. Also, Zhao Iso, looking around, did not recognize the place where they were, but it was his abandoned mountain hut, which Zhao Iso had once mentioned in passing in a conversation with Mao. According to Zhao Iso's initial plans, they were supposed to live and train here until the very day of the reception with the cult leader. But Zhao Iso was in huge shock. This useless, dull heir managed to easily remember the way here and even dragged him without outside help. The prince was insanely irritated that his assistant took him for a real idiot, but still, he incredibly wanted to find out what had happened to that hero. He was the strongest able to knock down even a master of Magva's level with a single blow, but at the same time, he fainted, barely using his internal energy. And in that battle, which turned into a slaughter, the hero did not use energy at all. Threatening those fools, the magician never missed a chance. So the prince had a disturbing feeling that Zhao Iso might be practicing some strange demonic skill that was destroying his body from within. The hero did not start to justify himself because he understood. For a lower like him to become stronger, he had no choice but to swallow everything indiscriminately: poisons, medicines, forbidden elixirs. What happened to him was a side effect of this practice. In other words, although Zhao Iso seemed like a cool assistant, he was actually quite a damaged product that could fall apart at any moment. So the 7th prince needed to become stronger as soon as possible and not rely on an assistant. He himself did not know when it would overwhelm him, whether he would fall anywhere or even die somewhere on the road from the next attack. Obviously, the gentleman did not like that his assistant was saying such grim and gloomy things. But Zhao Iso interrupted him. He needed to get straight to business. Perhaps Mao himself did not know, but in terms of the amount of energy in the body, the drunken master had long reached the peak of mastery. Only in the skill of controlling that very energy was he worse than a third-rate warrior from a roadside tavern. These words deeply touched the prince. He decided to find out how to fix such a terrible situation. Does he need to repeat something like the technique of the embodying impulse that the hero demonstrated? The spy knew perfectly well that this technique was a true achievement of the masters, and the 7th prince would definitely get to it in time. But it is impossible to reach such a level in just 14 days, and there was no need for that anyway. If the embodied impulse were a condition for entering the hall of the heavenly demon, then the other children, most of whom still opened the door, would not have been able to do so. So their goal was not this technology, but what the hero showed earlier, the level of energy release. And for this, as Zhao Iso has already said, it is not enough to simply roughly drive internal energy through the body. it is necessary to be able to fully control it and compress it to the limit. Therefore, from this moment, Mao will work through proper breathing and control energy without any loss, forcing it to circulate through the body in a perfect rhythm. And only if the boy can reach the great heavenly cycle, fully directing energy through all meridians without any exception, then it will be possible to talk about entering the hall of the heavenly demon. Only this will give him a chance to get there. To the hero's surprise, Mao seemed not to take the upcoming trial seriously, as if there was nothing particularly difficult about it. He assumed that he only needed to circulate internal energy through the body and that would be enough. Such a glaring misunderstanding of the most fundamental already hinted at how long and painful their sessions would be. So tired of explaining with words, the hero ordered the boy to sit in the lotus position. After this, the assistant placed his hands on the boy's shoulders and pondered. Despite his appearance and behavior, Mao was actually the same age as his younger sister. So it is not surprising that Mao from time to time behaved like a capricious child and even reminded him of his brother with his stubbornness. It was because of this that the hero mentally promised the young man that in the remaining 2 weeks he would at least make him into a semblance of a normal person with basic skills. With this imaginary promise, he began to transfer the energy of his body, directing it into the body of the prince himself to show the right path. Somewhere at the same moment, one of the senior fighters continued his exhausting training. While he was training, a servant approached him and decided to find out from the assistant what had been discovered about the insolent guy Zhao Iso. However, unfortunately, the assistants lost his trail as if he had dissolved into the air. All they knew was only that he had left the village of Lunar Light and entered the territory of Horrendon. However, it is obvious, if the people of the slaughterhouse began to turn everything upside down there, it would result in a direct clash with Horrendon. They could not risk provoking a conflict, so they had to postpone the tracking until better times. From this report, the man immediately became extremely clear. Their target was a rather cunning viper, since he guessed to hide under the protection of Horrendon. Therefore, Magvi still did not lose for nothing, and he died by his hand. However, this complement of middle strength did not at all mean that the man would continue to postpone revenge for his younger brother. So the fifth in the hierarchy of the slaughterhouse, the poisonous demon of lust, decided to deal with this insolent one on his own, with his own hands. After that, he whirled out of his mighty bow. His targets were living prisoners. With his own shots, he cold-bloodedly finished one after another. After this, the man sternly promised at all costs he would take the life of that dog assistant Zhao Iso, and if necessary, even the seventh prince who was involved in this whole affair. From the moment Zhao Iso began training with the seventh prince, exactly 13 exhausting days had passed. Zhao Iso sat, leaning his shoulder against the wall in the room, patiently waiting for Mao to finish another training session. But suddenly he brightened up. Mao's 471st attempt finally succeeded. So the hero was eager to find out how the Lord felt after achieving the great heavenly cycle. Honestly, only now did Mao begin to gradually understand what it truly means to control internal energy. Previously, every time he swung his fist in the heat of battle, his energy would boil over, instantly surpassing his will and rushing forward, not giving him time to control the flow. Now the energy obeyed his will, flowing in the right direction with the right rhythm, fully nourishing his strength without loss. It seemed as if for the first time in his life, the energy became one with his body, like an indivisible part of his being. This description fully confirmed the phrase, "It is better to feel once than to hear explanations 100 times." The hero was pleased that Mao finally spoke like a true warrior, not like a foolish child. So now, logically, he had to learn to compress his energy to the limit as well. Checking the state of his body, the prince was confident that he could do what was expected of him as a hero. So without wasting time, Zhao Iso immediately stood up to test his abilities and understand what the current young lord was capable of. At minimum, he needed to give his all so that the very next day he could enter the hall of the heavenly demon and pass the trial. Soon they found themselves near a huge stone boulder. The prince had to break it using the power of his internal energy, without any direct contact. As soon as he received the signal from the hero, he immediately took a combat stance, concentrating all his energy into his fist. Gradually, he squeezed the internal energy to the limit. Then he released it towards the huge stone boulder like a cutting lightning bolt. Finally, through that mighty eruption of energy, a hurricane wind arose, and Zhao Iso continued to watch closely how the stone reacted to this devastating strike. But honestly, seeing the result, Mao did not know what to say about it. The boulder remained completely intact without a single crack, so no matter how you look at it, it was a complete failure and disgrace. The young man, clearly panicking, tried to understand what exactly he had done wrong. He felt that the energy inside him was flowing as it should, carefully gathered it in his fist, but for some reason nothing worked. In the end, like a small spoiled child, he began rolling on the ground, no longer wanting to deal with this cursed energy. It would have been easier to give up becoming a prince and die alone, although, of course, it is better to live as he wants than to bother his head with those endless trainings. While Mao panicked and was hysterical, Zhao Aiso tried to understand the real reason for the failure. It seems the release failed because Mao focused so much on compressing the energy that he wasted the critical moment to release it. Therefore, when he struck, the energy scattered in all directions and could not gather strength at a single point. Of course, for a novice like a prince, it was a forgivable mistake, but what impressed Zhao Aiso the most was how much energy the boy poured into his fist. If he had simply directed that energy as he usually did, the huge boulder would have shattered into tiny chips in seconds. This truth was stunning. The energy of the seventh prince was like a fierce Tian Shan hurricane. Even at his primitive level, Mao would already be able to handle the elders of the martial arts union, and in this, he was second to none. This dealt a blow to the pride of Zhao Aiso himself, although he could never have imagined that he would envy this boy with monstrous talent. Moreover, the seventh prince, who now, looking at the stone, was simply sobbing and insisting that it unfairly did not yield to him. He demanded that the stone admit. From his strike it felt pain, and he hoped that at least inside the mass everything cracked and split. Zhao Aiso was surprised. Such a strong man by birth had his pride twisted sideways after the very first failed strike. So immediately pulling him away from the stone, the hero ordered Mao to stop whining. He was already almost successful. When he learned to gather energy, he needed to understand when to release it in time, keeping energy locked up so there was no sense, like a prisoner in a dungeon. He pulled the boy to a safe distance, and the spy decided to show the true meaning of tactics, compressing energy and releasing it simultaneously in a single stream. When he delivered the first small strike, using just a little internal energy, a small crack appeared on the stone as if from a lightning strike. Zhao Aiso hoped that even though there was very little energy, he would still explain the principle, what is what and how exactly it works. Mao was delighted he understood everything, yet he was still upset with the hero. He did not explain everything clearly from the very beginning. Now the heir was confident he would deliver another strike. This time it would hit, and the victory would be triumphant. Zhao Aiso honestly was impressed by the simplicity of this young master. However, Mao had already overcome the most difficult obstacle, controlling and compressing internal energy. This meant that only a little remained before successful release. Of course, with the prince's clumsiness, he would have to try several more times. However, suddenly the boy pressed into the stance and released a colossal, simply incredible amount of internal energy. Moreover, it was solar internal energy. It made everything around shudder, as if the ground beneath their feet trembled. However, the thing was that Mao, considering himself a genius, understood, or rather, suddenly grasped the very essence of martial arts. The essence was that the more internal energy a person expended, the more powerful their strength became. Relying on this insight, he created his own technique. He decided to call it Dade Kwon, the majestic fist of great power. Eventually, he smashed the stone with full force, and immediately the mineral fragments scattered in all directions, like hail made of stones. The hero remained standing in his place, simply gaping widely in shock. With amazement, he watched as the prince made a perfectly straight tunnel in the huge stone block. The assistant had not the slightest idea how Mao managed to do that in such a short time. But the prince himself was insanely proud of himself and his incredibly powerful, magnificent strike. After which he proudly told the name he gave to his great technique, which he had just created. He expected that Zhao Aiso would be endlessly impressed by his talent and would probably want to learn this technique from such a brilliant master. Although the hero was hardly interested in such games, he still could not help but admit Mao's power was truly terrible and frightening. Ordinary masters of the summit would not even have thought to try to do what Mao had just accomplished in a few seconds. Therefore, the hero asked the prince to repeat his greatest move. The thing was, Zhao Aiso had a hypothesis he wanted to test. Of course, the prince, who was scared, was convinced the hero just wants to learn his technique, so he immediately started to flatter him in advance. But Mao promised he would tell everything to the hero if he asked directly, and since the boy was his only assistant, he would not even charge him for such valuable knowledge. But Zhao Aiso only got angrier and asked the prince to repeat the strike without unnecessary words. The prince was beaming. He was eager to show his monstrous power and the greatness of his technique once again. After this, he stood up in his signature stance to show the secret technique of the brilliant Mao in all its glory. But it was strange that when he tried to raise his hand and strike, he simply fell to the ground, face down into dust and dirt. The hero barely held back laughter, not understanding what had happened to the brilliant Prince Mao and what problem had suddenly befallen him. However, Mao quickly realized something had gone wrong, because there was no internal energy left in his body, not a drop. This was not surprising to those who understood martial arts, because this fool Mao had not thought about the side effects. With just one such punch, he spent all his internal energy, which he had accumulated over many years, in an instant. Of course, the frightened prince had no idea when the hero figured out the essence of his talented energy release technique. However, it was obvious. Zhao Aiso did not even need to be a genius to understand the essence of this trick. But what was striking was this: no one except Mao could repeat such a trick and survive it. And that was the true genius of the seventh prince. Ordinary warriors would never burn all their energy in one breath. Because they intuitively know, if you use energy beyond the limit, the meridians will not hold and will tear in an instant. This can even end in a painful death. And yet, despite all the risk, Mao got away with just a mild fright. Moreover, this internal energy he just released will recover in a mere half-hour of normal breathing. Because this guy, as already said, has the highest meridians granted by the heavens themselves. Well, even despite this gentleman's pitiful state, the hero was impressed by the capabilities of his body. He was pleased that he knew Mao's true level, because any other master would have taken him for a renowned martial arts master of the highest rank. Of course, only on the condition that they did not encounter the seventh prince in his current miserable state, lies in the dust, powerless. Naturally, the prince himself was quite affected by the hero mocking him when he had absolutely nothing left in his body. He was even worried that he might have been infected with demon possession or some curse. But if that were true, he wouldn't be speaking, no, would already be writhing madly from hellish pain in his limbs. But suddenly, reflecting to himself, the hero realized his thunder strike technique converts internal energy into lightning. This meant, theoretically, he could channel even more energy than Mao just did, and much faster. If Zhao Aiso could use the same amount of energy as the seventh prince, then his power would no longer be limited to simple energy release and would reach unprecedented heights. Of course, it was pleasant to speculate what could have been, but it made no sense. With his body riddled with 9 Chuhyang holes, gathering even the minimum energy was a problem. He shouldn't have even dreamed of anything good. It was a waste of time. So, focusing on urgent problems, he asked the prince to stop crying and sitting in the dust, sit up straight, and start breathing properly. His body would easily recover in just half an hour to its former state. After all, as was said, settling more comfortably, Mao simply began to breathe deeply and evenly. But at that very moment, Zhao Aiso literally caught an arrow a couple of centimeters from the Lord's face with a poisonous tip that flickered with a terrifying green light. Of course, the prince was quite frightened when he saw the arrowhead right in front of his face. He immediately realized they were ambushed. But Zhao Aiso apologized to the Lord for not being able to foresee such an outcome. No one in his place had any idea that in the lands of Corendon there would be a rogue who would set an ambush for them. Finally, armed with his flying thread blade, Zhao Aiso began to deflect dozens of arrows flying towards him and towards the young master like a deadly rain. Fortunately, he was lucky. By this moment he had managed to deflect all the arrows, and thank heavens, none hit anyone. But suddenly an arrow flew past him, clinging to the victim. It pierced past the hero's body and rushed straight towards the defenseless Mao. The hero, of course, panicked. He could not have predicted that a master who had mastered the technique of curved shooting using internal energy was hunting them. Since the seventh prince was currently completely unable to take care of himself, all he could do was watch as the arrow swiftly flew straight at him. Zhao Aiso did everything he could in this situation. He let the arrow pierce his hand so that it wouldn't hit the body of the seventh prince. Very soon, due to the depth of the wound, his breathing became heavy and intermittent, and a sinister poison began to spread through the veins and capillaries of his body. It was burning from the inside. Of course, as soon as he recovered a little from the shock, Mao rushed to the assistant to help him somehow. But instead, the hero struck the boy in the chest with force, pressing him deeper into the tunnel carved out in the middle of the stone block. After that, he ordered him to hide as far away as possible and focus on circulating energy for recovery. He absolutely must not show himself until the fight settles down. Mao was very worried because he saw the face of the young master on which the effects of the strongest poison were already showing. The skin was paling and the lips were turning blue. At that moment, the boy himself pulled the arrow out of his hand, gritting his teeth in pain. He was insanely angry because some bastard was hiding like a cowardly rat and shooting arrows from his cover. If this was an honest fighting style, then at least use deadly poison, but you weak paralyzing poison. It was easy to understand from such little things that Zhao Aiso's opponent had very perverse tastes and inclinations, just as he had expected from the very beginning. After that, he calmly, although he did not see the enemy in person, greeted the poisonous demon of lust who was hiding deep in the forest like a predatory beast. The latter was pleasantly surprised that he was exposed so easily. Using sound transmission, poisonous demon honestly admitted, at first he considered the hero's energy complete nonsense and underestimated his capabilities. But he turned out to be much more agile and cunning than expected. Despite the fact that poisonous demon completely disappeared from sight using skillful techniques, the hero still managed to uncover his hideout, although he did not manage to fully evade the attack. And the demon was even more interested in how Zhao Aiso managed to find out who he really was. What trick did the guy use for this? Realizing that the man used only sound transmission, the hero quickly understood. He was not foolish enough to announce his location with a voice to the left and right. So the hero calmly explained, he did not need any special abilities to understand what kind of master of stealth and shooting would deliberately aim around vital points of the body. Moreover, rumors about the disgusting tastes of poisonous demon of lust were well known even to the hero. Every time he carried out the orders of the slaughterhouse, but at the same time kidnapped locals as he pleased. He liked to soak these unfortunate ones with paralyzing poison and turn them into his toys for perverse pleasures. And that arrow he shot was probably intended for his disgusting amusements. Even a massacre, no matter how reckless it seemed, is not foolish enough to create chaos in the lands of Corendon. Yet poisonous demon of lust dared to do it, which means his motivation was probably revenge. Revenge was most likely for Magvi, that criminal whom the hero executed for threats to the Lord, and also the comrade poisonous demon, with whom he had a close kinship like blood relatives. Of course, as soon as he heard how the boy spoke about his younger brother, the poisonous demon of lust exploded with rage. Of course, he was surprised. This boy knew about his connection with Magvi, and even remembered how he was killed. So in the eyes of Demon Zhao, Zhao Aiso was simply a man who asked him to kill him, and the man was not going to refuse this request. Therefore, he immediately threw a handful of arrows into the sky. Right after that, grabbing them one by one, he immediately began to release them one after another at incredible speed. In the end, none of his arrows touched the ground and all of them were shot at the target. The spy, despite the injury, skillfully controlled his flying blade, deflecting all these attacks like a whirlwind of steel. At the same time, the hero, defending himself, calculated the trajectories of the arrow's flight and the sound force that broke the silence from the depths of the forest. And taking all these factors into account, he quickly calculated the enemy's location. Unfortunately, the paralyzing core spread inside him faster than the boy expected. So he had to finish off the enemy as soon as possible, before the sensations dulled even more and the limbs failed. Fortunately, he did not feel the presence of other small foot soldiers of the slaughter, so the hero had to kill the poisonous demon of lust one-on-one. But from the new strike at that moment, the boy barely managed to dodge. The arrow flew right next to his hand, almost piercing it through. He couldn't even imagine that the arrow would come at him from behind, considering that he had precisely calculated where the archer should be standing. Of course, even if the poisonous demon of lust was a master of curved shots, it was still impossible. The trajectory turned out to be too bizarre. Maybe the man just managed to change position lightning fast. So the boy tried to calculate the new direction from which the arrow hit him. Just a moment's delay and another arrow aimed at his chest flew from somewhere in front. And the hero had even more questions then. Where does this cursed demon sit if he can shoot arrows from all possible directions at once? And also because the arrows flew along a curved trajectory, they still kept course toward the hero as if alive. Because of this, it became a bit harder for him. Although the spy deflected all the attacks flying at him, unfortunately, he didn't manage to group himself, and landing on his back on the ground, he fell down without using any falling technique. The demon of lust raged, rejoicing that this little snake finally got caught in his nets like a silly little fish. Immediately after that, he made several more shots at the place where the hero lay, shooting at vital points. The spy was still conscious, analyzing the flight of arrows flying simultaneously from all sides. It seemed as if the opponent used the lightness technique or shot without stopping, moving with incredible speed. No person could move at such speed between extreme points and at the same time demonstrate such precise shooting. Perhaps this poisonous demon was a divine archer of the level of an elder, but as far as Zhao Aiso knew about him, the demon had not reached such a level of skill. Zhao Aiso had only one assumption left, so he also had several ways to deal with these enemies. The inability to throw knives was truly a critical problem for him. Because the arrow hit his right hand, it was already completely numb, as if foreign. The only thing that still obeyed his body flawlessly were his two legs. But even so, the spy was not the type to give up. Therefore, he unleashed his thunder power, understanding that he would have to sweat hard in this fight. Of course, as soon as a bright explosion thundered with lightning, the poisonous demon was quite surprised. After all, on such a clear day it could come from nowhere, not a single cloud in the sky. Obviously, he simply had not heard about the thunder technique that Zhao Aiso used. So when the old man noticed the viper right in front of his face, which he considered already dead, he froze in horror and shock. And Zhao Aiso only smiled, happily pleased that he managed to catch this enemy by surprise. Immediately after that, he attacked him, using his legs still intact after the poison, and struck approximately at the opponent's face. Seeing this skill, the poisonous demon immediately remembered the elder of the martial arts union, who was nicknamed the seven-legged great monk because with one kick he delivered 7 deadly hits. He was a true master of the righteous faction's technique legs. His most powerful strike, the whole essence right now. The hero attacks his demonic enemy with this very strike. Only his attack and the body immediately began to crack at the seams and bleed, as if it was being torn apart from the inside. And the poisonous demon, exhausting his last strength, screamed from the unbearable pain tearing his body apart. Finally, the hero landed. Next to him fell the unconscious body of the demon of lust like a tree cut down at the root. While the bloodied old man lay on the ground, the hero finally managed to exhale and did not understand why this day turned out to be so hard in every sense. But at that very moment, another arrow attack flew at him from behind. Luckily, the boy managed to notice it and deflect it at the last second. Looking at the intensity of all these flying arrows, one could conclude the apprentice was very worried that one of his puppets had already been gotten rid of. By his behavior, the enemy here was literally desperately begging the hero to catch the rest of his accomplices. And the spy decided to fulfill the wish of this arrogant scoundrel, so he also rushed forward at the sound of gunshots. Finally, he saw the second shooter. The demon hiding in the bushes was clearly panicking that this bastard had again managed to reveal where he was hiding. In the end, the hero easily deflected the arrows flying at him with his knees. Moreover, he perfectly deflected an arrow, catching its tip with his foot and changing its flight trajectory. And all this despite the fact that this arrow was charged using the internal energy of the demon of lust himself. Besides everything else, the hero also struck it neatly with the power of his legs and simultaneously with the thunder technique. In the end, the arrow snapped back at the opponent with twice the force. Luckily, at the last moment he managed to duck and did not lose his head, but his bow instantly shattered into pieces. So the man could only panic because he never expected that as soon as they connected with a 7th level ghost assistant, they would encounter a genuine demon of death. Of course, he noticed at the very beginning of the fight the hero was not yet so powerful and fast, but as soon as he suddenly began to radiate lightning energy, even the demon Yadav found it hard to keep up with his movements. Of course, one of the twins of the slaughter suspected that Zhao Aiso defeated Magvi. Not for nothing he had hidden trump cards. Now he was convinced with his own eyes. The hero was far beyond the limits of ordinary talent, a true monster. Looking at the poisoned enemy who surpassed him in everything related to combat, he could say only one thing: he could not possibly win in this clash. The hero admitted that he immediately noticed. The shooting of the guests differed, as did the nature of the internal energy of the arrows. It seemed to him that the poisonous demon came here with someone like his older brother. And he certainly did not expect that the legendary poisonous demon of lust would turn out to be only a twin. In the end, a rather funny picture emerged. While one of the twins distracted the hero with chatter, the other hid in the bushes and shot along an unpredictable trajectory. The tactic was not bad. After all, they really managed to confuse the hero for some time. Of course, Zhao Iso was very attentive and immediately noticed two were shooting, so he changed his battle tactics. He found it hard to imagine that there was at least one more man with the same level of skill and inner energy as him to see through the deception of the first shooter. In such a commotion, most warriors would have already gone to the other world. After all, their shooting strategy was based on the rule, strike in the west by attacking from the east, a classic military trick. Even so, Zhao Iso was surprised. Among the dull thugs from the slaughterhouse, there was one who truly knew how to turn on his brain and build tactics. But Zhao Iso rushed to stop the man. His relative had already gone to the realm of the dead, so his tricks would no longer work and were useless. Yet the hero could not help but thank the man for such an epic spectacle he arranged for him. As a reward for this entertainment, Denny decided to spare the poisonous demon of lust and leave him alive, albeit crippled. Obviously, the enemy himself understood. This guy definitely would not show him mercy out of pure kindness or for any reward. He decided that the guy intended to drag him into some game or trap. But Zhao Iso simply gave him a chance. It was a warning for the future. If the man dared to touch him or the seventh prince again, he had to be ready for harsh consequences. So in the future, it was better for this guy not to cause him any trouble, but to do as he was told, apologize to the seventh prince for the displayed magnanimity. If he decided to twitch and do it his own way, the reckoning would not take long to wait. It would catch up with him moment by moment. The hero realized making a deal with someone like the poisonous demon of lust would be much more profitable than simply killing a minor shooter and gaining even more enemies in the slaughterhouse. Of course, the demon was quite outraged that Zhao Iso perceived him as a small fry and a nobody. But the main hero did not even intend to calm his opponent's ardor. Now he had to realize how fragile his position had become. The relentless determination of the poisonous demon had already cracked, and it was painfully obvious. The villain felt genuine fear when faced face to face with the enemy without his twin. Yet the demon continued to flare up, struggled, and madly insisted on his righteousness, spitting saliva, though he hardly dared to back up his words with action. Burning his opponent with the most contemptuous of all possible looks, Zhao Iso openly challenges him. Let him dare and try to defeat him right here and now. Obviously, just the aura and the expression radiated by the young man made the poisonous demon's confidence melt before his eyes. So the villain immediately dashed back into the thicket of the forest, as if tucking his tail. But at the last moment, the bastard promised the main hero. Sooner or later, they would definitely meet again, and then the demon would personally take Zhao Iso's life. Holding the enemy with his gaze, the hero continued to restrain himself with his last strength, so as not to collapse to the ground right now. Throughout this entire demonstration of power, he poured out every drop of energy to the last. Even at the moment when the young man deflected the opponent's arrow, he did so with the last crumbs of his abilities. His body was already at the limit. And yet, by some miracle, the boy managed to destroy the enemy's bow. Thanks to this, he was able to pull off this awkward spectacle of threats. But if the opponent guesses his true condition and returns, there will be no second chance. So the main hero had only to hold on until the villain retreated far enough. But the young man grew weaker and, falling face down to the ground, lost his last strength. At the last moment, he managed to notice the seventh prince, who was flying to him in fear. Honestly, in his soul, the hero was boiling with indignation. Not so much time had passed since the day he ordered Mao not to leave the shelter. But he couldn't stand it and already jumped up to him. However, the young man could not stay angry at the air for long. He was already losing consciousness, sprawled on the ground. It was clear that Mao fell into real panic when he looked at the pitiful state of his assistant. Understanding that he urgently needed a doctor, the seventh prince began feverishly calling him. Zhao Iso almost did not hear his words but still understood. It was about a doctor, and he was outraged. Less than an hour remained until the morning appointment with the chief. The main hero was fighting so desperately only so that Mao could stand out before his father. Therefore, he ordered, let the boy stop talking nonsense and immediately head to the hall of the heavenly demon. If the young man is even a moment late, the hero will not give him peace until the end of his days. As soon as he uttered these words, the boy closed his eyes and plunged into utter darkness. And the next time he opened them, he found himself in a quiet, peaceful room on a soft bed. The most amazing thing was that all this time Jai was nearby. He was faithfully guarding him. The man with a barely noticeable smile greeted the assistant, whom he had not seen for quite a long time. After which, with the most concerned expression possible, he inquired how the boy was feeling. Zhao Iso immediately sat up on the bed after these words, and the worried Jai Diho quietly asked him to rest a little longer, because, despite the successful treatment, the young man still needed to regain the strength he had spent. But the hero felt completely normal. Moreover, he understood, if Lord Horrendon was before him, then most likely Mao was also nearby, and the main hero wanted to find out if the seventh prince had managed to appear before his father. Of course, the leader was quite surprised by the loyalty of the boy who had barely escaped death and was already worried about the lord. However, this was not so surprising. Everything that happened to Mao directly affected the well-being of the assistant himself. It turned out that as soon as Zhao Iso was delivered to a safe place, Mao set off on his ascent 3,000 steps to the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. So no matter how this trial ended, the news was expected to arrive soon. Right now they were standing at a temporary post just below these countless stairs. At first, the main hero was supposed to be sent to the official Horrendon infirmary, but the decision was influenced by Mao himself. When the seventh prince appeared, he insisted that Master Zhao Iso must go with them, otherwise he himself would not take a step. Because of this direct rebellion, the knights had to forcibly drag the hero up the mountain. The boy barely held back laughter, imagining this scene in his head. It was terrifying even to think what incredible delusion he had invented to make the proud warriors drag him here to this infirmary. But in reality, Jai Diho felt pleasant surprise when he saw how the seventh prince was trying his best for someone. After the young man had lost friends and hearing at the hands of Boina in the past, he never cared about anyone again. And yet, despite this warm atmosphere, Jai Diho had a special request for the hero. He wanted the boy to join the ranks of the Hall of Horrendon. It turned out, while Zhao Iso was unconscious, the leader studied his dossier. There were details about the young man's body, but the man wanted to check it with his own eyes. The protagonist's Danshin really had 9 ruptures. It was hard to believe such a thing existed. However, obviously the boy was extremely dissatisfied that the leader, taking advantage of his helplessness, was inspecting him so brazenly. Yet he could not understand the connection between the state of his Danshin and Jai Diho's offer to join the Hall of Connections. The hero felt that the man pitied him. And indeed, he felt pity for Zhao Iso. After all, the young man's entire potential in martial arts was locked within his unfortunate body. The leader thought there were better places where the boy could invest his gift, since now he was holding a position where death could catch him at any moment. Even the stubbornness with which Zhao Iso lived evoked pity in the man. From the wounds on the hero's body, one could conclude he was attacked by a true master. Jai Diho could confidently assume that it was a participant of the battle just like last time, and such clashes would repeat again and again. Near the battle stood the Ma clan, so as long as Zhao Iso remained a member of the palace's family, his life was held in an endless vicious circle of dangers. But if he became a person under Jai Diho's patronage, everything would change. For just as the Ma clan stood behind the battle, so the entire Horrendon would stand behind the protagonist. The man was even ready to swear by the name of Great Horror that the hero's safety would be guaranteed. Honestly, the boy was impressed that for someone like him, Jai Diho was ready to swear by his own name. It seemed the man overestimated him too much, although he perfectly knew the miserable state of the young man's body. But the head decided that the hero could use his innate gift differently to cultivate disciples or create new martial arts. In any case, his work would be much more honorable than rotting in the palaces. Honestly, Zhao Iso was touched that Jai Diho valued his worthless body so highly, but still, he had to refuse even such a tempting offer. Of course, the leader was curious to know the reason, because if the hero was worried that Mr. Mao would be left alone, the man could help him defend against the butchery. But Zhao Iso hurried to explain that the butchery had absolutely no influence on his decision. Simply, the values the hero aspired to could only be attained alongside the master. But Jai Diho could say no more because it was his personal little secret. Therefore, the young man hastened to apologize to the man for disappointing him with his refusal and went to take care of his master. But it turned out that the leader was not surprised at all after all. This was exactly the kind of response he expected from such an extraordinary youth. At that time, the hero approached the tall mountain where the Hall of the Heavenly Demon was located. But without climbing up, the boy long guessed how his ward was feeling there and whether he was all right. Looking at the mountain on the summit of which stood that very hall, Zhao Iso could not contain his amazement. He had already gathered all the information about the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, but the live spectacle was much more impressive. Between the place where he stood and the hall where Mao was heading, there were at least 3,000 steps. And the power of a single person was felt even here, at such a great distance. The main character felt incredibly sorry that because of the predicament he got into, he never managed to set off with Mao. Even just entering the hall and meeting the current heavenly demon for a spy, that would have been a huge stroke of luck. However, turning 180 degrees, the boy hurried away, because it was believed that dwelling on missed opportunities was the fate of some third-rate warrior. Moreover, he wanted to believe that the seventh prince would still manage the morning meeting. Then the main character would have more than enough chances to break into that hall. But suddenly, right in the middle of the forest, the boy noticed a very suspicious well, and he had no idea how it ended up here at all. Strangely enough, the power of thunder technique responded to this well. So without wasting a moment, the hero immediately jumped in and rushed to the very bottom. Of course, once at the bottom, Zhao Iso regretted that he had fallen for it so easily as soon as he felt the familiar energy of the thunder charge. But now, touching the walls, he felt all this was not in vain. They gave the same charge. On the walls were carved the same secret words of the ancestor, the same as in the original well he had found earlier. These were the words of the one who created the thunder charge technique. This could mean that the well was another place where the creator of the technique once hid or concealed something important. Meanwhile, Mao finally met with his escort, who voiced to him the basic rule. The last time he got a chance to open the gates, there will be no more after this. So the demon throne guardian asked the heir to approach the task with all seriousness. After that, she allowed the gentleman to proceed forward and start opening the doors when he was ready. From afar, the boy felt, behind this gate awaited his adoptive father, patient, unhurried. Moreover, he was extremely serious, as if expecting to be shown the last of the sons this time. At that moment, Mao took a fighting stance, simultaneously replaying in his mind all the words Zhao Iso once told him. Then he explained to the young man that he had collapsed from weakness due to side effects after channeling all his energy into a single strike. But since Mao had come this far, he could no longer strike the assistant with dirt in the face again. This time, the seventh prince decided to control the energy and invest it moderately without excess. The light guardian closely watched all his actions, not averting her gaze from the energy swirling around the air. Honestly, the woman was impressed and understood how radically Mao had changed in just the past year. The young man himself could not believe his true luck. Finally, the gate yielded under the pressure of his strength. They began to slowly unfold, and the young man immediately started to rejoice happily, deciding that he had finally overcome this obstacle and become a true genius. Now he too could, like his older brothers and sister, have a proper breakfast together with his father. The guardian of light, who was watching the reaction of the seventh prince, understood. Today a new miracle had happened. She expected that the heir would return empty-handed again. This one turned out to be even tougher. It showed even more than she could have assumed from him in case of success. The power of Mao's inner energy was not surprising, considering that he was the physical vessel of the heavenly sun, chosen by the cult leader himself. And the fact that the young man fully controlled this energy in his hands and calmly, measuredly released it was a completely different achievement. This meant that the seventh prince, whom everyone had ignored until now, had reached the level of a great limit master. Now the battle for the title of junior leader, which seemed decided in advance, was again hanging by a thread. With these thoughts, the guardian of light's face changed, and when Mao noticed it, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Of course, the woman hastily apologized for stopping the young lord's joy. She stepped closer to explain. The gates of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon would slam shut again immediately after opening, so he literally had a few seconds to slip inside. And even despite the fact that Mao was the vessel of the Heavenly Sun's body, it will be very difficult for him to repeat the same feat. And considering that the council was about to begin, the young man had to hurry, and as soon as these words sounded, the seventh prince rushed forward. After all, no one told the person who opened this door for the first time that it closes so quickly. The boy was insanely angry at the guardian of light because of her silence. The entire titanic effort for this fleeting moment almost went to waste. The guardian, looking at the figure of the heir who was moving away, sincerely congratulated him on ascending to a new level. Bowing in a respectful bow, she only wished the young man a tasty breakfast together with the leader of their cult as a final gesture. As soon as the gates creaked and closed, the boy was left in complete darkness, calling out to the guardian of light for help in fear he was here for the first time. Suddenly, torches flared up one after another on the walls, and the adoptive father noticed that his younger son was too noisy. Since he had dared to come here, he just had to come in and greet his father properly. Mao listened carefully to this voice, which seemed to come from every corner of the corridor. It was not too loud and not too high, but heavy, like the mountain itself. This voice did not give direct orders, but sounded as if it were a divine command. So not even a thought of resistance arose. Only now did the boy truly begin to feel the oppressive, deep demonic energy. This energy overflowed beyond the mountain ridges long before he entered the cave. And finally, having passed through the gates, the young man at last stood before the master of this energy. The white-headed man, the very leader of the heavenly demon cult. And now, with a calm expression, he invited the seventh son to sit. Thus Mao found himself at the long table, and at the opposite end, sitting on the throne, barely boasting, was the heavenly demon Jin Ugwen. Despite this not being their first meeting, the seventh prince still could not believe what he saw. But the whole point was that Jin Ugwen had a youthful face, yet the heavenly demon himself was well over 80. Getting used to this was extremely difficult. Breaking the prolonged silence, Jin Ugwen honestly admitted to Mao that during breakfast with the youngest son he first felt truly new sensations, because he thought this would never happen. Obviously, after these words, the heir felt incredible guilt, so he hurried to apologize for having special circumstances that prevented him from appearing here earlier. And the heavenly demon did not want to hear excuses. If Mao was late until today, it meant he had already exhausted his fate. After this, the man offered the boy food, since during his entire presence at the table he had not once tried any of the dishes served. Of course, the boy immediately grabbed the sticks and started eating in such a way that he was just crunching with both cheeks. Jin Ugwen, watching him, explained that he heard noise behind the door. It was Mao who caused it. Honestly, the energy he unleashed at that moment was impressive, but the seventh prince could never reach that level on his own. That's why the father guessed that either the third elder brother helped the son achieve such mastery, or some benefactor did. And so awkwardly Mao explained that the person who recently became his assistant was grumbling at him a lot, forcing him to work nonstop. Yet the seventh prince understood. The young man was absolutely right, and his instructions were definitely worth following. But as soon as Jin Ugwen heard these words, he immediately ordered the heir to kill this assistant. Mao pretended until the very end that he did not understand what his adoptive father was talking about. But Jin Ugwen calmly explained the benefactor who extends a helping hand in a difficult moment will forever settle in the son's heart as a good person. However, no matter how high Mao rises in the future, it will be difficult to break free from the hands of this benefactor. The longer they spend time together and the more difficulties they overcome together, the deeper the benefactor's hand will penetrate into such depths of his soul that even the seventh prince himself does not suspect. Then this benefactor will become the entity that will sovereignly control all his will and every one of his choices. Jin Ugwen was confident. The usefulness of this assistant ended with the fact that he had already been able to raise Mao to the current level. Now, even if he continues to improve himself, no difficulties should appear for him anymore. So the young man had to find a way to get rid of this assistant as soon as possible. That man decided to put an end to their breakfast. But finally, Jin Ugwen reminded that he gave a gift and set a challenge for all the children who came here. He was waiting for the moment to choose a gift for the seventh prince as well. The bishop poked the boy with his finger right at the gift he wanted to give him. And he did not understand until the very end what it was about, until a sword fell from the ceiling, almost killing him. Glory to the heavens, Mao managed to move away at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost either his head or his manly dignity. Then, having calmed down, the young man carefully examined the blade of pure gold, adorned with red jade and an exquisite depiction of dragon scales on the blade. Only then did the boy realize it was the very same dragon blade that he had pawned at the tavern through his own foolishness. As is known, divine artifacts were called weapons endowed with miraculous power as if forged from the very energy of a deity. Heavenly demon Jin Ugwen gave a divine artifact to each of his 7 adopted children. Their symbolic significance within the cult was so great that they were considered another mark of distinction, confirming the status of the demon's children. For example, the third princess, taking the hieroglyphs of her blades Ice Ocean and Burning Sky, became known as the Ice Fire Blade Master. This shows the level of influence these artifacts had even on the nicknames of their owners. So all the adopted children usually guarded their divine artifacts as if their own lives, since these were their identity documents. Everything except one, the seventh Prince Mao. Now, looking at the sword, the young man could not even remember how many years had passed since the last time he held it. Back then, being drunk, he lost a little at dice and ran out of money. Since the boy hid the blade in that mountain tavern, he had not seen it again. Rumors spread that the seventh prince had gambled away the divine artifact received from the leader. These rumors reached the father's ears, so the sword was confiscated forever. And right now, that very dragon blade was stuck between his legs. Of course, Mao was happy because he believed his father had surely already forgiven his past sins. He had come here and now gladly decided to return this artifact to him. So the heir immediately jumped up and thanked his father, who turned out to be so lenient that he forgave his worthless son. He promised that he would never forget this kindness and care, and would guard the dragon blade as the apple of his eye. As soon as the boy noticed the energy of the Lord, Mao quickly realized something was clearly wrong. The thing was, the man simply doubted whether the seventh heir had already matured enough to truly accept this gift. Sometimes the seventh prince resembled a saucy boat. He wouldn't even be able to hold a cup of wine. And on other days, like today, he was like a lake, one capable of absorbing the night sky. So now, attacking the boy, Jin Ugwin wanted him to show who he really was and reveal to him the true depth of his vessel. Seeing the attack flying at him, Mao felt under his skin. Death was rushing toward him from which there was no escape. And so to survive, he had to use all possible means and fight back. The boy immediately grabbed the blade. It flared brightly with crimson energy, fueled by the master's body. And Jin Ugwin was impressed, because although the seventh prince held the dragon blade at his current level for the first time, he immediately poured his inner energy into it without hesitation. One thing was clear: the benefactor his son was connected to was truly a masterful mentor. He had carved the instincts of this boy, those that had been dulled and humiliated for years, into flawless sharpness. And in the end, the boy managed to even repel the attack of the heavenly demon himself, his adoptive father. Immediately after this, the young man was thrown backward by the blast wave, where he tried to breathe in and out fearfully, still not understanding what sensation had overwhelmed his body. It seemed that until the release of energy and its direction into the blade, he himself controlled everything. And what happened immediately after was clearly not something Mao could have managed on his own. It felt as if the dragon blade itself had revealed itself, protecting its master. Jin Ugwin also understood his seventh son was by no means a fragile sauce-bearer, since the dragon blade, albeit belatedly, still recognized him as its owner. But honestly, the boy had never heard of the blade recognition procedure at all. So Jin Ugwin hurried to explain to his son in simple words. If his vessel was deep enough, the blade could absorb him. And the head wanted to reward his son for this, so he poured him the first cup of alcohol with his own hands. And of course, the son accepted this wine with the highest pride, after which he smiled and thanked for everything. Although he did not know whether it happened because the wine was from his father's hands or for some other reason, it tasted simply incredible. Jin Ugwin, watching the boy, realized the son turned out to be much more skilled in handling internal energy than he expected. So he quickly realized, most likely, this was also the merit of that very benefactor. But Mao hurried to explain that it was not only about energy overall. He had learned many things from his assistant. So the prince was confident the future hero could still teach him a lot. Therefore, the heir believed it was too early to kill the assistant. So he asked his father to trust him and delay his order a little. But Jin Ugwin perfectly understood the real reason his younger son had already become strongly attached to his benefactor. It was not very pleasant for him to see this, but still, the head decided to give the young man a chance. He wanted him to prove at the next meeting that Zhao Aiso was really worth keeping close for longer. Of course, Mao was completely confused when he heard about the next trial. That was the point: to deflect a strike identical to the previous one. But next time, survive one way or another without a blade, relying only on his own strength. Naturally, next time the young man would face not a cup of wine, but the desert wind of the heavenly demon. Diving into his thoughts, Mao quickly realized, Most likely the desert wind was a technique where the released internal energy is focused at one point and then unleashed. And the heavenly demon wanted him to block this already powerful attack, created by his own father's hands. Seeing this uncertainty, Jin Ugwin hurried to calm Mao because if Zhao Iso was really as valuable as the young man assumed, the assistant would definitely suggest a way to handle this task. If not, the assistant would have to pay for exhausting his own usefulness. But before this happens, he, as a father, still has to take care of his own child's body. All that Mao could do was just remain stunned and silent, not understanding why this cult was reduced only to death and killings. At this time, the hero was climbing the 3-flight stairs. As he had suspected, those secret signs he found in the well were not there for nothing. When he pressed the stones in the well wall in the specified order, a hidden passage opened. Undoubtedly, this was a place of the same kind as his Hall of the Heavenly Demon, a creation of a master of mechanical traps. But the difference was that in this well, the hidden room turned out to be much more grandiose than the one he had found earlier. Finally, the hero came across another locked door. Something was wrong, there was no presence felt behind it. Of course, on this basis alone, safety could not be guaranteed, so the main hero became cautious. Still, he decided to enter. Hardly can one call a spy someone who keeps secrets right under their nose and returns empty-handed. He pulled the door towards himself and, by the way, apologized to his predecessor for breaking into his abode without permission. However, what was inside truly amazed the imagination. In the spacious hall, there were not just one door lurking, but a whole bunch of the same sealed ones. The hero called them demonic walls. But these demonic walls were much smaller in size than those he had encountered before. Also, the pattern carved on the demonic walls of his hall, and these were almost identical. In this long corridor, he counted 5 such walls. Their construction was exactly the same, they could not be opened by force alone. Therefore, the way to open the wall was also the same, so the hero prepared, stepped back and was about to attack. But to his surprise, finally the doors began to open. He had enough strength to overcome them. Soon, with one burst of his energy, he was able to open all 5 doors at once. But from the assistant's mouth, apparently, blood flowed. Yet, because demonic walls can absorb internal energy, his losses turned out to be much greater. But the young man could accept this because he did not waste his strength in vain. And considering how much was hidden in those rooms, he understood the energy was not spent in vain. At first glance, it was clear the weapons and armor lying here were of unknown origin, but they radiated such an aura that it took one's breath away. This meant that each of these weapons was worthy to become a family relic of some clan, a true masterpiece. Also, in one of the rooms there were many elixirs and herbs, probably no worse than precious treasures. There was a department with manuscripts of secret martial arts techniques, and every book was priceless. In other words, this place itself was a gigantic treasury. And obviously, the hero, in love with everything associated with the clinking of coins, instantly recognized this place as his own little precious hall of the Heavenly Demon No. 2. Whoever was the creator of this place, the hero was immensely grateful to his predecessor. He was going to use this gift to live in warmth and plenty until the end of his life. But suddenly the young man noticed the door behind him had closed. Obviously, they were made to close after some time. He was troubled by only one thing: to use internal energy and open it again. It turned out to be quite difficult. But he was not going to go back now. There was no way to immediately take all these treasures with him anyway. So he had no choice but to move forward to one of the open doors. But strangely, as soon as he opened the door and walked down the dark corridor, he found himself in another one. Fortunately, the atmosphere in this corridor was noticeably different from those spaces where there was no hint of human presence so far. It would be impossible to keep this corridor clean without the daily presence of people. It turns out he ended up in a completely different place. And the space through which he passed was a secret passage, created to secretly penetrate this corridor or as a path for escape. However, the hero had many questions, like what kind of place this was and what it was. Suddenly, he felt such energy as if his body was sliced into countless tiny parts in an instant. Of course, the boy immediately rushed back, trying to understand what he had just felt, a hallucination or a mirage. But from how fear spread through his body, it was clear this was definitely not some kind of magic. It was only the power of a warrior, the person standing before him. His will was so sharp that it itself, without outside help, turned into a blade ready at any moment to slice him. Only the presence of this person could cause a gigantic pressure at the level of the greatest demon. Of those who reached this level, the hero knew only one. In all the heavenly mountains, there was only one person. It was the heavenly demon. As soon as he saw the boy, he immediately demanded that he confess what he had forgotten here. As was widely known, the heavenly demon sat on the throne over tens of thousands of his followers, the one and only absolute ruler. Only the chosen had the honor to look at him. Mostly these were high ranks, and for most people he was an object of worship. The face of such a demon even those miserable followers, like the hero, could see only from afar at one single irregular sunset. Spies captured by the counterintelligence squad were brought there. The heavenly demon personally gathered their lives. He absorbed their energy and appropriated it for himself. This was called the purification ceremony, and at the same time it was a demonstration of the demon's power, intended to establish and strengthen discipline in the cult. The hero stood at the very end of the line. Every time he saw this scene, he looked at the demon from such a distance that he seemed like a tiny dot. Back then he still understood this man was the one who invaded the Central Plains 30 years ago, became the main enemy of the martial arts world, and unleashed the war of the righteous against the demons. And for them, the younger brothers who lost their parents in that war, this man was a sworn enemy. And so Zhao Iso knew from the very beginning, one day he must overthrow this source of all evil. And now this man stood right in front of the hero himself. And obviously Zhao Iso was thinking about only one thing: how to act in order to destroy this enemy. Obviously there were about 10 steps between him and the demon now. The chance that any of his tricks from such a distance would reach the heavenly demon was 0. Not even 1/100%. At Zhao Iso's current level, he was incapable of doing anything against this man. At that moment, watching the young man, the heavenly demon realized only something foreign was spinning in his head. That is why he struck, forcing the boy to confess who he was and how he dared to behave so insolently. The attack the man launched was well known to the hero. It was the desert wind of the demon. What impressed the opponent most was that the hero was able to avoid even his attacks. He used thunder energy with an incredibly interesting skill, so even Jin Ugwin was surprised. Yet the Lord believed the young man who controlled such a curious power should at least try to resist it. But he only managed to dodge the blow and immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. However, the hero perfectly understood the Lord of the world of martial arts had no weak points, so such a worthless person as he could not even try to resist. Even if he found some breach in the defense of the heavenly demon, in reality it would be his indirect path to the abyss that His Highness had prepared for him. Honestly, hearing these humble words, Jin Ugwin finally realized why his 7th son valued Zhao Iso's assistance so highly. Of course, the hero was impressed that the man immediately understood who he was. After all, according to Zhao Iso, the heavenly demon was indifferent to adopted children, but it seemed the man still had an observant eye. And the hero was incredibly curious to what extent had this man managed to sniff out in him. At that moment, he gently placed his hand on the young man's body and realized that his internal energy was incredibly murky. He sincerely felt sorry for this boy. His mind had already reached the limits of martial arts, but his body could not keep up. It seemed the young man was very upset and insecure because of this. Well, Jin Ugwin knew his 7th child was in irrevocable debt to Zhao Iso. As a father, he could not leave it unaccounted for. So the chief asked the hero to make a wish and he will fulfill everything within his power. Honestly, Zhao Iso was impressed by the unexpectedly warm tone of the heavenly demon. Maybe he was a bit kind to him because the hero was Mao's assistant. Even so, this attitude was too far from what the main character knew, so he decided the heavenly demon has started another test. Leaning even lower, the assistant made it clear that he did not deserve the right to ask the ruler of the world of martial arts for anything. All the follower could do was read after the leader like the sky, hold to his words, and fulfill his duty. Why should he ask for a reward? The hero asked Jin Ugwin to take back his words. And the man was struck by the fact that before him stood such a sincerely devoted follower. Since he wanted nothing, he had to die. And immediately after these words, the heavenly demon began to press him with his monstrous energy. It all came down to the fact that the man simply did not believe those people who had no desires. After all, the absence of desire meant the person had nothing to regret, and this was equivalent to disobedience, where there was not even a shadow of submission. So far, he had not left a single such scoundrel alive. Thus, the hero had one last chance to confess what he really wanted, but without lies because it was pointless. The lifetime of Jin Ugwin would have been enough to recognize any lie. the boy had to name what he wanted to achieve even at the cost of his life. If he did not want the floor he was now looking at to become the last thing he would see in life. Feeling this oppressive murderous aura, it was foolish to think that the heavenly demon was joking. To survive, the hero had to say at least something. But Zhao Iso had no idea what exactly he desired even at the cost of his own life. The only thing that came to his mind was that he wanted to fix his cursed body with 9 holes all his life, and the hero begged the heavenly demon to help him with this. But this man perfectly understood. Asking to heal a body with 9 holes was the same as demanding sight from a blind man. It was literally a request to go against the will of the heavens from the very first meeting, but Jin Ugwen's audacity was liked. Yet he still believed that Zhao Iso, as a person who was going to continue protecting his child, had to be very ambitious. Moreover, now that the hero finally gave an answer, the heavenly demon could give him a gift. Immediately after this, he began to pour energy into the young man, the one the body had stored within itself. And immediately the boy was seized by strong convulsions all over his body. Looking at this, Jin Ugwen explained that he had breathed his demonic energy into him. Within a month, the boy had to capture this energy and make it his own, then he would naturally find the key to healing his body. Of course, if the boy failed within a month, he would die unable to bear the burden of this load. So he could perceive this as a heavenly punishment for penetrating the hall of the heavenly demon. After that, the leader left, asking the hero to be ready for any consequences. However, if he truly wished to outrun his own fate, it would not be difficult for him to take back his demonic energy. But the most amazing thing was that when the boy regained consciousness after losing it, he found himself outside near a small campfire. Next to him sat Mao, who did not understand what Zhao Iso was doing, and he felt embarrassed. This was not the first time the assistant had fainted before his master. Of course, Zhao Iso was shocked when he saw the silhouette of the prince before him. He needed to know what had happened after all. He had been in the hall of the heavenly demon together with the cult leader. Even more questions were in Mao himself. He was curious about what this fool had done. Just a few hours ago, Mao, sitting in the hall of the heavenly demon, focused on the circulation of energy after meeting with his father. So many different things happened that he just lacked the internal energy to open the door. And then his father carried the boy out from inside the hall itself. It was not easy to convey the fear the prince felt at that moment. Throwing a scorching glance at him, Jin Ugwen ordered to take the assistant away, opened the door, slung the hero Mao over his shoulder, and drove them out. Of course, Zhao Iso was surprised. The leader personally opened the door, so he decided to find out are there other doors in the heavenly hall. But the heir stressed did not think about this. When he entered the heavenly hall, the bright guard was waiting there. When he left, no one was there. And now for the prince, this was not the most important question. He wanted to know how Zhao Iso got into the demon hall at all and what connected the boy with the cult leader. The hero, without answering, pondered the bright guard known for his impenetrability. This position was the demon's right hand, which he used with the greatest favor. Such a person could not just leave the post unchanged. If it happened, it meant it was the will of the heavenly demon, nothing more. Moreover, the forest where they were now was quite far from Hyeryongdan, where he trained Mao. Obviously, if they found out in Hyeryongdan that Zhao Iso secretly infiltrated the hall, he would no longer be alive. Therefore, the heavenly demon simply did not report about him. Probably the man meant the hero would have to try very hard to repay for keeping this situation a secret. But the time had come to answer the question that troubled the seventh lord, so the hero hurried to explain. He found the door, opened it, and went inside. Yet the seventh lord only grew angrier. Since Zhao Iso was going to the hall of the heavenly demon anyway, he could have come earlier and helped the boy. He was nearly blown to pieces with the very same cup from which he later drank wine. Soon Mao told the hero the whole situation that had happened between him and his father. The main hero immediately understood what trial the head had arranged for his younger son, and as a reward, he gave back the sword that he had lost. After which Mao proudly showed his dragon blade. Through it he had almost been sent to the other world. Of course, the seventh prince was confident. He had passed the head's trial only because he was a true genius. If he had been some weakling like Zhao Iso, he would have long ago crossed the river of ghosts. Zhao Iso was surprised that this was the only gift for the seventh prince and was still trying to find hidden meanings in it. As a spy, he heard at the morning council. The leader told all the children that the doors to the hall had been opened and they had come out and handed out gifts. To the first prince he gave the greatest elixir, just a drop, which cured demon possession and allowed internal energy to grow by several cycles. Jade Dew. To the second prince, who was considered unquestionably the best in fist style, he gave the technique of the Lord's Elbow. To the third princess, known for her demonic art of movement, he gave the Phantom Step. And the rest of the princes and princesses also received equivalent elixirs or techniques. But according to the gentleman, he was simply returned the confiscated artifact, so the hero felt that this was already too much. Of course, the prince immediately stood up from that nonsense he heard from the assistant and reminded, his blade is not some pathetic trifle to be humiliated like that, otherwise he could have taken offense. Apparently, the hero simply did not know, due to his naivety, how great his dragon blade was. He decided to demonstrate it. He drew it from the sheath and breathed some of his energy into it. And wildfire began to burst from it. With this very sword, the air kindled a fire in a second, and if it weren't for this blade, Zhao Aiso would have long since died of cold. Zhao Aiso could no longer believe in his soul. The prince decided to use the divine artifact to kindle a fire. Such stupidity had to be thought of. But in reality, the return of the blade was a good achievement. The very fact of owning the artifact is an unlimited pass anywhere within the cult. This significantly expanded a person's freedom of action. If used wisely, planning further would become much easier. And the hero still lacked something. The fact that Mao had energy was, of course, wonderful, but without supporting technology, it was no more than a trick. So Zhao Aiso wanted to know what the heavenly demon Jin Ugwen intended to do with his son. But at that very moment, the gentleman raised his blade and unexpectedly rushed to attack the assistant, who was calmly resting on the grass. As soon as he managed to retreat, the boy immediately looked at the Lord with interest to understand what had happened to the master. He decided that perhaps because he had somewhat neglected the blade, the master misunderstood it and became very angry. But at that moment, coming to his senses, the frightened prince ordered the hero to run as far away as possible, because he no longer felt his own body. He did not know why, but still the dragon blade began to move on its own. And from the very beginning, it seemed to completely hate the hero. Unwillingly, the prince still continued to attack, screaming in fear and believing that some demon had possessed him. And Zhao Aiso found it difficult to answer the question of what exactly was happening, but he definitely knew no demon had anything to do with it here. Yet despite everything, he clearly felt something incredible would burst out with this blade. Sometimes light, smooth movements, sometimes heavy, chopping strikes. Sometimes they surged like a wave, sometimes they swirled like the wind, breaking all perception. It was literally unfathomable fencing. Strength, weight, speed changes all the laws of the sword path in perfect harmony. So it could be said that Mao was now showing the highest martial art. Apparently, the seventh prince had never possessed such powers, and that meant one thing: the matter was in the blade. While Jin Ugwen pondered this, the seventh prince himself was literally screeching like a frightened girl, demanding that the hero flee immediately, because Mao could not stop the blade that had broken free from his control. But the main hero had no intention of running away. Instead, the entire attack fell directly on him as if an invisible force was attracting the strike. And at the place where the young man stood, an incredibly powerful burst of energy rose. Immediately after this, thick clouds of dust rose from the ground, enveloping everything around in an impenetrable veil. Watching this disaster, Mao could only desperately hope that Zhao Aiso was unharmed. The seventh prince begged him to respond, his voice breaking with panic. But it turned out that the hero was safe and unharmed. At the last moment, he disappeared using his thunder technique, then swiftly rolled closer to the Lord and raised his hand for a strike. The boy asked the air to endure this unpleasant torment a little longer. Immediately after these words, he sharply pushed Mao away and threw him aside. The seventh prince, from the pain that pierced his whole body, involuntarily dropped the sword he was holding. And looking at the blade lying on the ground, Zhao Aiso could say with full confidence, the old man Jin Ugwen gave a too prickly gift and hidden problems were concealed within it. As is known, some weapons surpass a simple piece of metal. Having lived many years as an extension of the fighter's body, it often merges with the very soul of its owner. In such a weapon, even after its owner leaves it, his will and skill are deeply ingrained and sometimes passed on to the next generation. Such a blade does not simply wield its master, it itself holds the owner, presenting a truly amazing spectacle. Exactly the same as what just happened to Mao. He was sitting on the ground and suffering from incredible shame. Zhao Iso patiently explained to the heir that the leader's gift was not limited to the dragon blade. The will of the ancestor awakened at the moment when the blade filled with energy was the highest art of the sword, imprisoned within it, and this very art of the sword was the greatest gift for the seventh prince. Of course, it was very generous of Jin Ugwen, as the skill of such a level invested in the blade was in no way inferior to that used by other adopted children. But this was only fair on the condition that the Lord fully masters the art of this sword, subjugating it to his will. Therefore, the main character gave the blade to the young man again. But for now, he did not give permission. Mao absolutely could not fill the dragon blade with internal energy without permission. Zhao Iso hoped that explaining the reason for such caution to the seventh prince was unnecessary. After all, he himself knew everything perfectly well after that incident. But the heir still had no opportunity to focus on the art of the sword right now, so he simply did not intend to use it anytime soon. The boy immediately explained that in the next trial he needed to survive without the dragon blade, relying only on his own strength. After that, he awkwardly added, "In a month the prince must try to cope with the father's desert wind." Honestly, hearing these words, Zhao Iso almost went mad with fear. Even the main hero, despite the thunderous discharge, could only dodge this attack, barely saving his life. And at the same time, Jin Ugwen ordered Mao to do something with her and without his divine artifact, which would at least give some tiny chances. The seventh prince had no idea what the heavenly demon had planned, but if he failed the task, he would simply die. And after that, the heavenly demon would find Zhao Iso as well and kill him too. The man explained he would execute the assistant for the fault of selflessness or something like that. Only from the hero's face could one understand they had again fallen into another impossibly difficult situation, so Mao had not the slightest idea how best to act in these circumstances. But Zhao Iso perfectly understood they simply had no other answer except to dedicate the rest of the month to persistent training. After all, for the seventh prince, this was the only way to survive, not only for the master but also for the hero himself, in whose body now lived a fragment of the heavenly demon's own energy, which he needed to accept and master. And returning to the exit, the boy first suggested returning home as soon as possible. After all, by this moment, the perfect place for the heir's training should already be ready right in his palace. When these two returned to the estate, the leader of the Black Dragon's faction ran out to meet them with incredible enthusiasm and greeted the hero and the seventh prince, boastfully declaring that they had just finished tidying up. After that, the gang members began praising Mao for the long journey he had overcome and joyfully welcomed brother Zhao Iso. The seventh prince himself, without responding to the greetings, looked around in shock at the changes that had occurred in just about a month and a half. His own castle seemed to have doubled in size. The walls had turned into incredibly thick fortifications, and the heir could hardly believe it. This was the same seventh from the small palaces where he had lived before. The hero sincerely praised the leader of the Black Dragons. After all, the work done looked truly solid and impressive, contrary to all expectations. The leader explained, fulfilling the request of the brother himself was a trifle for them, and none of them had had to work so hard in a long time. They had even forgotten what it was like to roam the courtyards and take on dirty work, so they were glad they could finally try the taste of honest labor. But the leader of the Black Dragon faction very cautiously hinted to the hero that he might say a few good words about them in front of the master, hoping for his favor. And Zhao Iso, of course, promised that at the very first meeting he would recommend the Black Dragon faction. He would also ask the mentor if he wanted to use the guys for various dirty jobs. Although these guys had made a lot of mistakes in their short lives, they were not complete scoundrels. They could actually be useful. As soon as the hero congratulated the members of the Black Dragons, he returned to the master to ask about his impressions of what he had seen. And he was sincerely convinced Master Jegal Gwyern was truly worthy of all the praise that had been said about him. And Mao at first was sure he was some kind of freak because he came from the Heavenly Mountains and even bore the surname Jegal. But what embarrassed the seventh prince the most was that now they had no gates. It felt as if any passing merchant or poor beggar could enter his estate without hindrance. Of course, the members of the Black Dragon hurried to explain that it is not so easy to get inside the heir's domain, but the main character challenged the seventh prince, suggesting that he pass through as easily as it seems at first glance. And just as Mao took his first steps in the passage, dozens of traps crawled out of the walls and attacked the young man from all sides. These attacks rained down as if from a clear sky and came from everywhere, almost from the ceiling and the floor at the same time. Eventually, unable to withstand the pressure of these attacks, Mao, after a few more clashes as expected, flew back agging completely out of the passage. Landing on the ground, he continued to ask the hero fearfully what he had come up with this time. But Zhao Iso calmly reminded the seventh prince in the last half-month he had already reached a level worthy of recognition from any master. However, this only applied to his internal energy. In contrast, his reflexes and combat skills remained at the level of a third-rate thug. The seventh prince, who was stuck in his own development, could not keep up with the other heirs. He had been taking precious elixirs and studying under first-class masters since childhood. So in order to catch up with the lag, he, who was behind, had to keep spinning non-stop from morning till night, turning his own life into continuous training. Of course, Mao was quite furious that the main character called training what was actually him just getting thoroughly beaten by damn traps like a mad dog in the heat of a hot summer. Ta Zhao Iso calmly explained, this system is called the Gates of Fate. There is also the Road of 18 Worries and the Room of Anxiety, but Mao will learn about this later. And all he needs is to pass through these gates. It requires a lot of precious time. The seventh prince simply will not find another way to survive. Meanwhile, in the gloomy lair of Boina, the chief scolded his servant for daring to enter the domain of Corandon without permission. Now the lustful demon of poisonous passion so brazenly appeared before him and knelt before him like a guilty slave. However, he explained, despite the punishment, he came to report to the fifth prince about important events. As is known, if you name the most dangerous settlements in the heavenly mountains, there is one name that invariably entered the sinister trio. Its name is the village Tonal. As the name suggests, ordinary butchers once lived here. They raised and slaughtered cows and pigs for food. But the fact that the cult followers once slaughtered livestock here now remains only a bitter memory. Because now they long ago became those very cows and pigs which are kept in slavery and mercilessly slaughtered at the right opportunity. And their leashes are in the hands of the same group that turned Tonal into a ruinous place. Relying on the only public house here, the blooming brothel, which commits all sorts of villainies, the gang of human butchers called the slaughterhouse keeps everything under iron control. Thus the fifth prince learned that his younger brother fell by the hand of Zhao Iso, and the lustful poisonous demon managed to escape only by a miracle. The scoundrel himself guiltily explained that he wanted to resolve the issue of the death of the hero's younger brother Magva. But the hero did not have time to corner the youth when he suddenly rushed at the demon's twin, and exactly 7 sounds of blows rang out, merging into one. It was clearly an art inaccessible to a 7th-level ghost, a flawless skill of the highest grade. So the lustful poisonous demon considered, the hero had already become the most serious obstacle to the future task of isolating the 7th prince. That is why he considered it his duty to report everything to the organization. He also explained that as a result of the fight, he had to choose a desperate escape to save his own life. And upon hearing this, the bandit sitting at the table simply laughed. The poisonous demon of lust had not a single bruise on his face. Yet despite this, he broke down like a beaten puppy and did not make a single attempt to fight back. The drama with which the poisonous demon told this story made the second of the Boina brothers, a real, mad dog, shed tears of laughter. Of course, the poisonous demon desperately tried to explain to the brothers that a regrettable mistake had occurred, but the second had already lost all interest in him. Instead, he was thinking about the assistant who had dealt 7 blows in one move. But suddenly someone cut off the conversation between the two. Quiet, I don't want to hear this whole stream from their mouths. This angry man was the first of the Boina brothers. He was also called the Butcher. Of course, the second was interested, but as soon as they reached the most interesting topic, the older brother immediately spoiled their mood and ordered them to stop talking. But the younger brother became even angrier at the words of the older brother, so he roughly ordered him to shut up while his hands and feet were still whole and unharmed. While the tense silence continued, the poisonous demon hurried to explain that he fully understood his guilt for invading the lands of Horandon without permission and for making a fool of himself in front of everyone. He promised to atone for his guilt in the future by bringing the head of that very assistant Zhao Iso. But for the fifth prince, it remained a mystery why the poisonous demon was so humiliatingly apologizing to him. He did not know which of his actions should be considered a mistake. The fact that he did not get permission was not so surprising. because when a beast smells prey, it does not ask for permission to rush into the chase. The fact that he invaded foreign lands was also not a problem. Hunting and tracking ordinary prey on a foreign border is a thing characteristic of a predator. This could not be called a fault. On the contrary, he could even praise the poisonous demon for his efforts. Therefore, the fifth prince asked him not to trouble his head with empty problems. Of course, the man is immensely grateful for the gentleman's understanding and promised to definitely repay him for his kindness. However, the fifth prince knew only one true fault of the young man, that he returned alive. Hunting for a beast that has become excited usually ends in one of two ways: either eating the prey or becoming the prey oneself. Even if he misjudged the enemy's strength and ended up trapped by him, he must forget that he will die alone, and sink his fangs into the enemy's body and hang on him until death itself, dragging him into the abyss along with himself. This primal cruelty was the true dignity of the predator and at the same time a sign of the demon. This was the essence of the ideal cult of the heavenly demon. This worldview from the fifth prince was not accidental. After all, he bore the great blood and became the patron of this gang of cutthroats of butchery. That is why he valued their cannibalistic cruelty so highly, willingness to give their lives to achieve the set goal at any cost. But now the fifth prince realized the poisonous demon was pretending, hiding among the beasts and playing a pathetic parody. But in fact, he was not a predator, just a powerless victim, no more and no less. So the heir got tired of enduring the whining of the servant and the sniveling, and he ordered Myasnik to kill him so that he would no longer spoil his mood with his presence. Of course, the demon of lust continued to desperately beg the elder brother to give him at least one chance to atone for his guilt. But he was instantly attacked by the butcher. He didn't even manage to finish speaking. At the end, the fifth prince only thanked the poisonous demon for fleeing so pitifully to obtain this valuable information for them. After all, now, finally, he could die peacefully, having fulfilled his last duty. But the butcher quickly understood from this story it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Aiso's assistant to be eliminated. They would have to arrange a small bloody commotion in the vicinity anyway. However, the fifth prince asked the butcher not to worry. If he could get rid of this person, the heir would take all the consequences upon himself, covering them with his own name. Of course, the second brother immediately rejoiced, realizing that they hadn't caused a real riot for a long time. His body was already completely relaxed from idleness, so he wanted to set off right now without wasting a moment. But the butcher roughly jerked the younger one by his thoughts and reminded him this time he would not go with him. Let him deal with the deal involving the iron horses in the north of the heavenly mountains. After all, only the second of the battle knew how to talk to these barbarians, the one who knew their customs. Of course, he was wildly upset by the butcher's words, because he was always left out when it came to something truly interesting. And at that very moment, the butcher explained that he would immediately inform all the gang members a great loot had appeared, and all other orders would be suspended until further notice. They urgently needed to gather at the blooming brothel. Hearing these words, the mistress of the blooming brothel and also the third of the battle smiled quite a bit. Bowing gracefully, she promised the master that she would prepare everything by the time of their arrival. And the butcher went to think over the attack plan and promised the fifth prince they would set off as soon as everyone gathered and discuss the operation details. Their target was the village of Valha, and the operation deadline was extremely simple until everything burned to ashes. At the very same time, the main character settled into his personal room. Since the estate of the seventh prince was rebuilt, he also requested to build a separate hall for his assistant, one where it would be only him and no one else. And in this hall, Zhao Aiso diligently continued to circulate his energy through his body, but it exceeded all his expectations with its power. And so, looking at the wild energy raging in his body, the main character guessed with incredible curiosity what had the heavenly demon managed to do to him in such a short time. The sixth young master, Meng Hwi, clenches his teeth harder and mentally asks, who is his assistant? How did he manage to bring this fool to such a level? The question that gnaws at the boy the most is, why did he do it? Small drops of sweat slide down his face, revealing his tension. The third elder and head of the clan, Meng Hwi, leaning over the boy, says, this feeling, the very feeling that now burns within him, let him never forget it. The man adds, let him grip the spear with this feeling. Let him temper its tip with it and pierce everything in his path. Meng Hwi says that now their Meng clan, together with the Ma clan, pretends to support the great prince from the Han clan, but this is only a ruse to lull their vigilance. The clan head says there was not a single day when he did not dream of this, how the sixth young master, his flesh and blood, would surpass all the heirs. Manhwa listens attentively, but fear lurks in his eyes of not living up to his father's hopes. Meanwhile, the man continues speaking and will place the younger Arcurius on the throne. Fixating his gaze on the boy, he adds that is why for years he has invested everything the Meng clan has to support the sixth young master, because he does not doubt he is worthy of that vessel. But if, despite all their sincerity, Manhwa bypasses even this simple-minded seventh prince. Horan, looking down at the boy oppressed by his words, adds, then he will have to reconsider his faith in him, and he begs him. Sternly looking at his son, the head of the clan says, let him not force him to commit such treason. In the man's gaze, unfriendly yellow sparks flare up as he asks the boy did he understand. Manhwa looks at the head of the clan, and confusion and fear can be read in his eyes. Sighing, the boy respectfully bows his head and says that he understood the third elder. Horan says Gwai Orion. Immediately behind his back, movement flares up. The head of the clan glances sideways crookedly but does not turn his head back. The man kneeling behind him says, yes. On the man is a white demonic mask with sharp fangs. The assistant of the sixth lord, Gwai Orion, the iron demon with the face of a phantom Gwaimanchom, asks, did the head of the clan call you? Casting a glance over his shoulder, Horan orders him to immediately go to the Ma clan and scout the situation. They need to know exactly how they will react to changes in the seventh lord. Gwai Orion objects, but if he goes, who will stay with the young lord? In response, they hear he can temporarily leave his duties. After all, the sixth lord will soon go to close training. Stunned, Manhwa listens with his mouth open, clearly shocked by this news. Composing himself, the boy anxiously asks what closed training. Why is he suddenly saying such a thing? Manhwa shouts he was wrong, he will try harder, and he can also train well from the outside. The boy adds more quietly, so please just not a closed training. The clan leader, throwing a stern look over his shoulder at him, replies, the situation is already dire and he still no. Suddenly turning to the kneeling Gwai Orion and pointing at him with a finger, Horan exclaims, why hasn't he left yet? Every second is worth gold. Gwai Orion obediently bows his head and says he obeys the clan leader's order. The man immediately cuts from the spot and disappears. Horan, turning away from his son and folding his hands behind his back, says, if there are no more talks, he can return. He will inform as soon as the preparation for training is completed. The man adds, and until then, he should not even think about loafing. Better to swing the spear once more. The boy lowers his head, not daring to argue further. Manhwa says well, he retreats. With these words, he turns away from his father, who stands with his back to him, and disappears completely. The boy's hand clenches into a fist as he mentally addresses the seventh prince Mao, all because of him. But how could he become so strong that he suffered so much because of him? The boy bares his teeth in an angry grimace. No, he cannot just sit with his arms folded. If he really gets locked in for this training, he will simply die of rage. Resolutely stepping forward, he thinks so he must see everything with his own eyes. Has this fool Mao really reached the master level? Manhwa stands on a cliff, gazing at the village below at his feet. He decided to figure everything out himself, so he went to the village of Volkatchen. And now the boy is intently looking into the valley where the seventh young lord lives. Mount Chonsan, a sacred cult territory where only its followers are allowed to live, and entry for outsiders is strictly prohibited. Therefore, any movement here is under constant and vigilant surveillance. Only two categories are allowed to move freely on Mount Chinsan. The first are high-ranking cult officials whose loyalty was personally recognized by the archbishop and who were granted the right to move without hindrance. The second category is black trees. They are marked with a white ribbon so that no one can cut them down. These trees are a valuable commodity. They are sold to the West for large sums of money. Zhang Iso stands in front of one of them with his hands clasped behind his back. The boy sharply throws his hand in the direction of the tree. A sharp knife fixed on a thin fishing line bursts out of his sleeve. Zhang Iso waves his hand, making multi-directional cutting motions. The boy freezes, clutching a white-winged dagger named White Lightning in his hand. The knife disappears into his sleeve, and Zhang Iso, pressing his hands to his sides and spreading into a smile, says, excellent work. Examining the marks he made on the tree bark, he adds, today the handwriting is just right. The young man rereads the inscription once more. The meaning is that he returned whole and the archbishop is a fool. He thinks that this black tree with the cipher will soon be cut down by the trade guild appointed by the cult and taken beyond Mount Ch Hansen. After this, other agents will secretly sneak up to the caravan and check the cipher. Its contents will be sent to the Murim Alliance. This is what the mission report looks like. Even if the adepts from the caravan discover the cipher earlier, it will not be a big problem. These ideograms were developed in AllMagic, and to the uninitiated they will look like nothing more than low-quality scribbles scratched by a bored reveler. In fact, for AllMagic agents sent to the cult for their impeccable skills, regular reports are not mandatory. Zhang Iso continues to study his message, not taking his thoughtful gaze off it. He undertook these troubles only because it was the only ritual act that reminded him he was a member of the Alliance, walking the righteous path of this world of martial arts. For a few more moments, the boy stands and looks at the marks he carved on the tree. His hand reaches for the secret pocket on his chest. He says, "Well, this is just by the way, since you have already come." Zhang Iso takes out a small paper bag, looks up, and adds, "The real work for today is over there." The boy looks up. High on the branch, a nest is visible. Below it on the branches sit several crows. Birds, frightened by the boy's attention, circle above his head. Between two frightened birds startled from the branch descends the leg of Zhang Iso. The boy jumped onto the branch where the nest stands. Throwing the packet into the nest, Zhang Iso says, "The preparation is complete." For a few moments he smiles at his message, thinking that Sadhu Ch Hall is the head of the barracks. Analyzing his behavior based on information from the Chhwinsoru Tavern, the boy discovered one habit in him. If he loses to the same target twice or more, he leads his subordinates to the front line, and that means they will rush here soon. He believes that very soon he will have to meet Sadhu Ch Hall and the entire might of the butchery. An anticipatory smile slides across Zhang Iso's lips. The man standing on the branch puts his hands behind his back and says, "Welcome, butchery." He promises to meet them with open arms and arrange an incredibly loud reception. The seventh Prince Mao, folding his arms on his chest and shuddering with the most miserable look, almost swears. The youth is wearing old, patched-up clothes. Scolding Zhang Iso at the mention of whom his facial features contort into an angry grimace, the youth asks himself, does he even know what home means? Mao lists the misfortunes that befell him on the way home, the entrance where the patrol flies in just stepping over the threshold. He agrees, all right, that can still be endured. The youth continues. A wooden dummy that beats almost to half-death just approaching. Mao recalls a powerful blow that almost knocked out his teeth and sighs. All right, he admits that this also happens. Standing in the doorway and sweating, the seventh prince continues. But if you bring a person to such a state, you must at least leave them one corner where they can rest. The seventh prince looks sadly into the hall where spiked metal balls swing on chains before him. From his lips bursts out, "But how?" The youth cuts him off with a shout. How is there not a single normal room in this entire huge palace? Complaining about life and muttering under his breath, he leaves the house. Mao, swearing, asks himself, where will he sleep today? No, what is more important? The youth, with tears welling up in his eyes, asks how is he supposed to relieve himself now? Remembering how much time he had to spend washing his pants in the river, he almost sobbing complains that he barely cleaned yesterday's mess. Mao thoughtfully says maybe he should water the bamboo with it as fertilizer. Someone's cough, clearly aimed at attracting attention, forces the seventh prince to stop his complaints. He looks around and the corners of his mouth slip even lower when words reach him dressed in such rags in broad daylight. The boy standing at the entrance to the yard says heard that Mao has come to his senses, but it seems he still hasn't gotten rid of his chattering habits. The seventh prince is surprised by the guest's appearance. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes the impudent visitor. Seeing Meng Hwi pressing his lips, the young man says, "Ah, is this a miner from the Meng clan?" Mao asks what is he doing here. The boy shouts angrily, "Ah, he's a reckless fellow," addressing the elder brother informally. What an improper manner of speaking. Meng Hwi angrily demands that the interlocutor immediately switch to a respectful form. Mao, demonstratively clearing his ear, mutters, well, younger than him yet still elder brother just because he was adopted earlier. Nothing changes. His ears already hurt from this. He raises his hand in a greeting gesture and says yes, yes, he is also glad to see him. The seventh prince's gaze becomes a little embarrassed. He asks, by the way, why has he been trembling from the very beginning? Mao looks with surprise at the boy's trembling legs. Meng Hwi, whose body is shaken by a slight trembling wave, holds his hands behind his back, covering his backside. The seventh prince says, and this awkward half-squatting posture looks painfully familiar. Mao, struck by a suspicion, lets out a surprised exclamation. Could it be? Seeing the boy, who has turned green and is trembling all over with sweat, biting his lower lip hard, the seventh prince bluntly asks, "You made a big fuss, didn't you?" Men Hwi is not very pleased with his impertinence and immediately reprimands the young man, reminding him that there are rules of decency. He says, "There is such a word, defecation," and asks, "Why such vulgarity?" Making a not very decent sound indicating bowel activity, the sixth prince continues to lecture. Does he not know about the dignity that a descendant of a noble family must preserve? The eyes of the unfortunate boy, who realizes that he might be utterly disgraced now, become wide. His eyes fill with tears and a sob bursts from his mouth. Men Hwi thinks, that's it, he can't take it anymore. The boy asks Mao to show him the location of the restroom. Mao waves authoritatively, immediately. Pointing a finger behind his back, the young man says that they are on every floor of the main building, but in such a state men Hwi will regret going there. He adds that an urgent matter is better handled in the nearest bushes. The sixth prince angrily roars. How dare he suggest to him, the son of the great Archelaus, to defecate on the road like cattle? Men Hwi says, enough of this nonsense, he should better get out of the way. He takes a decisive step forward into the archway of the passage. A metal spike immediately shoots out from the wall. Noticing the movement, the boy cautiously glances in that direction. He barely manages to lean back, and the spike flies dangerously close to his face. Mao is stunned. What? He succeeded immediately. He complains that the entire guard left to avoid at least one baton. Caught at the beginning of the passage, Men Khvi angrily shouts, insulting the master of the house. What has he done to the passage? Could he have known about his arrival and set a trap? And immediately, countless metal rods fly from the very walls. The boy, who noticed this, utters a suspicious question. Kick. Dodging them, Men Khvi mutters curses to himself. He is sure, in a normal situation, he wouldn't even have touched such things, not even the edge of his clothing. But now his mind, yet he still cannot hold back tears. Continuing to move forward, the boy mentally commands himself to pull himself together. He reminds himself that he is the sixth young lord of the cult, the pride of the great Men clan. Clenching his teeth tighter, he dashes forward, thinking, could he really not overcome some clubs, especially in front of this reveler? The boy successfully overcomes almost the entire arc of the passage. Men Khvi shouts to the one waiting for him in Mao's courtyard. Does he think he will be scared? Continuing to run, the boy exclaims, who does he take him for? After receiving a blow to the head with a club, Men Khvi falls to the ground at the feet of the seventh prince. Mao cautiously sneaks up to the fallen guest. Sitting down beside the boy, the seventh prince reaches out his hand to him and cautiously asks, "Hey, little one from Men, how is he? Did he endure?" The young man speaks, or maybe he just couldn't hold back. Men Hwi's hand clenches into a fist. Struggling to stand up, Men Hwi almost spits out curses. The seventh prince is clearly impressed by his endurance. The boy jumps up and rushes home at incredible speed, holding his backside with both hands and shouting, "Out of the way!" Mao watches him off with a surprised look. Dragging Men Hwi with his hand, the boy shouts after him, "Mitka, if he goes there in that state, there will be trouble." But the response is the manor door behind the guest slamming shut and locking. A moment later, a heart-wrenching scream reaches the still kneeling seventh prince from inside the house. Then Men Hwi's voice is heard. What kind of crazy wooden idol is this? Why put such things in front of the outhouse? A sympathetic expression appears on Mao's face. The seventh prince, hearing these screams, raises his hand to his mouth, clearly empathizing with the guest. From his lips escapes finally. Clenching his hand into a fist, Mao says, as a fellow sufferer, he will pray for the little one from the Men clan. Recalling the wooden figures with sticks, he adds, "May his pants and long johns rest in peace." At this time, the tearful Men Hwi lies on the floor. A distinctive foul smell spreads from him in all directions. From the boy's lips comes a mournful sob. Daddy. The wooden statues with many hands look indifferently at his shame. The sixth young master, Men Hwi, is the direct heir of the head of the Men Ch clan. He perfectly inherited the temperament of the clan, famous for the art of the spear, and showed outstanding abilities from a young age. This boy, created by the demon of the divine spear Men Ch, is the greatest masterpiece. Confused, Jang Iso thinks at least that's how he imagined himself. Seeing the boy crying, the young man thinks he understands nothing. Why is this very sixth master? He does not understand why he is crying in front of a stranger's toilet. Meanwhile, Mao tries to somehow calm Men Hwi, gently patting him on the back. Jang Iso still cannot recover to himself. How did it happen that his master, wrapped in rags, is comforting him? Meanwhile, the seventh prince says to the boy, "Come on, he is not mocking him, such is fate. Sometimes you fall, but you still live on." Mao adds, and then all this will become a memory. Suddenly pushing his hand away, Men Hwi shouts, "What the hell memory? Get out of here, damn suitor." The young man responds, he was still trying to support him. What a character. Raising his eyes to the ceiling, Jang Iso thinks he has been living as a spy for over 10 years. During this time, he has seen all kinds of fights. Looking at the princes sitting on the floor leaning against each other, he adds in his thoughts that he is seeing such nonsense for the first time in a very long time. On the laundry line, the wind flutters the caftans of the 7th and 6th young masters. Next to the caftans on the line hang their pants. The sun is setting. A voice is heard, although it is awkward to ask this of his masters, but Jang Iso, keeping a completely serious face, asks, "They wash themselves very thoroughly, right?" Glancing at the princes standing in identical training suits, the boy asks both young lords. Mao, beaming with a dazzling smile, replies contentedly, He immediately seems to have brightened up. Men Khwi, awkwardly looking away, says. Jang Iso suggests talking on the way. He walks down the corridor with both princes following. Without looking back, the boy says he will ask a question first. He addresses the 6th young master and asks, for what reason did he come? He asks, does he not know what it means to come to the courtyard of another brother's palace without prior notice? Jang Iso continues to speak, and without an assistant, not even a single guard, the oppressed boy looks away again. The boy suggests leaving it be, and since he has already come, he could sit quietly and drink tea, rather than causing such a grand foolishness in someone else's home. The boy is clearly hurt by his words. Men Khvi angrily shouts for him to shut up. How dare some assistant lecture him? He adds that he, by the name of the great Man clan, should be punished so that. The boy stops and turns to face him. He says, yes. For that, first we need to send a message to the Man clan and at the same time tell them what blunder the master made today. Will that suit him? Men Khvi looks scared. Leaning slightly towards Jang Iso, Mao asks, is he pressing him like that? Everyone makes such mistakes in their snotty childhood. He says that kids always grow up like that. The young man, glancing askance at the princes, says quietly. Mao nods his head good. Men Khvi looks at the 7th prince with fear. He listens to his assistant with such readiness. The next thought, could this fool really be able to understand words? Staring at the back of Jang Iso, who is walking ahead, the boy thinks, could it be that he is holding his master so firmly in his hands? If he were just an assistant, this would not have happened. He asks himself, could the rumors be true? And this Jang Iso, who is now calmly walking ahead of them, is the secret mentor of Mao. A boy who looks not even 30, such a great master. Meng Hwi's eyes widen as he decides, and it turns out that Mao really did open the gates of the hall of the heavenly demon himself and reached a level above master. He covers his eyes and sharply shakes his head from side to side, driving away these nonsense thoughts. No matter what, some Mao cannot instantly become a master. This is definitely a dirty trick by that writer with the angel face. The boy decides to expose them, whatever scam they pulled to deceive everyone. Meng Hwi resolutely decides to definitely see everything with his own eyes. Jang Iso, secretly glancing at the 6th main lord, notices his inner turmoil. Stopping, the boy says, if he has no answer, it doesn't matter. It seems he had no intention to harm, so they will end the conversation here. Jang Iso, respectfully opening the door for the young lords, adds, for starters, it's already late. Their eyes open to a round table standing in the middle of the room, overflowing with food. The boy offers them to eat. He adds they both are probably hungry since both spilled so much. Mao exclaims joyfully, oh, Meng Hwi looks wary. He looks at the food with a hungry gaze and thinks, before exposing them, maybe first fill the stomach. The young men approach the table and pull out chairs. When only dirty dishes remain on the table, Mao leans back in his chair and rubs his belly, exclaiming, I ate wonderfully. Meng Hwi solemnly takes a sip from the glass and says, edible. He raises the glass to his lips. Of course, compared to the food in their clan, Meng, this is not even a midnight snack. Mao, looking at him dissatisfied, calls him an idiot, ate so well, yet still sulking. The seventh prince, standing up, places his hand on the boy's shoulder. He says, "The little one from the Meng clan eats well, and how does so much fit into such a skinny body?" Startled, the boy shouts, "Oh him, how dare he touch the elder brother's body?" Meng Hwi angrily shouts for the young man to step away from him. The seventh prince laughs in response. Watching them, Zhang Iso thinks that Mao behaves more friendly than he thought. This is unlike him. Propping his cheek with his hand, the boy contemplates that the sixth young master is one of the main talents of the Meng clan. The boy grew up in an exceptionally favorable environment. The sight of Mao laughing, lowering his palm onto the head of the angry boy, makes him think, perhaps that is why he is famous for his arrogant nature, looking disdainfully at everyone weaker. A typical spoiled noble brat. Meng Hwi freezes slightly. He is pressed by the heavy palm of the seventh prince. Zhang Iso thinks this is his main reputation, but behind it hides another story. He thinks of the boy as a child that the Meng clan created to seize the position of junior archpriest. Only for this purpose did the Meng clan use many talented women of the clan as surrogate mothers, so that Meng Hwi would be born. No, it is more accurate to say that he was not born, he was taken. Because before Meng Hwi was conceived, the lord of the distinguished family, how many newborn lives blossomed and withered, it is impossible to count. Thoughtfully looking at the boy, he reasons. He differs in that his destiny was clear, so he was entered into the family register, recognized as the legitimate heir. But one way or another, Meng Hwi, like Mao, is essentially also a bastard. For now, Mao laughs, wraps his arm around the boy's neck, and shows a choking hold. Zhang Iso asks himself about the young man. Does he sympathize with his fellow sufferer? And adds to himself, in competitive struggle such feelings lead to nothing good. The young man decides, enough, maybe later he will become a trump card that can be used. Rising from the table, Zhang Iso says, "Since we have dined, let them get up." Mao removes his hands from the guest, and the boy says, "It is already late today, so he will start training the seventh master from tomorrow." Meng Hwi becomes alert, training. Zhang Iso adds, "So today let them enter the main building and go to sleep." Mao asks fearfully, "Go to the main building?" He asks Zhang Iso to wait and reminds him, "You yourself said it is already too late." He asks, "Can he just spend the night here today in your chambers?" Mao adds that recently he is afraid to walk at night. The young man promises that he will sleep quietly and will not even snore. Zhang Iso looks at him gloomily. The seventh prince, flying out the window, shouts, "Please." Mao, flailing his arms and legs, rapidly approaches the ground, loudly and obscenely cursing about Zhang Iso's character. The boy, standing by the open window, calmly says during this time his falling technique has noticeably improved. It seems it was not for nothing that he was lying around taking hits. Turning away from the window, Zhang Iso addresses the sixth young master and invites him to follow him. He adds, an uninvited guest is still a guest, so he will allocate a room for him. Glancing at the empty chair, Zhang Iso says, "Well, the etiquette rules of the Meng clan are peculiar in many ways." He thoughtfully draws out, spears suddenly pointed out of the blue. Meng Hwi meanwhile confidently grips the spear, aiming it at the boy. Zhang Iso asks how should he interpret this. The boy replies that he wanted to ask him that. In all his life, he has never heard of an assistant who throws his master out of the window. Looking warily at the little boy adds, "After all, he is not just an assistant. And the gates of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon were not opened by that womanizer, it's just the result of his machinations, right?" Zhang Iso casually listens to Meng Hwi, who insists that a miserable 7th rank upstart could not have given him great advice, so the boy probably used some sneaky trick. The 6th young master angrily demands that Zhang Iso immediately tell him the truth. He orders the boy to confess what disgusting fraud did he dare to commit in the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. Scratching his temple, Zhang Iso says, well, calling worthlessness is, of course, his right, but openly calling another's master a scoundrel. The boy adds, such a noble person, yet speaks so rudely. Zhang Iso makes a sudden move and says, and if because of this. The boy's hand intercepts the boy's wrist. Getting as close as possible to Meng Hwi and looking down at him, the boy finishes the sentence he started earlier, what if he dies because of this? For a few moments, the boy looks at his hand. It was intercepted by the boy. Meng Hwi's eyes widen in surprise as with one move Zhang Iso throws him into the air, then performs a throw. Falling to the floor while still gripping the spear, the heir of the Meng clan cannot believe what is happening. The wild boy, whose feet lost support, freezes in surprise. He was defeated. Flying head down and at the same time stunned and outraged, some upstart of the 7th rank without family or tribe. Looking at the boy's bored face, Manhwa thinks, could it be that simple? The boy falls backward onto the floor with a muffled scream. The force of the blow is such that the tile covering the floor shatters into pieces. Manhwa, even while falling, does not let go of the spear in his hands. He thinks he cannot admit this, and immediately swings the spear, trying to strike. Jang Iso manages to lean back. The blow does not reach the target. The boy is stunned unexpectedly. The strike was supposed to be strong, but the boy immediately counterattacked. Watching the fragments of the support column fly around the room, Jang Iso thinks. He heard that in terms of talent, Manhwa is not inferior to any of the brothers, so this is what he is like. Looking at his reflection in the spearhead, the boy recalls that this broken spear is the divine artifact of the Archbishop Mukhyuk. If the boy somehow touches with it, it will be dangerous. Manhwa, kneeling on one knee, presses his hand to the floor and mentally rages, realizing that the boy dodged. Jang Iso believes the situation is too delicate and will not end peacefully. So, the boy's eyes widen in surprise. The boy decides that in this case he will have to apply some force with a kick. He pushes the boy holding the spear toward the open window. Manhwa manages to land on the table. He is outraged this scoundrel dares to kick him. As Jang Iso's foot lands on the table, the boy shouts that he will not let him get away with this. They freeze facing each other, ready both to launch an attack and to repel an assault at any moment. The boy says to the young 6th Lord, since he is so curious, he will show him. Jang Iso repeats once again that he will satisfy Manhwa's curiosity. Climbing onto the table and straightening up, the boy adds he will now see for himself what opening the Hall of the Heavenly Demon gave his master. Raising his hand and making an inviting gesture with his fingers to attack, the boy says though he assumes the process will be accompanied by some pain. Jang Iso asks is he not against it. Manhwa begins to protest, but the boy swinging his spear shouts he dares to ignore him. The guy parries the strike with the dagger white lightning. Manhwa lunges at the opponent, baring his teeth viciously. With an impassive face, the boy deflects all his lightning-fast attacks. But the boy does not calm down. He continues to shower the opponent with strikes, trying to find a breach in his defense. The vessel on the table first jumps, then falls to the floor and shatters into pieces. Manhwa rages incessantly in his thoughts. Clenching his teeth tighter, the boy asks himself in his thoughts, what kind of guy is he? Watching how confidently the boy stands on the very edge of the table, Manhwa is amazed. He blocks all his attacks, into which he, a master of the highest level, puts all his strength. He is struck by the fact that despite all this, he hasn't moved an inch. The boy thinks, could it be that he has to admit that this guy is not some kind of fraud? Could he really be a true master at the assistant level? At this moment, the boy's attack causes Manhwa to lose his balance and stagger. Despair flickers in the boy's eyes and a thought rushes through his mind, but if he admits this, he realizes, if so, then he will have to admit Mao's growth as well. Manhwa recalls the formidable clan leader looming over him. The boy thinks that then could he really lose to the 7th prince, so what should he do then? At that moment, a hand bursts toward his face, tightly gripping a sharp dagger. The tip ends up dangerously close to the boy's eye. Jang Iso tightens the dagger in his hand and says, a foolish habit, unnecessary thoughts during a duel, and adds that it's easy to lose an eye that way. Sheathing the knife, the boy says with a smile, he is still young so probably doesn't know. A few moments the boy looks confusedly at Jang Iso. Then Manhwa explodes with rage. Rushing to the boy, he shouts that he must not dare to treat him like a child. The clash of their energies causes a flash and both jump high above the table. The boy's foot touches the tabletop and a thought flashes in his mind, excellent. Standing on the table and looking at the opponent still in the air, Manhwa rejoices that he took the position first. He snarls viciously and rushes forward, deciding that now he must press and seize the initiative. At that moment the boy lands on the table, clutching a round object in his hands. As soon as his feet touched the table's surface, he already throws the object straight at the attacking boy. The object, thrown like a projectile, flies straight into Manhwa's face. He looks distrustfully at the round thing approaching him. Seeing a large, bitten dumpling, he thinks, this is a leftover from the dish he ate earlier. The boy no longer manages to dodge, and a piece of dough filled with meat inevitably approaches his face. Manhwa rubs his third face with his hand, complains that he sees nothing, and curses that this scoundrel is using dirty tricks. Pulling his hand away and peeking through it with one eye, he sees a thin fishing line rushing straight at him. In a moment, the guy wraps the boy from head to toe with the fishing line. He raises his hand, and his fingers are entwined with the fishing line like a puppeteer controlling a marionette. The boy, whose hands are tightly pressed to his body and do not release the spears, snarls fiercely, losing his balance. The guy stands behind his back and watches as Man HWI falls to the floor right at his feet. Zhang Iso says he thinks that this is enough to fully satisfy the curiosity of the sixth young master. He asks, so is he ready? He glares at the guy maliciously, and the boy asks again, what? Ready for what? In response, the guy reminds him he already told him. Hanging over the fallen boy, Zhang Iso reminds that because of this. After a short pause, the guy grimly adds he could die. Looking intently into Man HY's eyes, Zhang Iso asks, did he think he was joking? Drops of sweat run down the confused boy's face. Men KHVI thinks what is happening to him now has some demon besieged him. Looking at the boy, he saw a completely different person with long light hair. Men KHVI mentally asks, why does he see the archbishop in this miserable insignificance? Zhang Iso says, apparently the sixth lord believes that truly brotherly family relations prevail among the lords and ladies. Men KHVI hears his words as he lies on the floor. That's why he dared such an impressive act and came alone, without an assistant, to the chambers of another heir. The boy waved his hand, his fingers were entangled in fishing line, and said, however this is. Obeying his manipulations, Men KHVI rises from the floor. Making him hover above the floor, the boy adds the greatest illusion. A tremor runs through the boy's body as he hears his words. They are all nothing more than mad rivals striving to snatch the place of the younger archbishop. This is a brutal fight to the death, where even a brief encounter can turn into war. The boy's face twists with anger, pain, and humiliation as Zhang Iso says that in the lands of their cult, victory is an achievement at any cost. The boy says the means can be secret intrigue, can be ruthless violence, or can be. Raising his gaze to the one held high above the floor, Zhang Iso says, in total destruction. Squinting his mouth, Men HWI listens as he says, it's better to settle with a strong opponent immediately before he stands in the way of the Lord. The boy, looking at the guy holding the fishing line, utters destruction. He said. Men HWI shouts angrily, ah, he is a scoundrel. How dare he threaten him? Does he even know who he is talking to? The guy shouts in his face that he is the adopted son of the Archerius, the lord and absolute of their cult, the legitimate heir of the honorable third elder, Men CH Horan. Behind him stands the power of the great Men clan, one of the three most noble families of CH Hansong. In the devastated room sounds his outraged voice. Everyone in these parts knows what will happen if even a hair on his head is touched. Zhang Iso replies, and he even dares to throw dust in the eyes. He better make him understand that there is no one from the Men clan here right now. Looking more closely at the guy who has already lost his pride, the young man adds, there is only the bound lord and Zhang Iso, who holds his life in his palm. He asks about the sixth lord. Could it be that only the name Men has such power to stop a blade at the throat? Drops of sweat roll down the frightened boy's face like hail. He opens his mouth but has nothing to say. Pressing the dagger to his throat, Zhang Iso says that, standing on the threshold of death, he can only present the loud name of his family. It seems there is no point in detaining him further. Men HWI shouts fearfully, let him wait, no. Squinting, the boy shouts stop. He admits his guilt. He begged him to wait. At this time, the marks on his body weaken. The boy, who begs for mercy, freed from the fishing line, falls to the floor. Sitting at the boy's feet, Men HWI stumbles and says, what is this? Zhang Iso says he heard his plea and spared him. Turning away from him, the boy asks the sixth master to just sit quietly. Enchanted watching him leave, Men HWI says, what, he lets him go. Was he not going to kill him? The boy replies that killing and hiding the traces is a troublesome matter. Men HWI sighs, so many worries and still need money on top. Around them on the floor lie shards of dishes, chopsticks, and surviving plates. In this chaos, Zhang Iso's voice sounds as he already said, such things are done only when the enemy is worthy, but Men HWI from the very beginning is only the sixth master. Imitating the boy, he says, my father Men Choran and all that nonsense. He tells the stunned boy saying, besides a miserable signboard, he has nothing to present and it's not worth spending strength on him. Throwing a glance at Men HWI over his shoulder, Zhang Iso says with a smile, let him go home carefully. The smile disappears from his face as he adds, but if you look. Looking at the boy, he sees a wooden structure around him and says, "This is not a fence, but rather." Imagining the boy sitting behind a wooden enclosure, he adds, "A real cage." For a few moments, silence reigns in the room. The boy still sits on the floor, leaning his hands on the floor. The spear lies in front of him. From the mouth of Myeon Hwi, it flies up, and what will he present then? Myeon is one of the most noble and powerful clans in Chingsan. His hand clenches into a fist as he utters this. That is why the cult followers look at him with respect and fear. With tears in his eyes, he shouts, and everything he has, all to the Men clan. Remembering the hypocritical smiles of the people around him, Men Hwi thinks, even to those who support him, he is merely. The boy thinks that to them, he is nothing more than a signboard hanging on the facade of this clan. Tears are about to burst from Men Hwi's eyes. He speaks, and what does he have besides the Men name? If not that, then what? He asks the boy what remains in him. Jang Iso, silently staring at the boy, mentally sneezes from annoyance. Such a burden has fallen on his head. All he has to do is see that whining teenager. And immediately he is tormented by memories of a completely different child. He raises his hand to his temple. The boy irritably pulls HWA, but immediately stops. He tells the boy, on the day the seventh master first met the Archerius, he was sweeping the yard. Men Hwi's eyes, wet from unshed tears, widen in surprise. The boy continues to speak. At this very moment, the lineage for the Archerius weighed absolutely nothing, because in that place there were other bearers of the name Ma, but he shone with what belonged only to him alone, and the Archerius saw this radiance. Jang Iso says, and now he shines brighter and brighter, but personally this brings him nothing but trouble because he was very late to the start. But the point. The guy adds he thinks that with the sixth lord it is the same story. Seeing the boy already standing on his feet, Jang Iso says, of course, his origin from the Meng clan helped him, but the reason the archbishop accepted him as a son was not this but something special that lived within him himself. He explains to the confused teenager the light that he carried within himself was not men, but KHVI. Folding his hands behind his back, the boy says he has an answer to his question. Rather not an answer, but a counter-question. Not men CH Koran, which KHVI lives in you. Turning away and heading to the exit, he says that the conversation is over. Opening the door and not looking back at the guest, the boy says that he can rest in the next room and at dawn he should leave. To the confused boy with a spear in his hands in the middle of the wrecked room, his voice reaches and he apologizes. Men KHWI, looking at the floor, thoughtfully says in him. Raising his head and looking out the open window, he says this is. In the courtyard near the stairs leading to the entrance doors of the mansion, the seventh Prince Mao is sleeping. The young man sleeps a little restlessly, lying on his back, sometimes snoring and occasionally starting to smack his lips. Water thrown right in his face wakes him up. Mao growls indignantly, what the huh? Sitting up, Mao looks back at Jang Iso, who is standing over him, and shouts indignantly, couldn't you wake me up like a human? They don't even bother a dog when it sleeps. Doesn't he know that? Seeing the smiling Jang Iso, the young man exclaims in excitement, damn assistant. The boy with a deep plate in his hand warns him to watch his words. Throwing the plate over his shoulder, the boy says not when he sleeps, but when he eats, if anything. Mao replies, what's the difference? He pulls him even while eating. Jang Iso agrees, you can't argue with that. The boy says that, judging by everything, he never made it to the bedroom. Judging by the rags he's now wrapped in, he tried, but sleeping out in the open is too much. Pushing back long, thoroughly soaked strands, the seventh prince replies angrily, does he want to be really twisted? But everything is soaked through. The other rooms are full of traps, what else could he do? Better in the yard, at least it's quiet there. The young man asks Jang Iso, has that small one from the Meng clan already left? The boy replies, seems like yes. He says that according to his words, judging by yesterday's antics, it seemed to him that there would be more problems. Jang Iso was sure the headache wouldn't turn out badly, but as soon as he entered the room, he saw it was empty, and the clothes borrowed by the boy were neatly folded on the bed. The guy says, surprisingly, he left quietly. Mao says, what a nuisance, no shame, no conscience, he could have at least had breakfast before leaving. The boy asks all of a sudden, is the seventh prince sad? Mao growls angrily, let him be sad then. If Meng Hwi had stayed, he could have eaten peacefully without fear of treachery. The youth grumbles, we must go properly. And first of all say goodbye to the elders. He calls the boy ill-mannered. Jang Iso laughs and reminds that the seventh lord is the younger brother. Annoyed, Mao replies, knows that already. No need to be clever here, it just happened that way. Rising, the young man grumbles, calling the assistant a nag who only wants to pick on words. they do not notice that someone is approaching them. A slight cough immediately draws their attention. Zhang Iso and Mao look surprised. The seventh prince says, "Why, the same one here from where?" He asks the assistant standing before them with arms crossed on his chest. So didn't the little one go home? Mao wonders, did he really turn back halfway? Why does he need this? IKHVI shout back that he has been enlightened. He remembered the urgent. No, the immediate training he must complete. The path to the land of the running horses lies through steep mountains, and it will be difficult for him to fully concentrate on the practice there. He says, and besides this training, absolutely, even under the threat of death, he does not tolerate a single skip, not a single day. Therefore, he intends to stay here. At the same time, the boy points with his finger at Mao's mansion. Meng Hwi adds, let him take this into account and take care of him. Zhang Iso looks at the boy with mild surprise. The seventh prince, pointing at him with his finger, says to the assistant he understood, right, put me on your neck, and with such pomp, is he healthy? The boy thoughtfully looks at the little boy and grasps the thought, what is he doing? Is he looking for an answer? Men Khvi stubbornly presses his lips, afraid that he cannot simply return back. He is haunted by the question that Zhang Iso asked him last night. The boy thinks if he does not allow it, he will lose his way forever. He has such a premonition. Men Khwi is sure, if he is next to Zhang Iso, he will find the answer very soon. Zhang Iso and Mao silently look at the boy standing before them. Men Khwi tries not to show his nervousness. In his mind, he runs through the thought, if this guy drives him out, what then to do? Closing his eyes, Zhang Iso says, it would be against the rules of decency to refuse the request of his master's brother. He adds that they have many rooms, let him stay wherever it is convenient for him. The boy cannot even believe that his plan worked. They did not show him the gate. Zhang Iso says, let him only pay for his own food. Men Khwi exclaims joyfully, yes, he has plenty of money, let Zhang's assistant not worry. Turning away from him, the boy sharply says, enough chatter, let him get to work. The boy hurries to them. Seeing Men Khwi running to them, Mao, who is smiling, adds mockingly to survival training. The seventh prince, accompanied by an assistant and their guest, stands in the corridor before the door of the room. The boy and Men Khwi do not take their eyes off Mao. The seventh prince, addressing Zhang Iso, says that he should watch carefully. The young man steps over the threshold and freezes. His movement triggers the mechanism, and the gears begin to turn. A hatch opens in the ceiling, and a huge spiked ball flies out from there. It wildly swings on chains, blocking his passage into the room. The young man's foot steps onto the threshold of the room. The mechanism stops and the gears freeze solid. The spiked ball-covered curtain rapidly rises upwards. As soon as he crawled through, the hatch doors immediately slammed shut behind him. Mao stands in the corridor, surveying the absolutely empty huge hall. Without looking back, the young man asks, so, did he see it? Smiling cheerfully, Zhang Iso replies, yes, he saw it. Mao says, exactly. Now let him repeat what he was babbling about there. Throwing an angry glance over his shoulder, the seventh prince asks, what does he suggest he do? The assistant replies if he is talking about his words. The boy says he said, from now on, except for meal times, he must not leave this room. Mao shouts angrily, exactly. This is the ravings of a madman. Grabbing Zhang Iso by the collar, he shouts right in his face he saw it, and his tongue dared to suggest such a thing. How? Let the devils take him, he will endure a whole day in this room. Rolling his eyes, the boy Seish even complains about such a simple task, so what is he supposed to do with it? How picky he is. Mao, who begins to stammer with indignation, says no, let them just look at this scoundrel. Zhang Iso suggests then maybe he should start with the next room, not this one. Mao shouts, is it better there? Needles the size of logs fly from everywhere, and bamboo spears crawl up from the floor, it's total hell there. While they argue, Meng Hwi cautiously peeks into the room. The seventh prince, clutching the assistant's kaftan lapels, shouts, if it's so easy, let him try it himself. Zhang Iso calmly replies, probably, why not? Stunned, Mao drops the guy's kaftan and freezes, looking at him in shock. He clearly did not expect such a reaction. Hooking with words, the young man asks, seriously? Zhang Iso, tidying his clothes, replies, the seventh master uses internal energy only to emit force outward, but this is only a tiny fraction of its application. A blue haze envelops the boy's body, and he continues to speak. The energy that arises in Danshan is directed through the lower part of the body to the entire organism. Taking a step forward, he adds, if you maintain circulation along a special route. The boy, seen off by the prince's gazes, literally flies into the room with a giant leap. He stops in the middle of the hall, puts his hands behind his back and looks at the princes, saying, "This too becomes possible." IQE silently look at Zhang Yizhou, curses burst from the shocked Mao's mouth. Looking at the boy calmly standing in the middle of the hall, the seventh prince wonders nothing is happening. Zhang Yizhou reminds him let the master not forget how he moved, because it is precisely this. The boy adds for both, this will become the only way to salvation. Mao and Meng Hwi look stunned at the boy standing in the center of the room. The seventh prince cannot believe his own eyes. What is this? Squatting, he points to the floor near him and says, "No, does this floor have eyes? How does he distinguish people?" Behind him stands Meng Hwi, calling the seventh prince a foolish little brother. He says not by eyes but by the weight of the one who entered, he distinguishes it. The boy adds assistant Zhang just now showed him by example that he needs to learn to walk again, from the very basics. Mao is irritated. Walk again? What nonsense is he talking? Smiling, Zhang Yizhou says to grasp the essence at a glance. Although the sixth Prince Yun, his insight is truly exceptional. The boy adds now he understands why among the people the sixth lord is called the greatest gift of Mount Qingsan. Shyly from Meng Hwi's praise he blushes and lowers his eyes, replying, "Oh, come on." Well, really. Zhang Yizhou says as the sixth lord rightly noted, the traps in this room only activate when the weight pressing on the floor exceeds a certain threshold. Raising his index finger and admonishingly, he adds, "Here you can rest only like this, lighten your own burden as befits a martial arts master." Pushing off the floor with his foot, the boy says with the help of this, Zhang Yizhou overcomes the room in one leap, flying straight at Mao. The seventh prince, impressed by his speed, freezes with his mouth agape. The boy lands with his feet on Mao's head. Zhang Yizhou easily holds on to the top of the young man's head, who is still standing with his mouth agape. The boy says, "The secret of the art of lightness differently, the art of Qigong." Mao, holding the assistant on his head, does not feel his weight at all. The seventh prince thinks this cannot be. A huge man is standing on his head and his weight is almost not felt. Mao is struck as if a feather was placed on the crown of his head, no more. Meng Hwi, watching how the boy performed the trick, thinks, such a perfect Qigong even masters who are already on the threshold of the highest level will not be able to handle. Admiration flashes in the boy's eyes. Meng Hwi understands, the assistant is truly not an ordinary master. This is simply amazing. A light smile slides across the young man's lips as if he is reading the boy's thoughts. Zhang Yizhou adds, for a warrior, this is the same as the ability to walk. The boy says that this is the deepest science. Its effectiveness is incomparable to how the seventh lord simply jumps thanks to the strength of his leg muscles. The boy's voice reaches beyond the estate. He suggests Mao imagine himself as a free master of this technique. This way, he will not only get closer to the image of a true warrior, but if he goes further and masters the great step, will he then be able to avoid the finger wind of the Arcurius in any way? Mao, on whose head Zhang Yizhou stands, says the great step, if so. The seventh prince imagines how easily he flutters from branch to branch. The youth realizes the advantage, agrees that it might be. Zhang Yizhou decides to descend and places his foot on the youth's shoulder, saying, "Of course, it will be a hard path of suffering. For a novice who has just embarked on the path of martial sciences to grasp Qigong in less than a month." Jumping to the floor, he continues speaking usually, this is considered something impossible. Turning to Mao, the boy confidently declares, however, the seventh lord will definitely manage because he is a genius. Mao rejoices as if he has already mastered Qigong. Meng Hwi clearly does not support such enthusiasm and looks at him with doubt. The boy, pointing at the wide-open doors, says, "Well then, he will watch from here and give advice, so let the young lord go ahead." Zhang Yizhou adds towards there tomorrow. Inspired by his speech, Mao lets out a cry and rushes forward. The seventh prince jumps into the room, raising his clenched fist above his head in a victorious gesture, and shouts that the great step is waiting for him. Encouraged by the assistant, the youth shouts, "Genius Mao is coming." And immediately Mao chokes on a scream. A huge spiked ball crashes into his cheekbone. With a muffled scream, the seventh prince flies up to the very ceiling. To the one who is smiling, Zhang Yizhou hears his voice. Can such a trifle really become an obstacle to genius? Another muffled scream cuts off his speech. The boy thinks, in the future, when this youth becomes the junior Arcurius, the old men of the Murim alliance will definitely be able to sleep peacefully, stretching out their legs. Zhang Yizhou and Meng Hwi watch as the youth, whose veins on his forehead and hands have swollen from tension, tries to hold the huge sphere with his hands. Hall of Horrendon, the palace complex is immersed in the greenery of trees, and behind it the mountain peaks are visible. There is a tradition here: every time a new head takes office, a special ritual is held. The new head must personally fight the great tiger, the sacred animal of Mount Chingsan, and skin it. He must decorate the chair in the place of honor in the head's chambers with its skin. This chair is the symbol and pride of the Hall of Horrendon. By strict tradition, it is not allowed to belong to anyone except the head of the Hall of Horrendon himself. But today in the Hall of Horrendon, both traditions and principles have lost their power. The only one to blame is the one who on this land first accepts the will of the heavenly demon and carries its will throughout Mount Chingsan. This creature has absolute power and now sits in the chair with a bowl in his hand. The 7th-ranked demon Guanman Chwasa, named Bikya, White Knight, raises the bowl to his lips. Took a sip. Bikya says he heard that in the Hall of Horrendon today there is strong earthly chi, and the aroma of the tea here is simply wonderful. Puts the bowl on the table. Jai Diho, sitting opposite at the table, thanks for the treat. The head of the Hall of Horrendon replies he is glad that the treat pleased him, but he did not come here to praise their skill in brewing tea. Jai Diho asks can he find out for what important reason he came here. Bikya says no need to ask with such tension. The matter is important, but not complicated by itself. He adds all that is needed is simply to stop. The head of Horrendon, apologizing, says that their hall has done nothing that should not have been done. He does not fully understand what exactly is meant. Bikya, whose eyes flash with red sparks, decisively interrupts him. Enough. The head of the hall perfectly understood the order he just gave. Jai Diho does not try to object, but looks quite unhappy. From behind the office door where the conversation continues, streams of purple energy burst out and flare above the people in the corridor. Bikya says what he is going to do is to lead his people from the courtyard to the village of Volkachin. He orders him to stop right there. Beek drills his interlocutor with a gaze. I ask, isn't that so? Says Ya. His eye burns with red flame so everyone can see. He is resorting to internal energy, pressing his heavy aura on everyone around. Sweat streams down Jai Diho's face as he answers yes. After all, this is again an order. Close your eyes, plug your ears, and sit quietly. He adds, just like when Bikya ordered to remove responsibility from the scoundrels from Boina, who, on the order of the Ma clan, brutally killed the servants of the 7th Lord. Jai Diho's hand resting on his knee clenches into a fist as he says this means to close your eyes to the lawlessness of the Ma clan, which destroys the discipline of Chinsan and behaves arrogantly. Yes, he understood everything very clearly. Jai Diho claims that the current situation is fundamentally different from the previous one in terms of severity. The head of the hall says, back then, even if they had punished the slaughterhouse by going into conflict with the Ma clan, the dead servants could not be brought back. So, gritting their teeth, they had to endure it. But now, because of them, an unprecedented tragedy may occur: the murder of all innocent followers in the village of Volkachin. Bikya silently listens to Jai Diho's passionate speech with an impassive face. The head of the hall says, no matter how great the influence of the Ma clan is, the indiscriminate extermination of Chingsan's followers is a clear deception against their common lord, the Archerius. Bikya replies, if the Archerius finds out about this, he definitely will not ignore it. There is no need to worry about that, because initially, he tells the stunned Jai Diho that this is the order of the Archerius himself. The head of the hall freezes with his mouth open, stunned by Bikya's words. Jai Diho asks again, the Archerius gave the order. Is that what he says? The head of the hall asks confusedly, but why then? Jai Diho asks a question, is this just a random whim of an elder? Bikya, folding his hands on the table and interlacing his fingers, answers, his sincere path is still far from perfect. Does he really think that an ordinary elder can influence the decision of that very person? He adds, this is nothing other than a test of his will, a test of the qualification of the 7th Lord's house as the future heir. Bikya says, will he fail again, or will he stand firm this time? Will he become a victim, or will he devour the enemy himself? Whatever the result may be, the 7th Lord must take this burden upon himself. Bikya says, if he aspires to the throne of the heir on Chinsan, it is his duty. He addresses the head of the hall, and yet he dares to act against his will. Jai Diho, after a barely noticeable pause, replies that he accepts the order. Bikya, smiling, says, he noticed that he was silent for a long time before answering. It turns out he himself became interested in the 7th Lord. He adds in thanks for the tea he was offered, and like the old fool will give advice. Bikya says there is no need to worry so much. Jai-ho is surprised by his words. What? The hand with which Baekje rests on the table is enveloped in a purple aura. From his lips bursts out, "Let him just watch with pleasure." The purple haze seems to dissolve Baekje into the air, and Jai-ho hears his words. This quarrel looks like it will be a very funny spectacle for everyone on the land of Chinsan. A few days later, the palace of the seventh prince. Manhwa tells the seated and rather smiling Jang Iso that he will be honest with him. He says that in any case it looks hopeless. Watching the sphere swinging and bristling with spikes, the boy asks, doesn't he see? He has been standing in that room for several days in a row. Meanwhile, Mao rushes towards the sphere, trying with his elbow-bent hand to block the strike. Manhwa continues speaking, and he is still the same broken fragment. Pointing a finger into the room, the boy exclaims passionately, "This is no longer a matter of dulled instinct. It means he has no combat talent at all. And if he even allows himself to say for the sake of argument that thanks to this training he will somehow master Qigong and posture." Jang Iso remains completely unmoved during his tirade. The boy continues, with such a result he will not avoid the finger wind of their father. And Zhang's assistant knows this well. The young man with a barely noticeable smile watches everything happening in the room. Manhwa says of course the assistant cannot so easily betray his master. He fully understands that feeling. But a person who has to live must be saved, right? The boy offers Jang Iso to join his service. He promises a word for him before the father, and then he will somehow take care of his life. The young man replies briefly 2 points. Without looking back at Manhwa, who stood behind him looking embarrassed, Jang Iso says that the sixth lord's words contain 2 mistakes. Turning back to the boy and holding his gaze for a moment, the young man says with a smile, "First, it is true that the sensitivity of the seventh lord is dulled, but that does not mean he has no combat talent. On the contrary, he is too outstanding. That is the problem." Manhwa asks, so he is talking about the celestial body of the edge of the world. Of course, the ability to accumulate supreme power just from breathing is an incredible talent, which even the father acknowledged. The boy begins, "But if just power alone is too much and you do not know how to wield it as a talent." Jang Iso interrupts him and says, "The true strength of the celestial body lies not in the amount of power." The boy explains, "But in the very supreme power itself as such." From Manhwa's mouth comes, "What in general?" Pointing a finger into the hall, Jang Iso says, he will be able to understand the meaning of these words by looking at how the power moves in the body of the seventh lord. Meanwhile, Mao escapes by fleeing from the pursuing sphere. The boy asks the little boy to pay attention to the moment when the iron ball approaches the seventh lord. He says, and at the very moment when he notices this, the seventh lord instinctively feels the approach of pain. Jang Iso explains that Mao's strength, his internal energy, responds to instinct. The boy says that it reacts immediately. And he tells how the energy moves through the blood vessels to the place of impact, preparing to receive it. At that moment the sphere catches up with Mao, and he, taking the blow, cursed. The seventh prince deflects the ball away from himself. Jang Iso explains to the boy, unity of strength and instinct. Many never achieve this in a lifetime of practice. Look around, the seventh prince literally explodes, a red aura enveloping his entire body. The boy adds, and this is the true power of the celestial body that the seventh lord preserves. Drops of sweat run down Mao's face. He looks at the sphere and asks himself, how does this piece of iron move so fast? Jang Iso continues to explain to Manhwa, at least, thanks to such control of extreme force, it further penetrates the wounds of his body, accelerating healing and further strengthening bones and muscles. The guy adds, although deep in the teachings they are different, this is the same as the diamond body technique from Shaolin. By this time, the seventh lord had long stopped feeling pain from the iron balls. With light sadness, Jang Iso says, and this became his poison. Because of the power of the celestial body, the sensitivity threshold of the seventh lord has incredibly jumped. Manhwa says, and that the necessary sensations for dodging danger should be activated no longer works. Because, the boy asks Jang Iso, does it not hurt? The boy answers exactly. Meanwhile, the seventh prince wipes sweat from his face with his hand. Watching Mao jump again, Manhwa asks, but despite everything, he is trying to dodge somehow, right? The boy answers, of course. He consciously tries to do what he was shown. Jang Iso says that only by mistake did the seventh prince get the label of a slacker, but honestly, he is quite diligent. Men who understood a lot from Zhang's assistant's words. He says that Mao really became tougher in character, and even if he annoys him, he apparently has talent. The boy shouts and points with his finger into the room beyond the threshold where they are located, but if his body becomes stronger and the sensations needed for dodging dull, there will be no use from here. Manhwa says, in such a state he will not only fail to master the step but also will not be able to properly learn Qigong, so dodging the father's finger wind will become even harder for him. The boy answers that this is exactly the second mistake. Zhang Iso says because he does not intend to let the seventh lord slip away from the finger wind. The boy cannot believe his ears. He asks again what? Manhwa, looking distrustfully at his interlocutor, almost whispers, "How is it? What is he saying?" Turning his whole body away from him, the boy says, "This will be discussed later when the training progresses and he will tell the seventh lord. But now." The boy says that he needs to meet a guest and turns his head to the person approaching them. The boy looks stunned. Zhang Iso says, "Welcome back after a long absence. How are you?" Looking at the figure approaching them, shrouded in a mist of red aura, he adds Jin Shan. The girl, touching the brim of her conical hat with her hand, replies, "Well, hello." Casting a glance at the smiling boy, she adds, "Long time no see." She asks if he can talk with her for a short while. Soon they are already sitting at a table opposite each other. Cups of tea stand before them. The guy says he noticed that such an influential man came here and thought something serious would happen, but this is even more than he expected. He is not sure he heard correctly. Won't she repeat? Sahyern, maintaining Jin Shan's expression, replies nothing complicated. She just suggested it. She adds, and then, before they dare to cross the bamboo forest of the seventh prince's palace, Jin Shan says that she will deal with the slaughterhouse. The girl sitting at the table opposite Zhang Iso says that during this time, the seventh prince's palace has changed a lot. Sahyern, in the role of Jin Shan, adds that she noticed many unique traps and mechanisms. She asks, "Is this the work of Zhugal Jivyern?" The guy answers yes, the result of his request to make everything so tight and rigid that no detail could even come close to sneaking in. The guy adds, although there is no benefit from this, as expected, their Jin Shan passed by without even touching their clothes. The girl calmly accepts his flattering words. Lowering her gaze, she replies, "There is no need to be so disappointed, but it was not all that bad after all." She thinks that this level is quite enough to stop the approach of any first-class warrior without any effort. As soon as she heard that the guy involved Zhugal Jivyern, one of the best masters of the village Manga, she immediately realized he was up to something big. Looking at the assistant sitting opposite, she thought that this guy always shows changes that exceed expectations. The girl says, among the cult's leadership, rumors are already circulating that the seventh master has finally reached the peak of skill and opened the gates of the Hall of the Heavenly Demon. She asks Zhang Iso, what trick did he pull off? Placing the cup with the drink on the table, the boy replies, "Can this really be called a trick? He only helped him understand it." Remembering the transformed seventh prince, he adds that power similar to mutation. He says that from the very beginning she was hidden inside the master. With a light smile, Zhang Iso says, and then he flawlessly handled everything on his own. He invites to visit. Really simple, right? The slightly surprised girl replies, "That's how it is." She, introducing Mao in the hall where he dodges a metal bullet, says that for that seventh lord for whom breaking down was a daily occurrence and giving up a habit. The girl continues, "You will force him to find the will to get up and fight himself," and he says that it was simple. Sahyern briefly removes his disguise and laughing says, "He is still funny." She adds, but despite his carefreeness, it seems the situation is not at all rosy. She heard rumors that he was wounded by a poisoned arrow and he was already on the brink of life and death. Placing the cup on the table, the girl asks, how does he plan to resolve the issue of revenge with these scoundrels? Zhang Iso, carefully stretching his lips into a smile, thinks she speaks as if it is obvious that she knows about the matters that secretly happened on the lands of Zala Horrendon. Looking into the girl's eyes shining with red lights, he decides, it seems she has more than one pair of eyes and ears and not just two. The boy says, what kind of revenge can there be? The edge of life and death too loud, just overworked and slept a little longer than usual. He adds that thanks to this he slept well and his body even became lighter, so he is even grateful to that archer from Boina. He admits he feels embarrassed that he dealt with him on the spot. The girl, pressing her lips, looks at him distrustfully. Jin Shan thoughtfully says, that's how it is. Looking straight into the eyes of the boy who tries to look as sincere as possible, she says, if so she does not intend to just let it slide. She sees, in his eyes, a thirst for killing. Zhang Iso squints and replies, "Oh, is it that noticeable? Nothing can be done. These scoundrels crossed the line." He says that with their dirty tongues they threaten the master. The boy adds, and in a situation where he could have been hurt, these bandits do not hesitate to use deadly techniques, and if these beasts are not punished. Zhang Iso asks, won't he be disqualified as an assistant? Jin Shan thoughtfully says bandits. He says it like that. On this Chingsan mountain, few dare to call it the Saw brothers' butchery. The girl says that showing mercy to such an insult is definitely wrong. She deeply agrees with him. She adds so if he wants, she can help a little with this punishment. Zhang Iso looks confused. He clearly did not expect such words from her. The boy says, well, seeing that such a stately person came here personally, he thought the conversation would be serious. But this surpasses all his expectations. He even doubts if he heard correctly. Could she repeat it? Jin Shan replies nothing special. She just suggested asking her once. The girl says, and then, before these scoundrels dare to pass through the palace's 7th bamboo forest. The girl calmly declares that she will cause a massacre in the butchery, and asks, well, how about that? Jin Shan confidently walks through the sunlit courtyard. The girl raises her hand to her face and removes the mask. Looking and smiling, Sahirn asks, are they ready? Looking at the phantom guard of the 3rd rank, she utters his name, Narak. The fair-haired young man, respectfully addressing her as mistress, replies affirmatively just as she commanded. All the fighters are already in place and waiting along the designated infiltration routes. He reports that the main combat force of their 3rd small palace is engaged 10 demons of the moon madness. Narak says she only needs to give the order and he will personally lead the battle to wipe the fighters off the face of the earth by sunset. The question arises, what will they do? And the girl looks back. She recalls a conversation at the table with Zhang Iso. The boy thanked her but refused. With a smile, he said, no matter how you look at it, it's too disadvantageous for him. Recalling one of their meetings, the boy adds, in exchange for him clearing some dump like bandits, he wrote off the debt she owed him that day. Looking intently into her eyes, Zhang Iso says, Jing Shan also understands this perfectly, right? Laughing, the girl calls him a cunning fox. He did notice it after all. How many years has she been spinning around this mountain Chingsan? She's already so skilled in such matters. That's the kind of insight needed. The guy says that initially this is a matter of honor for the 7th Lord. This is not a problem that can be solved by borrowing someone else's power. He adds that they must put an end to it with their own hands. The girl asks, does he want to preserve pride? Zhang Iso replies no, he wants to declare. When he utters about the highest dignity of the 7th Lord to everyone on this land of Chingsan, a faint red aura flares around him. The girl looks impressed by his words. The guy continues to speak so that no one from now on even dares to think about recklessly messing with them. Again putting on a frivolous mask and smiling, Zhang Iso adds, so let him not even think about touching the freaks from Boina. This rabble is a step he must take to rise, and the prey he has noticed. The girl looks at the mansion and the bamboo forest surrounding it. A smile creeps across her lips as she thinks it has come to the point that she is already beginning to regret. Sahirn admits she regrets sending such a man to Mao, of whatever level he is. The girl orders Naraku to command the 10 demons of lunar madness to return to the 3rd palace. Hurrying to the exit, she adds that this is their battlefield. Victory and defeat, survival and extermination. And only here is the place for battle for those ready to take responsibility for any outcome. Night, at the forest edge stands a man with a bare, muscular torso, looking ahead at the mountains rising before him. He tells the members of Boina standing behind him, among whom is the mistress of the blooming brothel, Kim Hwa Bin, the clouds have hidden the moon and the weather is just right. The woman with a faint smile listens as he says, on such a day, even if drenched in blood from head to toe. The thug with a mace on his shoulder smiles joyfully, anticipating a bloody massacre. Sadhu Chkal adds this will not be visible. He addresses his troops and, calling them his butchers, calls to raise their swords. He tells them to cut, tear, and crave flesh as much as their souls desire. Zhang Iso, looking bored, sits on the windowsill of the open window. Sadhu Chkal, standing on a cliff overlooking a wonderful view of the village, says that from this moment this village is Volkachin. A bloody aura flares around him as soon as he utters their slaughterhouse. At that moment, boredom flies off the boy's face and his gaze becomes cold and resolute. About 10 members of Boina walk along the moonlit street. Ahead of all goes a thug, swinging a mace over his shoulder. One of them asks, don't they think something is wrong here? The leader allowed them to misbehave as much as they wanted, so they started here from the place where the most followers were supposed to gather. He adds, but it's too quiet here, don't they think so? Looking around, he adds, it seems they packed their belongings and fled. He asks the man with the mace on his shoulder, who has the 4th rank in Boina, what they will do. Meteorite Iron Leg, Yusin Ch Koltwi, Dontak, stopping, thoughtfully looks around the empty street. He says without a doubt they sniffed something out but couldn't get far. Most likely, they huddled together somewhere in the corner of the village and are hiding all together. Dontak laughs, adds, they tremble with fear like cattle. He believes that the picture painted in his imagination looks very appetizing. Not noticing the shooter on the roof of one of the buildings, Dontak says, well then, where should they start the search? Meanwhile, the archer draws the bowstring, and the arrow flies headlong towards the target. Dontak, hearing the sound, becomes alert and arrow. Enlightened by a suspicion that struck his head too late, he thinks, could these scoundrels really? The arrow, striking the hard street surface, changes its trajectory. Dontak watches it with his gaze. The members of Boina are a bit confused. They clearly did not expect an ambush to be set on them. The man on the roof, clutching a bow in his hand, grabs his head and exclaims, incredible, he dodged. Dontak sees 2 more male figures with swords rising behind the archer. Vice leader of the Black Dragon group, Soam, continues to scold himself. Could these people really have seen the weakness of his body in such a short moment, which prevents him from charging headlong into the attack? The man's face turns pale blue and large drops of sweat run down his cheeks. Trembling all over, he says as expected from Boina, terrible masters. The same pale young man standing behind him shouts, no, he just missed by an incredible margin. He reminds that he said he will shoot himself. Soam objects, no, but still the first strike must be delivered by the deputy head to save face. Dontak, glancing at the people on the roof, asks, who are these scoundrels? The man behind him with a sparse beard clenches a sword in his hand and says, judging by their appearance, these are the very bandits rumored about thee are close to the 7th master. Looking at the trembling, bald, big guy from whom the young man is trying to snatch the bow, the man continues to speak. Apparently, they have some honor since they decided to engage in the fight. Dontaki is so satisfied, while he speaks not bad. Black energy streams flow from him when he orders his men to cut off 1 hand and 1 leg from them and then bring them to him. If possible, let them not kill. He bares his teeth in an anticipatory smile and adds, if you blow the heads off the already dead scoundrels, he will feel no satisfaction from the blow. The members of the Black Dragon group standing on the roof drop their jaws and sweat streams down their faces even more intensely. Soam settles on the roof and extends his hand to the opponents, asking them not to rush and to wait a minute. He says, don't do that, and suggests first to calmly resolve everything through talks. At this moment, someone appears behind his back. Tightening his belt more, he calls them miserable wretches and reminds. He said he would be away in the restroom for a short time, but they couldn't hold on and have already made a mess. Soam looks back and relief appears on his face when he hears, get out of here. Dontak is too focused staring at what is happening on the roof. A voice flickers in his head. Meanwhile, a person jumps from the roof. The 7th young lord lands right in front of the members of the slaughter group. The young man says, as expected, half of their forces went this way, just as he predicted. Mao addresses Dontak, calling him a lover of skulls and his subordinates lackeys. He declares that today no one will pass this way. Taking a step toward them, the 7th prince says, so let them get lost if they don't want to die. Meanwhile, Mao sat straight on the floor in the corridor and greedily drank water from a glass until Zhang Iso told him that the main forces of the slaughter would arrive tonight. He specified, here, in the village of Volkatshin. Men HWI who stood nearby silently listened to their conversation. At Mao, upon hearing this news, his jaw drops and the water spills back into the glass. His scream can be heard even outside the mansion. What? Jumping to his feet, the young man shouts, what nonsense? And why on earth would they come here all of a sudden? The assistant calmly replies, what do you mean why? Do you think the killers will come here for a tour? Running his thumb across his throat, Zhang Iso says of course they will come to shed blood. Mao, insulting the boy and swearing, shouts, he talks as if these are other people's problems. Why is he so calm? The 7th prince grabs his head with both hands and, choking with sweat, mumbles, what to do? Should we really run away? But if these are the main forces of Boina, then running anywhere is equally dangerous. The boy, pale to the point of blue, is illuminated by an idea. Turning his head to the boy, he shouts, exactly. He will ask to live in the Meng clan, a housewarming. Exactly, they will have a housewarming. Stunned by his words, Meng Hwi shouts, What nonsense is he talking about? He sprinkles biting words at the young man. The boy says that the Meng clan estate was built 100 years ago. What the hell kind of housewarming? Mao, bitterly sobbing, hugs Meng Hwi's leg with both hands and tries to persuade him if he is going there for the first time, it is still a housewarming. Let him in already, please. Trying to free his leg, Meng Hwi asks to let go. The pants will be pulled off him. Mao promises to behave well and calls the boy little brother. The observer, Jin Iso, who sees the performance before him, says, Master. The boy says gloomily again. The princes freeze, looking at him. The assistant asks, does he really want to return? Zhang Iso is interested. Does he want to return to the time when, crushed by force, he pressed his own mouth with his hand and covered his eyes? He continues, and at that time, while all the precious things he was going to grab with that hand were mercilessly taken away. His words seem to bring Mao to his senses. The boy is curious, is really asking if it is normal to return to that time. The seventh prince recalls standing over the bodies of his friends chopped into pieces. Ashamed, lowering his head, Mao says this is. Zhang Iso interrupts him, saying that today he is completely different from 3 years ago. The young man's gaze shows concentration. The boy reminds him that he has many connections that need to be protected, and the seventh prince listens carefully to the assistant's words. He continues to insist that he has gained power that corresponds to this. Zhang Iso Adsan beside him is a skilled assistant. Mao is kneeling on the floor, listening to the boy speak. Meng Hwi, freed from his grasping hands, keeps his distance. Meanwhile, the boy says so the master only has to make a choice. The seventh prince understands his words to surrender and allow everything to be taken, or to overcome and protect. For a few moments silence falls. Meng Hwi and Zhang Iso look at Mao, waiting for his decision. A quiet laugh bursts from the young man's mouth. Mao admits he thought he would live his whole life loudly, like an empty cart. He adds, and she, as it turned out, quietly became quite heavy. Damn this life. With a different, serious, and determined expression, he raises his eyes to the assistant and asks him to tell him honestly if he wants to defend. The seventh prince asks the assistant, what are the chances of victory? Zhang Iso smiles and replies, if the gentleman so wishes, then let it be the slaughterhouse or anyone else, they are guaranteed victory. No options. Mao stands opposite the members of the Boinya group and fearlessly examines the opponents. A giant mace strikes the road surface and a voice sounds, now that's truly a surprise. Don Tak pronounces it just like that. The gentleman he knows should be lying in a wine barrel, quietly drinking himself to death. Casting a glance at Mao, who is determined, he adds that he did not expect to run into this just like that. Don Tak asks, and what brought him here? Could it be that the supplies of cloudy wine in the palace have run out? The seventh prince replies, incredible. Speaking humanly, he should ask that, isn't that so? Looking at the smirking opponents, Mao says, they broke into a foreign district in the middle of the night and with swords and spears drawn. No matter how you look at it, it's clear they are here to cause a massacre. Frowning, the young man asks Don Taco, will he at least bear the consequences? The man mockingly replies, the Lord has such a fierce spirit. Is today really a day of surprises, huh? Don Tak is curious, and why then was this miserable man so? He asks Mao, doesn't he happen to remember, what was the name of that boy? The young man answers, what is he talking about? Don Tak does not calm down. Come on, let him remember. His lips stretch into a predatory smile as he says, 3 years ago when they came here. Don Tak adds, those petty youths who were in the palace of the seventh lord and died. Mao's body is seized by an angry trembling shiver. Striking his fist against his palm, the man exclaims, ah, exactly, one of them was definitely called. Don Tak pronounces it like this as if Kordic. The seventh prince feels as if he has been punched in the gut. Red sparks flash in Mao's eyes. In his thoughts, he humiliates the man. He recalls 2 cheerful, lively boys named Koran and Zhangdik. Frowning sternly, Mao straightens his shoulders, thinking, this scoundrel didn't even remember their names. Don Tak says that he might get the names a little mixed up, but here is what he definitely remembers. He continues, snot-nosed kids whose blood on the crown hasn't yet dried. Among them, the timid skull crunches especially deliciously when you crack it open. Anger distorts Mao's facial features. Don Tak, smiling, continues speaking, but the head, upon learning that they are friends of this lord, strictly ordered to keep their faces recognizable, so it was necessary. With a manic gleam in his eyes, Don Tak adds, let him just try to limit himself to breaking their arms and legs. Recalling how it all happened, he says that strangely he was left underfed and unsatisfied. Don Tak says no matter what, back then when all these friends and servants were completely slaughtered, the Lord just kept silent, tightly clamping his mouth, right? He adds, so now there's no need to suddenly pretend to be brave. Let him hide in some corner. Forward steps a man with a sparse beard. While Don Tak says that then, even if all others perish, only the master will escape without a scratch, a man approaches the prince. His words reach Mao just like that day, 3 years ago. The boy feels a mountain of untouched dead bodies behind his back. A tremor runs through the body of the seventh prince. The man's hand falls on Mao's shoulder and he says, "Sir, you tremble like an aspen in the wind. Is that even possible?" Looking at the prince with feigned sympathy, the man says, "Really, with such a delicate nervous system, why even come here at all?" He adds, "All right enough," and suggests going quietly even to the first tavern, offering to accompany the prince. Mao's hand presses against his chest. The boy utters this already forgotten. After all, he said that today no one will pass this road. The man says that he is still treating him kindly after all, he is still a master, and he, it seems, really decided that he is worth something. A member of the Bajnia group contemptuously says, "Where do such airs come from?" But a sharp movement cuts off his speech. Mao delivers a devastating blow, driving the arrogant bandit into the road's surface. The fist hits the owner of the sparse beard right in the nose. Illuminated by a red aura, the prince looks very impressive. Don Tak looks surprised at the blood-red energy flashing right before him. Members of the Bajnia group look worried, and from Don's mouth bursts out, "Oh, this is still. What the?" The members of the Black Dragon faction on the roof drop their lower jaws. The body of the owner of the liquid vegetation on the chin swiftly, like a projectile, flies into the disordered ranks of his comrades. Falling just short, the man falls right at Don Taku's feet. Mao disdainfully utters, "Trash, he will not repeat it anymore. Let them engrave this in their noses." Filled with red energy, the seventh prince adds, "He is here and they are there." Rubbing his chin with his hand, Mao says, "And this is the distance they must keep between him and themselves." Baring his teeth threateningly, he warns, "Let them try to cross, if they are so tired of living." The assistant's index finger points upward as he says there is only one point. Whoever stands opposite the master, the tactic is always the same. Zhang Iso continues speaking, "The first who climbs must be torn to shreds with all might." Mao asks, "All might, what does that mean?" "The more the better," the reply sounds. What else could it mean? The seventh and sixth princes sit at the table opposite Zhang Iso. In front of each of them is a cup with a drink. Mao says, "No, well, it's clear, but he still knows that he struggles to control his power, right?" Returning to the first days of acquaintance with the assistant, he adds, "Of course, now he doesn't fall unconscious after one hit, but the internal energy still almost burns out to the bottom, and it can be restored in at least one watch, no less." Mao asks what to do with the rest. Zhang Iso answers that everything here is simple. He says it is necessary to make it so that nothing at all has to be done with them. Mao, with a confused look, asks, "How is that?" The assistant explains, "After all, no matter how much internal energy remains, the master cannot directly handle this whole gang. Yes, thanks to the fruits of training, he can somehow disperse rejects of some level." Zhang Iso says, "But with someone like Don Tak, who likes to hooligan among the crowd and will probably sneak here along Central Street, it is still too early for the prince to compete." He explains tensely to Mao, who listens without taking his eyes off. Don Tak himself understands this layout best, so he will try to remove the master without any fear or caution. The boy adds that is exactly when you need to show the strongest technique that the master currently has. After that, Don Tak and the others from Boina will simply freeze in horror. They will have nowhere to run. Following his advice, the young man dealt with the man who dared to approach him with all the strength he was capable of. Raising his index finger instructively again, the assistant emphasizes, "It is exactly at this moment and no mistakes allowed. You must give it your all until the end." Standing before the enemies, Mao recalls his words with complete calm on his face, as if hearing the assistant's voice, so that they do not even have the thought that they can attack him. With an unfriendly smile, the seventh prince asks, "Why are you frozen? If you want to come in, then just come in already." Looking at the stunned Don Tak and his subordinates, the young man adds, "Really? So you boasted like that before and now you are scared? How can that be?" Standing on the roof, Soam asks the young master, when did he manage to master such a powerful martial art? And there are no words of admiration. Members of the Black Dragon faction joyfully raise their fists above their heads and shout, "Did they see the power of their seventh master, scum from Boina?" They shout that it's the end for all of them. Members of the Boyna group look confused. One of them says, "These bandits dared." Don Tak still cannot recover. In his thoughts, he asks himself, what kind of impossible strike is this? Even he doesn't reach that level, let alone the head. Looking at the fearsome Mao, Don Tak thinks, could the rumors circulating among the elite really be true? And the seventh lord really got incredible luck and reached the highest level. The man mentally cursed. He thought these were just tales for vulnerable fools. With such powers, there is no chance of victory. Don Tak asks the question, what should be done? Seeing the prince, he thinks, wait a minute. In this commotion, he still couldn't properly see. He looks intently at the young man standing before him. A smile appears on Don Tak's lips. Now he understands everything. So that's how it is. His voice echoes in the street, truly impressive. Of course, there is a saying, unrecognizable, as if eyes have opened. They say this when someone's knowledge or skill suddenly grows incredibly. But for the seventh lord himself to reach such an unimaginable height. Don Tak asks the prince, won't he say what chance allowed him to get this far? Mao, a little confused by the opponent's unexpected reaction, says what? Without choosing words, the young man asks, has he completely lost his mind? Are they close acquaintances or what? Or has his brain leaked out if he still hasn't realized where he stands? Mao says, why would he share such things with him? Don Tak's palm tightens around the mace handle as he speaks. Ah, so it is indeed so. He says then, and immediately with one leap he flies up to Mao. Grabbing the prince's hand, Don Tak says he will personally check everything. The seventh lord indignantly asks, what is he doing? Meanwhile, he insults the man. Don Tak, not letting go of his hand, says he was afraid that a master of such a high level might hide even a shred of internal energy. He adds, now that he has felt the prince's pulse, everything is clear. His suspicions were confirmed. With his mouth wide open, Don Tak laughs. He says that the lord's dantian is empty, so that strike really was his maximum, right? While the guys from the Black Dragon faction, stunned and having lost their zeal, stand like the dead, his voice envelops them. Oh, the celestial body, an amazing thing. The fact that he, having unleashed all his internal energy in one strike, managed to achieve such an effect without any side effects. The man around whom cold blue energy flares grimly adds, but against him, Don Tak, this will not work. Surrounded by the glow of a bluish aura, the man adds, if he has no more tricks up his sleeve, then the lord can calmly fall asleep. Waving the mace, he says, and when the prince comes to his senses, he will see something very pleasant. He raises the mace above his head. Don Tak says, just like the seventh prince's palace 3 years ago. He shouts in the youth's face, a landscape soaked with the stench of blood. The prince's face is cut by some evil joy. When he asks, have you been waiting long? He himself seems to have been waiting for a long time. Don looks extremely puzzled. Someone is standing on his shoulders. The prince says time to work off the food. Hwi, confidently towering on the man's shoulders, crouches and grips a spear in his hands. Waving the spear, the boy says, how many times has he said? The lower part of the boy's face is hidden by a mask. Delivering a strike, he adds, let him not speak to him like that. Blood splatters. The seventh and sixth princes sit at the table opposite Zhang Iso. Hwi says the plan is clear, and probably it will work. The boy adds, but only if the opponent's spirit breaks. That alone means they are just snotty curs. He says, and if we talk about the commanders of Boyna, then this minimum masters who have reached the highest level. Hwi believes that such people should not be underestimated, neither by him, nor by the older brothers, nor the older sister, nor especially Mao. Crossing his arms on his chest, the boy asks Zhang Iso, he wonders if such an opponent cannot cope, wherein the basis of this raw technique is that, the more the better. Hwi continues, it is enough to notice how sharply the power coming from the strike has fallen, and he easily puts 2 and 2 together. Mao agrees, well, in this he is, of course, right. The boy replies with a smile, to analyze all this in a moment. It's beyond understanding how insightful the sixth lord is. Zhang Iso says that the future of the Men clan is truly bright. Once again, he is convinced of this. Embarrassed, Hwi replies that such praise is probably still far off. Since he himself understands everything perfectly, extra explanations can be omitted. He places his elbows on the table and intertwining his fingers, the assistant says, rear Don Taka. This is how he leaves it to the sixth master. He adds, since it's like this, it's best to strike at the very moment when he reveals the bluff of the seventh master. Hwi, clearly not expecting such a turn, asks in surprise, what? The boy asks Zhang Iso distrustfully, is he seriously now suggesting that he fight on their side? The boy replies, and who, besides the sixth lord, here even pulls for the hidden elite of the combat unit against Commander Boina. The assistant says the seventh lord needs at least one guard to restore strength, and he himself has work up to his neck, so of course they will have to count on him. Men HWI says passionately no, let whatever happens, but he, by the way, is the sixth master and the legitimate heir of the Men clan. How can he interfere in the Ma clan's disputes and even help Mao's opponent? Showing a light veil, the boy says, if that's all there is to it, then let him not worry. Smiling, Zhang Iso says that for such a case he has just prepared this mask. It breathes easily and the face is not visible. He, handing the mask to the confused boy, asks, have you really not forgotten your oath? Have you not promised that, as long as you live in their palace, you will work off your food? Smiling, Zhang Iso says, then let him consider that they have agreed. Raising the spear above the head of the confused Don Taka, the boy recalls the assistant's words. From now on he fully relies on the sixth master. The sharp spearhead flies straight into the man's face. Bloody splashes cover the face and mask of Men HWI. His eyes widen in surprise. In the boy's head who grips the spear shaft, a thought flashes. He is with bare hands. Don's palm, the one from which blood flows, tightly grips the spear tip. Men HWI is stunned. Did he intercept his hidden strike? The man grits his teeth. The boy, barely a brat, dares. Red sparks flash in his eyes as he speaks and places his foot where he stands. With a sharp movement, he seems to throw the boy away like a kitten, accompanying it with the words, get lost from here. Frightened Mao shouts, small one, is everything okay? But the seventh prince immediately falls silent, seeing how swiftly Men HWI rushes towards the opponent. The boy's hand falls on Mao's shoulder. The boy tells the young man not to flicker before his eyes. Men HWI easily throws the wounded Mao aside and tells the scoundrel to retreat back. The sixth prince strikes Don Tak. The man, flying backward, thinks, some brat who can't even reach his solar plexus, throws him back with one blow. Looking at the boy standing in a fighting stance and gripping a spear wrapped in a green aura, Don Tak thinks, this is a weapon soaked with such profound inner power. He is clearly not inferior to him in level. Looking into the emerald eyes of Men HWI, Don Tak decides even higher. Worried, Don Tak clenches the mace in his hand and turns over the question in his mind. What kind of top-class mercenary from another palace has appeared here with them? Under such conditions, even for him to go headlong, face-to-face, is too risky. He thinks that first he should send his subordinates ahead and probe the enemy's strength. Don Tak grits his teeth, and what kind of figure is this? Those sitting behind his back whisper. One says, since even Don Tak's brother was thrown off like that, where did such a monster come from here? The second replies, is that all? No other ambush here. They decided that both the seventh lord with his demonstrative strike and this village have changed beyond recognition. They believe that if they press as they are, it is too dangerous. Maybe it's better to retreat and act with another detachment. Don Tak threw an angry glance over his shoulder, speaking unflatteringly about his subordinates. His fist forcefully falls on the bald head of one of them. An angry snarl distorts Don Tak's lips as he watches the man fall at his feet. Blood spurts from the wound on the man's head. Men HWI looks surprised at what is happening. He expected the enemy to attack him, not his own accomplices. Showing his subordinates the fist dripping with blood, Don Tak says that the executioner who trembles before cattle is not needed at the slaughterhouse. Maliciously grimacing, he of course ordered his subordinates to raise their blades and move forward, unless they want to die by his hand before these bloody pieces of meat. The man asks the quieted subordinates, did he make himself clear? The response is yes, sir, and a group of men armed with blades rushes forward. A shout is heard, kill them. Man HWI, clutching a spear in his hand, calmly waits until they approach. The boy thinks, it must be admitted for a dull butcher, this fat pig has quite a steel backbone. Looking at the faces of the opponents twisted with rage, he thinks he managed again to raise the fighting spirit to such a level. The approaching men shout, kill, kill. One of them chokes on a scream as blood spurts from his slit throat. With one sweep, Man HWI cuts the throats of the trembling men running ahead. Blood spurts from the necks and mouths of Boina's followers. Man HWI says, well, not scary. He adds, if anything, they will press them to the ground again. A man attacks the boy. He parries the sword strike and humiliates Man HWI. The boy's gaze is flooded with a bright glow of inner energy as the blade approaches right to his face. With one elusive movement, he glides forward, leaving behind a beheaded opponent. A shout breaks out, "Come on, all together, charge!" The men surrounding the boy rush at him from all sides. With an instant movement, Man HWI, as if in a dance, cuts off the hands of the opponents surrounding him. Amid cries of pain, the boy dashes forward and a thought strikes his mind. The formation has broken. He must take advantage of this. Behind him, men fall, their throats slashed, and blood flows to the ground. Man HWI continues to strike, thinking and finish them off. The boy freezes in surprise. What is this? He definitely hit a vital point, so why is this man moving? Man HWI decides he can no longer swing, the distance does not allow it, so he will deliver a stabbing blow. But under his spear, the opponent places the body of another man already killed by the boy. Man HWI is struck by his actions. He uses his comrade as a shield. At that moment, red sparks flare in the eyes of the young man attacking, and he lunges at the boy. In Man HY's mind, whose spear was deeply embedded in the body of the man placed under the blow, a thought flashed. Here is. The man attacking him boastfully calls Don Taka to see how he. A young man shouts, "How did he do that?" His knife pierces the boy's hand, which he manages to cover. Men KHWI mentally curses, watching the veins bulge around the blade. Could it be? Clenching his teeth, he thinks, could this be a paralyzing poison? The boy utters, "Damn." It seems everything around freezes while they watch what is happening. Snorting angrily, the young man asks Don Tak, "Did you see? He managed it." He asks to be remembered, but his chatter is cut off by a powerful blow to the cheekbone. With a kick, Men KHWI knocks him off his feet. The dagger remains sticking in his palm. The opponent flies far back, and his landing can hardly be called soft. Don Tak says with a smile, "This is what good preparation means." He says, "I did not expect that the paralyzing poisonous venom from Do Sun's set, taken just in case, would be so appropriate." Don Tak, watching the boy snatch the knife from the hand, says although he is still holding on quite vigorously, he won't last long. The bloody dagger falls to the ground. Don Tak says it doesn't take long for the poison to spread through all the meridians. He says this to Man HWI, but then it can be without explanations. He himself feels everything best. The boy looks at the hand on which the poison quickly spreads. Casting a contemptuous glance at the opponents, Ming HWI says, "Even if they are third-rate killers, to play so beastly dirty, do those scoundrels from the slaughterhouse have even a shred of a warrior's honor at all?" Baring strong teeth in a wide smile, Don Tak says, "But where is honor to be found here?" Standing behind the backs of his henchmen, he shouts, "That's it, now this puppy can't even move a finger properly. Let them not tremble and let them all fall down together." Don Tak screams madly, "They don't need him alive. Whoever tears off his arms and legs will personally get a reward from the chief." He promises 20 liang of silver for each limb. The men look at him with interest. When he promises 50 for each eye, inspiration and excitement flare up on their faces. Raising his hand above his head, Don Tak sharply shouts, "Whoever brings his head will receive 100. In the eyes of the men, little flames flare up and they rush toward the boy. Hastily running to Men KHVI, the participants of the battle cut open his body on the move. One of them shouts that it is his left arm. Another suggests first cutting off the legs so he won't struggle. The most reasonable among them, swearing, says they will divide him later. First, he must be killed. Men outraged by greed approach the frozen Men KHWI. Leaning forward slightly, the boy intently watches the opponents advancing towards him. A thought flashes through his mind: to die. He recalls standing before Assistant Zhang Iso, clutching a spear in his hand. Meng HWI says, "Just what I was looking for, finally felt." He raises the hand holding the spear and streams of green energy envelop the shaft. The boy says, "I haven't even taken the first step on this path yet." He stomps his foot, and then these scoundrels think he will fall here. Streams of green aura flow around the enraged Meng HWI, who says, if they want to take even one of his nails, let them bet their lives on it. Don Tak is stunned that the boy is capable of fighting back. Meng HWI uses the art of the Great Rift Spirit's first form, the Sweeping Dragon. Streams of energy around the spear aimed at the opponents turn into a tornado, and its base swiftly covers the bewildered men. Streams of emerald energy cover the frightened and confused members of the butchery group. They have already lost all aggression. A strong energy flow crashes down on the stunned Don Tak, from whose lips bursts, "What the?" A powerful explosive wave occurred, and as the green smoke begins to disperse, the silhouette of the boy frozen with the spear in his hand becomes visible. Meng HY's face looks stern, yet a slight chuckle escapes his lips. Looking at the bodies of the opponents lying before him and the pool of blood, he says, "Seems like I dealt with this." The boy leaning on the spear looks tired and depressed. He says, "Oh, how hard it is. If Assistant Zhang saw all this now, then about working off the food." Men HWI adds with a sigh he would not stutter for a long time yet. At that moment, Don Tak attacks him mid-jump. The boy hears his voice relax only after you make sure the enemy commander is dead. Men HWI glances at the rapidly approaching opponent. Drops of sweat pour down his face like hail. Don Tak shouts a stabbing strike just as it should be for snot-nosed kids. The boy's face twists into an angry grimace. The man's blow throws Men HWI high into the air. A muffled scream bursts from his mouth. There he is, cursing, falling to the ground. Don Tak says he doesn't know which school this spear is from, but the strikes are beastly. Looking at the mangled bodies of his comrades, the man says if he hadn't sent his subordinates ahead, using them as a shield, and hadn't given his all, defending with all his inner strength, only rags would have remained of him. Don wrinkles his lips. He admits that both in innate talent and skill level, this pup is at least 2 steps ahead of him. Men HWI listens to him, biting his lower lip. Don Tak's voice reaches him, but on the battlefield, the winner is not the one who is simply stronger, but the one who cannot be stopped. Approaching the boy and holding the mace on his shoulder, Don Tak adds, but the one who knows how to survive. Blood flows down the man's forehead, but his lips stretch into a wide, evil smile as he says if the boy had learned this truth earlier, this place would not have become his grave, but, he admits, for obvious reasons he feels no pity. He raises the mace above his head, gripping the handle with both hands. Don Tak shouts, but he will smash his glorious head with his own hands. Lowering the formidable weapon onto the head of Men HWI, who is sitting on the ground, the man shouts, "Die!" The boy looks at the metal ball approaching him inexorably with horror. Memories flood his mind of the 3 of them sitting at the table and Mao asking the assistant, if suddenly this kid loses to that Don Tak, what will happen next? Stunned, Men HWI, who is examining the mask given to him by Zhang Iso, shifts his gaze to the 7th prince and exclaims indignantly, "What?" The boy shouts, who does he take him for? Who is he saying this to? Does he really think he will lose to some cheapo? Mao, covering his ears with his palms, responds indignantly that he almost went deaf because of him. Why is he shouting like that? He said if suddenly. The 7th prince says that he himself knows anything can happen, right? Zhang Iso says excellent remark. The guy adds of course, and he is sure, such a worthy 6th lord will by no means lose to some Don Tak, but their opponent is the very Boinya. He says that these scoundrels are so low that they do not shy away from anything, so no one guarantees that everything will go without surprises. Zhang Iso believes that a fierce clash may well erupt or an exhausting confrontation without a clear winner may drag on. He says, ultimately, both the 6th Lord and the people of Boinya will end up in a rather battered state, but by that time, whoever eventually stands firm, a lot of time will have passed. Zhang Iso says with a smile, just enough for the 7th Lord for the more, the better, to have time to recover. A strong hand stops Don Tak's mace. Shrouded in the mist of a red aura, Mao calmly holds the huge iron ball and looks at the man with ill intent. Don Tak stares at him in shock. A thought flashes through his mind. What the hell? Yes, he really spent his inner strength, but physically isn't he immediately sent to Boinya after the head? The man feels that he cannot even move. Mao's eyebrows knit together at the bridge of his nose, and his gaze is stern and full of determination. From Don Tiki's lips bursts out, "It cannot be." How? The 7th prince replies he said not to ask unnecessary questions. They are not friends. The young man, clenching his hand into a fist, says, "It is much more important what he must kill into his piggy head." Streams of bloody red energy flow from his hand. Mao continues to say that there, where his 2 pig legs are now standing. The young man easily holds the huge metal mace ball with one hand and adds runs its edge. He pronounces and that his friends are not called Koldil at all. Men KHWI looks at what is happening with wide, surprised eyes. Raising a fist to strike, Mao shouts, Korin and Zhangdik. Don Tak begs him to wait a second. He asks the 7th master for permission to discuss everything. Mao's fist drives into the man's chest, knocking the air out of his lungs. Don Taka croaks hoarsely and muffledly. A fishy sob jerks and bursts from his mouth. The red energy of the 7th prince throws the man far back. She presses him into the ground with such force that the street surface cracks around him. Mao clenches his teeth and tries to see the consequences of his strike. From the mouth of the 7th prince bursts Korin. Zhangdik, Kneeling beside the fallen opponent and raising his face to the sky, he screams at least one of them he still sent to them. 3 years ago, after that terrible day, Mao, remaining alone, kept repeating the same thing. He stood before the graves and repeated only one word, into which he put his whole soul: forgive. He looked at the granite slabs under which the bodies of his friends lay and thought, if they had not gotten involved with him, they all could have been alive. In this swamp of self-blame, without any guide to the light, only one feeling echoed: a sense of complete helplessness. Mao whispered, choking on tears, it's because of him. The poisonous whisper of hatred and self-flagellation did not let him live in peace. And today, after 3 years, Mao asks, are they here? The mental pain turning into physical convulsively tightens the fingers of his hands. From his mouth bursts Ch. Koran, Zhangdik. Throwing his head back to the sky, Mao shouts. His tormented and torn soul screams only now, at least one, he sent to them. A cry that burst out in one breath. His face, twisted by flour, turned to the dark sky. Meng Hwi, sitting behind him, remains a silent witness to his pain. Looking at him, the boy thinks, this rake. Men Khvi wonders, has his back always been this broad? The boy decides he will have to acknowledge him, at least a little. Looking at the enlightened face of the seventh prince, Men Khvi realizes, even without assistant Zhang, this guy is incredibly strong right now. Suddenly Mao, as if having lost all strength, falls to the ground. Men Khvi smiles and says, although, of course, he is still very, very far from someone like him. Looking at his trembling hand pierced by a poisoned dagger, he says, however, he himself still has a long way to grow. Shame to fall for such a miserable, dirty trick. And with such a face, he cannot show himself to assistant Zhang. He thinks that first, at least, the poison must be squeezed out. The boot sinks directly into a puddle of blood. Men Khvi thinks, at least thanks to internal circulation. The boy sees a group of armed people approaching them. Their faces are twisted with malice. The man in front says, cursed rake, the seventh lord and the petty youth whom he dreams of tearing to pieces. Men Khvi jumps up and runs to Mao, who is lying prone. He curses to himself. He thought he had covered everyone, but it turns out there were those who managed to escape the Wind Dragon's strike zone. He grabs the seventh prince by the collar, thinking that fighting in this state is impossible. He needs to take Mao away. Men Khvi understands that they need to retreat. He feels his condition rapidly worsening and thinks, could the paralyzing poison have already gone this far? The boy falls right onto the seventh prince. Boina's followers laugh. A man with a bloodied face who leads the group says, it seems even a monster like him still doesn't reach the level of being invulnerable to any poison. Looking at Don Tak's blood-stained face, he adds, the fact that Don Tak managed to handle Don Tak's commander in such a state is impressive, but that's exactly why he can't just let him go alive. The man adds, if he doesn't steal at least this glorious head with him, there will be nothing to beg the chief for mercy with. Men Khvi raises his head and in his eyes reads desperate stubbornness. The man says, so let him not hold a grudge. Everything that is happening is the price for his own foolish urge to stick his nose where it is not wanted. He suddenly stops and raises his gaze to the sky, from where dark figures of warriors with swords attack him. Men Khvi watches what is happening in shock. The warriors land among the people from Boina and the princes. A shout rings out, just one more step, you can't get closer to these two. Armed guys shout, as long as they stand here the Black Dragon gang never. Men Khvi is surprised the Mao gang hasn't scattered after all. He was sure they had long since left. Looking at Sohm, resolutely determined, the boy asks why. Earlier, Zhang Iso stands before the members of the Black Dragon gang and says that personally he does not expect or count on them to smash the butchery to pieces. He tells them it is enough just to stand aside a little and watch. That will also be their share in this battle, and if suddenly a chance appears to do at least something. The boy slowly raises his index finger and says so that their lives are also preserved. Looking at the guys inspired by his speech, he shouts forward. Sohm shouts, well then, weapons in hand, Black Dragon gang. He tells his brothers, thanks to the seventh lord and brother Iso, you have been reborn as honest workers of the village Volkachken. Sohm adds that only today, on this battlefield, they become again the same jackal thugs from the alleys. The guys listen to his call with enthusiasm. Sohm, running ahead of the whole group towards the opponents, shouts how they were before. The man leading the butchery squad panics, what kind of lunatics are these? And why on earth have they suddenly? But the Black Dragon guys are already attacking the butchery, and Sohm's strike sends one of its members flying. Men HWI watches as the members of the Black Dragon Gang deal with the people from the butchery. The boy is worried and says, well, you have to. In this village, you can't guess what will happen even a step ahead. Casting a glance at Mao lying unconscious, he adds just like with an acquaintance. A female silhouette surrounded by a crowd of people is reflected on the water's surface. A voice is heard. They say this is CH Hingsen Ru, an establishment without lineage or tradition, barely surviving for 10 years, yet supposedly the best brothel in all of CH Hansen. The owner of the blooming brothel, Flower Moon Kim Hwa Bin, third in rank in Boyne, coquettishly adjusts a strand of her long hair and says, too confident a listener, just without a belt. The woman says, and now she decides to check whether this establishment at least meets the minimum standard worthy of all this inflated rumor. The elders must still supervise the younger ones. The men standing behind silently listen to her words. Kim Hwa Bin adds, and it must be said, the spectacle turned out to be somewhat unexpected. Looking at her interlocutor, the woman says, she thought there would be only a couple of barely armed third-rate fighters here. Next to her stands the owner of the Jade Immortal Guesthouse, Chu Hanren. And if you recall her real name, Mo Yunren, Kim Hwa Bin pronounces, it turns out there is only one figure here. The woman says, did the owner of CH Hingsen Ru personally come down to meet them? Kim Hwa Bin says, interesting, what is this junior colleague thinking? Could it be that she really decided they came here as clients just to have a mug of drink? She adds, or does she hope to be the first to ask for a beautiful death for herself? Chu Hanren's face remains impassive. Lowering her eyes, the girl replies, no way. She came out to apologize to the guests who traveled a long way. Chu Hanren, behind whom her guest house rises, says, today CH Hingsen Ru is not operating. All employees except the hostess have been sent far away to the west where a battle is taking place elsewhere. At this time, her employees are at the Full Moon Meeting Festival. This festival is arranged exclusively for the residents of the village Volkachken. Chu Hanren says that because of this, today they cannot receive guests. Kim Hwa Bin replies, that's why the village is so quiet. Could it be that they, in the very midst of all this, went to admire the moonlight? Mistress CH Hingsen Ru tells her colleague that she is talking nonsense, and as she phrases it, just in case, she clarifies no complaints on this matter will be accepted. She adds, if someone tries to cause disorder, they will immediately proceed to harsh measures without further warnings. Kim Hwa Bin's face darkens. Chu Hanren, thinking about Zhang Iso, says such a decision of Mistress CH Hingsen Ru, the very same person. Red sparks flare in Kim Hwa Bin's eyes, and a smile slides across her lips. A group of Boyne people stands on the bridge, led by Kim Hwa Bin. Chu Hanren blocks their way. The mistress of the blooming brothel says with a smile, interesting, what kind of words are these? Real owner means, she says. Bin Kim Hwa, looking at the girl standing before her, adds, could it be that the current owner CH Hingsen Ru is just a front and the real power belongs to someone else? The woman asks, and who is that? Looking at her coldly, Chu Hanren replies that it will be difficult to answer that. Taking a book out of a secret pocket, the girl says, this, first of all, is the highest secret of their house. Unfolding the book, Chu Hanren adds, and secondly, their master is definitely not the one about whom such a worthless person as the mistress of the blooming brothel should know anything at all. The girl speaks, stretching out each word with intonation, the third in the hierarchy of Boyne Kim Hwa Bin. The woman's face shows no emotion, but from her lips escapes him. The mistress of the blooming brothel, smiling, says, oh, I see. So before her is not just a girl who only knows how to pour wine. It seems she is quite well informed about her status. Chu Hanren replies, although in essence this changes nothing. The girl reads from the book. She is from the outskirts settlement of Chingsan, from the small village Igachin. She continues reading, obsessed with the cunning lust, and she herself became a singer courtesan. On Kim Hwa Bin's face flickers confusion. Chu Hanren continues reading, but one day a random client, a martial arts master, teaches her the technique of replenishing yin at the expense of yang, and she rises to the rank of masters. The girl says that at first, having such power, Kim Hwa Bin scared men and enjoyed devouring their life force. She treated them like wild animals. Chu Hanren continues reading, but with age, for certain reasons, she began to turn to young and beautiful women. On the faces of her victims remained huge scars round, like the moon. And that is exactly how she got the nickname Blooming Moon. The girl says that these strange antics began when she was about 35, that is, approximately 15 years ago. Baring teeth maliciously, Kim Hwa Bin says in anger, enough, let her shut her mouth already. As if not hearing her, Chu Hanren says in other words, she is now 50. For a few moments silence hangs, the tension simply hovered in the air. One of Boina's people humiliates Chu Hanren and declares what she is doing there. The man insults the girl again and shouts, how dare she touch the most painful spot of the elder sister of Blooming Moon. Pointing a finger at her, he shouts that now she definitely will not live. The man says that even now anyone who once stuttered about her 50 is alive. His passionate speech is interrupted by an unpleasant thing. At that moment his head is split into two parts. Kim Hwa Bin, without even looking at him, delivered a deadly blow. The woman finishes the phrase she started, did not go. Chu Hanren looks impassively at the flowing blood. The woman holds a blade in her hands from which blood drips drop by drop onto the ground and says not one, not once. With a sweep of the sword, she cuts the book that Chu Hanren holds and asks, does she understand what this means? The bloodied sword rushes dangerously close right past the face of the girl who stands motionless. Kim Hwa Bin, whose gaze is distorted by malice, adds, does she understand that this is her grave? The woman humiliates Chu Hanren. Dealing with the book, she finds herself behind the girl. The book, slashed by her sword, falls to the ground. The mistress of the blooming brothel boldly throws, no, let them just look at me. Interesting, what does she expect, standing here alone and behaving so brazenly? When Chu Hanren draws her sword, the woman says, it seems she really has some support. Casting a glance over her shoulder, Kim Hwa Bin says, could it be that she managed to swing a sword somewhere too? Looking around, the woman with a wicked smile suggests so, maybe she will try this for taste. Chu Hanren turns to her rival, just in time to parry her attack. Their blades cross again and again. Both opponents are virtuosos with weapons. The people from Boina watch the duel tensely. One of them says, wow. He adds, they said that if Sister Blooming Moon fights seriously, even their leader finds it not so easy to calm her down. She is truly terrifying. The second says, and the woman who manages to drag her around also seems no slouch, but the end is only a matter of time. Blade Kim Hwa Bin wounds Chu Hanren. The girl glances at her forearm, there is barely a small scratch visible. People from Boina believe that their leader has gotten a taste for it. Kim Hwa Bin laughs how fun it is. With a triumphant smile, the woman swings the sword and says that nowadays youth only know how to scream behind others' backs. No pleasure, not a drop of resistance. Watching the girl deflect blows, one of the men says, she can resist fiercely. Kim Hwa Bin shouts that probably tearing her face apart will be very, very enjoyable. She stomps her foot with such force that cracks appear on the bridge. The woman says, although, to be honest. Looking at the staggered girl, she adds, still, this is only at such a level. The bridge beneath Chu Hanren's feet shatters into pieces and the girl realizes, the rival damaged the support. Stomping her foot again, the woman says, this decking. With a crazy smile, she attacks the girl mid-jump and shouts for her to give her that decking. Rushing headlong toward the falling Chu Hanren, Kim Hwa Bin shouts, if she wants her much-suffering body to be at least fully buried, immediately. The girl forcefully throws the sword at her rival. The sharpened edge of the blade mercilessly approaches the woman's nose bridge, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Kim Hwa Bin raises the blade before her. The clinking of metal rumbles. A thought flashes in her head. Did she throw it away? Pushing off with her foot from the falling piece of the bridge, Chu Hanren approaches her opponent. The girl's foot pushes off from Kim Hwa Bin's shoulder. Chu Hanren tears upward and kicks her opponent with a foot strike, and she flies down. The woman falls into the river, and the girl swiftly rushes upward. Chu Hanren glances down, trying to assess the situation. The girl says, as they say, the one who truly lived, even if aged by years, will retain a wonderful depth inside. Looking at her opponent sitting on a fragment of the bridge swaying on the waves, she covers her face with her hand and adds, and the woman spent her whole life just running away from life itself. Chu Hanren says that she aged without any depth and remained simply disgusting. Kim Hwa Bin removes her hand, and now her face, twisted with malice, is visible. Numerous wrinkles have appeared, turning her into an old woman. The offer from that master, whose name she now barely remembers, Kim Hwa Bin received 30 years ago, in the bedroom of a house of entertainment where she had only gotten a job to experience the taste of men. Looking at her young and beautiful, with luxurious curves, freely sprawled on the bed, he said she was truly beautiful. Leaning over her, the man said, "It is a sin for such beauty to rot in a backwater den." He told her he knew a technique worthy of that beauty and asked if she wanted to master it. Intentionally running his tongue over his upper lip, the man says, "Really, to master her, she will have to." Such a little awkward slip of the tongue. He told her if she learns everything properly, even healthy boys will crawl to her feet like silk. And he asked, "Well, how? What does she think?" Kim Hwa Bin, smiling, replies, "Healthy boys, sounds good, exactly what she wanted." Bending under the weight of his body, she languidly says that she really loves deep. That's how she adopted from him he boim replenishment of yin at the expense of yang, still not fully realizing what it really means. As the master said, the he boim technique suited her perfectly. The more intoxicating life energy she received, the more noticeably her inner strength grew. As a result of secret night runs through entertainment districts and numerous connections with men, she became so strong that, if she wished, she could take anyone she wanted. This power allowed her to do whatever she pleased with men. She strangled her fleeting lovers more than once, laughing while doing so. Her strength grew so much that she punished that miserable master who dared to go to bed with another. She punished him with her own hands, deprived him of his right hand. Proudly straightening up and clutching a sword in her hand, Kim Hwa Bin looks at the man sitting at her feet, trying to stop the bleeding with a sheet. Behind him on the bed sits a frightened girl, covering her nudity with a blanket. From the lips of the elderly woman bursts out, she does not understand at all. She was not against paying for the transmitted technique and continuing to keep him company in bed, and he dared to mock her like that? Kim Hwa Bin says this is not just outrageous, but even interesting. Maybe he will at least try to justify himself somehow. The man, from whom sweat flows, barely squeezes out through clenched teeth. She is curious. She has lived her whole life trading her face in a brothel, hasn't she realized it until now? He shouts to her right in the face, if she is so curious, let her come to the mirror. Let her see how the side effect of he boimsel turned her physiognomy into ruins. The master says, how much blood and strength has she sucked from men if she has come to such a state? If she does not press with force, will there be even one man who, at the sight of this face, will feel anything in his pants? He exclaims, well, if it just doesn't turn him inside out with disgust. From the lips of the confused woman bursts out what? In a sinister voice without any promise of good for the interlocutor, she says, does he mean that she is ugly, so much so that not a single man can seduce her? The master insults her and says she has lost her mind. As a courtesan, she is finished. As a woman too. The man, on whose cheeks drops of sweat roll like hail, shouts that no man will want to embrace such a crumpled old rag like her. No one will want to hold her in their arms. He shouts no one in this whole world. The sword of Kim Hwa Bin cuts through his head. Blood lashes from the slashed body. The woman freezes for a moment, holding a sword in front of her. Kim Hwa Bin, shifting his gaze to the trembling girl, says, does he think she is old and ugly? Does she think so too? The blood-soaked blade touches the face of the girl, paralyzed with fear. The woman says she, who has nothing but youth. Kim Hwa Bin, whose face is covered with deep wrinkles and sagging skin, asks does she consider herself more beautiful than her. The tip of the blade cuts the skin on the girl's cheek. Kim Hwa Bin says that for a woman, beauty is power. Truly beautiful is only a strong woman. She swings the sword and, inflicting numerous cuts all over the girl's body, utters so that love beside her must choose her. Sitting on a bridge fragment and covering her face with her palm, Kim Hwa Bin repeats the same words she said then. Among all the women in this district, she is the strongest and the most beautiful. Removing her hand from her face, she insults Chu Hanren. The woman hisses maliciously, who here is old in her opinion. Whom did she call ugly there, huh? Pushing off the bridge fragment with her feet and tearing upwards, the woman shouts, let them not laugh at her. She is beautiful, she is wonderful. In all of Chinsan, no, in the whole world, she is the best woman. In a jump, Kim Hwa Bin growls angrily, all hers, and the bodies of all the men in the world hers. Their feelings, their love also hers, everything belongs to her. Reaching out her hand to Chu Hanren, she shouts that anyone who dares, no matter who, will deeply regret it. She will tear her to pieces. From the lips of the impassive girl flies, lady. The girl, surrounded by a glow of inner energy, hovers in the air above her opponent. She asks her to lower her voice a little. Light strands of hair flicker against the background of the moon. A voice is heard according to the internal rules of their Hinsen Ru, unnecessary screams and noise that spoil the atmosphere. Hovering over the surprised Kim Hwa Bin, the girl finishes the phrase categorically forbidden. The stunned woman cannot take her eyes off the opponent who has transformed. She notices a delicate hand with impressively long nails. Nothing escapes her attention, the girl's eyes filled with the red light of inner energy. Long blonde hair hovers like a halo around the head of Chu Hanren, who has transformed. Looking at the girl, Kim Hwa Bin asks himself, could she really be a witch? Like an enchanted woman, she looks at her rival, unable to tear her gaze away. A confused expression of bewilderment appears on her wrinkled face. In her eyes, Chu Hanren is reflected, rapidly approaching her. From the woman's lips escapes beautiful, but immediately the girl rushes past her like a whirlwind and strikes. The woman drops the sword from her weakened hand. Chu Hanren, leaving her behind, crosses her hands with bloody fingers in front of her face. People from Boina watch as many pieces of their leader's body fall to the ground. The dismembered body continues to fall. One of the men exhales the elder. The men standing on the bridge watch as pieces of the body fall into the water. The men turn pale to the point of blueness and tremble with fear. What was that even? Someone among them utters it means, and Chu Hanren lands on the bridge from behind. Her voice reaches the frightened men first of all. She must apologize to them. Swaying and still trembling, the men turn to her. The girl continues speaking. Even if they want to leave now, unfortunately, she can no longer let them go. Pressing her hand to her face and watching the blood flow down it, Chu Hanren says, "This record, without that man's permission, no one should see." Licking the stream of blood from her wrist, she looks over her shoulder at the men with eyes shining red and says that this is a secret. Rushing towards them headlong, she asks for understanding. The men grip their swords and scream in horror. Moonlight floods the body fragments and the long hair swaying in the river. Sadhu Hall sits on a cliff and looks at the village in the valley. He mutters, "Strange." From time to time, explosions and screams are heard, but from this silence you wouldn't say the matter is progressing. Could it be these incompetent idiots? His thoughts are interrupted by a wounded man calling the chief from afar and shouting, "Terrible disaster." Sadhu Hall turns to him. Looking at the wounded man, the chief of the butchery asks, "Could this be Eng? Why is he here if he was assigned to take the residential quarter?" He is curious, what kind of appearance is this anyway? Clutching the wound on his forearm, Eng answers, stammering, "The thing is, all the soldiers who went with me to the residential area by the chief's order." Blood trickles in a thin stream from the man's chin and down his cheeks. He says they all were completely exterminated. Ngu adds assistant to the 7th Lord Zhang Iso. Only a single person. Sadhu Hall looks at him stunned. Saywer Butchery headquarters, 2 guards stand near the entrance. One of them complains about boredom. Crossing his arms over his chest, he says that supposedly they are also fighters of the butchery, but in the end, they stand here like watchmen. The second guard replies, "What can you do? Neither by experience nor by strength are they even close to masters." The first, casting a glance at him, says, "It annoys me that it's true, but no matter how important the matter is, can you really clean out the base to complete emptiness like this?" He continues, as he himself said, "Only green rookies like them remain here, combat strength 0. If some scum who has a grudge against them takes advantage of this and shows up, won't they be swept away completely?" The second guard agrees, "Well, strictly speaking, yes." He adds, "But will there be such reckless brave ones here in Ch Hansen to do such a thing?" The first replies, "And what about madmen? Settling disputes over territory is a common thing here." The second objects, he understands nothing. The level of strength must match. Does he even know who their leader is? The guard continues speaking. Even in the teachings, he is recognized as a master among the 100 strongest, so he is a brother from the Sa clan. He adds, plus behind them stands the eldest son of the Ma clan, and everyone in Ch Hansen knows this. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guard says with a smile, "And so the butchery with such a roof barely opened the house. But who among the jackals would dare to crawl in here? Do they want to die if retaliation comes later?" The first guard agrees, sounds logical. The second guard says, "Although, whatever the case, according to the rules, usually at least one senior officer is left behind." He adds, "But recently, because of this guy named Zhang Iso, there has been a gap in their leadership. So it seems it was unclear exactly who to leave. Senior Saho John, who usually stayed, went far away on a mission with Mihansen and the Iron Riders." The guard believes there is still no reason to be nervous. He adds, "As long as they are the butchers, they have nothing to fear." A group of people appears before the guards. Their faces are not visible because of long cloaks with hoods. The guard says in surprise, "What kind of fears are these?" The man leading the group asks to be given potions. The first guard, covering his nose with his fingers, says, they came for Mihansen. The second, covering the lower part of his face with his hand, mumbles, what a stench. And the guy, calling them pigs, advises them to at least sometimes take water treatments. The first, pointing at them with his finger, asks, haven't they announced that the deals are temporarily suspended, or have they sunk so deep into drugs that their brains have melted? He orders them to leave peacefully, or else he will. The second disgustedly waves his hand for them to get out faster. A rope loop wraps around the wrist of one of the guards, and immediately the second. The man leading the group pulls the ropes onto himself while the guards look at their hands in confusion. From under the hood, a red light is visible, a flash in the eyes of the man who used the hidden technique of Horrendon. He moves sharply using the technique of the roaring dragon's bonds, and the ropes tightly wrap around the upper parts of the guards' bodies, while the man, whose hood has fallen from his head, ends up behind them. A smile slides across the man's lips. He understands. The reception looked impressive. One of the guards confusedly pulls, what is this? Where did the ropes come from? His colleague shouts, hey, what are they doing? And as soon as gags end up in their mouths, the cries of the confused and outraged immediately stop. The stream no longer flows. Under the blows of the attackers, the guards fall to the ground. The man, rubbing his hands, says, they said only green rookies were left here. Yun Ti, leader of the Black Dragon faction, rubs his wrists and says everything exactly as Brother Iso said. He turns to his companions and asks, are you ready? Their joyful smiles are the answer. Yun Ti, smiling just as joyfully, says they haven't strolled the old way for a long time. He suggests smashing them like in the old days. Breaking the gate leaves, the leader of the Black Dragon faction shouts to rob an empty house. Sadhu Kal looks worried but tries to maintain an unshakable calm. On the clearing lie the bodies of people from Boina. The corpse of one of them swings on a rope tied to a tree branch. Another sits under the tree, hanging his head. The rest of the bodies are scattered across the clearing. He stands staring at the scene before him. Ngu froze behind his back. Without looking at him, Sadhu Kal says, let him explain. Ngu, stammering, says the thing is, he remembers almost nothing, but with the most miserable face, he says that they were walking on the road to the residential quarter by order of the chief. Something flashed before his eyes and he immediately fainted. And when he came to, lying on the ground already, he remembers the moment he opened his eyes. Blood was flowing from the wound on his head, and he saw the bodies of his brothers. Ngu pronounces everything was broken like this. Kneeling and bowing behind Sadhu Chal, he adds, also, besides that, the leader interrupts him, everything he says next has a price. Sadhu Chal says, watching him breathe through that mouth, he will not have the slightest desire. A sinister red-black aura flares around him, and Nga recoils in horror. He shouts hurriedly, there is benefit, and how much he heard. Ngu says to Glaive that he heard another plan of this scoundrel. Sadhu Chal glances over his shoulder for a moment, asks if he heard his plan. The chapter clarifies what does he mean. Stammering, Ngu replies the thing is, actually. He says that when he recovered, Zhang Iso was still here. Ngu adds that he was standing right behind his back. He says the guy decided there were no ears nearby, so it seems he relaxed and muttered on. Ngu recalls how Zhang Iso says, it seems they have gradually finished with this side. And then adds then if the one he sent to Tanu-chan does everything properly there, that's it. All the Mihansen stored in Sewara in Boini is theirs. Sadhu Chal is clearly unpleasantly surprised by his words. He thoughtfully draws out, so that's how it is. So from the very beginning they were waiting for these two to leave the base. He does not know how they found out that they have Mihansen. The chief adds, but Mihansen, like the one that undermines the faith of followers, is forbidden according to the doctrine. If this is taken as physical evidence and officially brought up for the teaching's consideration. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Sadhu Chal says no matter how their master Ma tries to cover it up, avoiding severe punishment will not be easy. Or maybe, on the contrary, they want to make this a starting capital to expand trade and make big money. The chief of Boini believes, no matter how you look at it, he is an outstanding intriguer. He adds, but it's good that they found out about this in advance and will have time to prepare. Sadhu Chal tells Ngu that it is his merit and he is indebted to him. The latter, smiling ingratiatingly, replies, oh no, by no means. He only did what he had to do as a person of Boini. He hasn't finished speaking yet, and his lips are already stretched into a smile, but a strong hand grabs his throat. Sadhu Chal, squeezing his neck, easily lifts him off the ground. Ngu croaks in horror, Chief, Master. He asks why does Sadu Ch Hall do this? The answer sounds he is indeed in debt. Does he understand this? Staring at Ngu, the head of the slaughterhouse asks who is he. The man grabs Sadu Ch Hall's wrists with both hands and gasps, what, how is it who? He is Ngu. The head just snorts even now holding onto his own lying. Does he really think he's a complete fool? Sadu Ch Hall says one master who alone cut down so many people, accidentally left only him breathing, accidentally let him hear his words. He continues speaking and accidentally arranged everything so that Ngu would pass his plan to him. The head says this whole amazingly convenient picture is not so accidental for him to believe it like a simpleton. Grabbing a piece of skin on Ngu's neck to remove the mask from his face, Sadu Ch Hall says he acknowledges the flawless play. Honestly, he almost fell for it, if not for this barely noticeable mark on his neck. Looking closely at the piece he holds between his fingers, the head says from a mask made of human skin. Ngu asks him to wait and tries to explain something, but Sadu Ch Hall interrupts since he himself does not want to confess. He will find out everything with these very hands. He adds, and then with those same hands will tear the skin and bones off him. Standing with his back to the clearing, he does not see how one of the corpses sitting under the tree gets up and reaches for the hatchet lying on the ground in front of him. Sadu Ch Hall says he is scattering all this right in front of Ch Hilsagun. He does not see that the hatchet is already heading towards them. Blood splashes on the face of the head of the slaughterhouse. A voice sounds as expected. Playing with the half-suspecting is even more interesting. Pressing further on Ngu's throat, from whose head a small axe sticks out, Sadu Ch Hall glances over his shoulder. The head of the slaughterhouse watches as a man pulls a mask off his face, continuing to speak. Such people are easily confident that no one can deceive them anymore. Sadu Ch Hall, frozen in place, hears his voice, and they never come to the thought that even this confidence is part of the deception. Pulling out a dagger, the man adds, and these ones seem afraid that they might suddenly stop being considered butchers since they carry separate knives as if they were weapons. They're show-off, of course, although alright for this time, just that. Zhang Iso, gripping a knife in both hands, says for a creature worse than a beast, just the thing to strip the bones. Blooming with a happy smile, the boy asks, isn't it true? Baringly baring his teeth, Sadu Ch Hall utters, there Zhang Iso. Ngu, with a small axe sticking out of his head, falls to the ground. Zhang Iso stands by a tree, gripping a knife in his hands, and Sadu Ch Hall, having thrown Ngu aside, turns to face him. Smiling cheerfully, Zhang Iso says, wonderful place isn't it, quiet and secluded. Sadu Ch Hall wipes blood from his face with his hand. The young man continues speaking. Weeds all around. Trees grow so densely that you can't find a gap. Overall, it will be extremely difficult to look for tracks here. Doesn't he find any? Zhang Iso adds, if some man worse than cattle suddenly disappears without a trace. The head of the slaughterhouse sharply lowers his hand. Drops of blood fall from it. He says, well yes, as we said, the guy's head is not all right. Sadu Ch Hall says he will ask only one thing. Since he disguised himself so carefully and waited, why didn't he try to strike? The guy understands. It was the only chance to hit him while he was relaxed. Zhang Iso, still smiling kindly, replies, what kind of relaxation is that? Let him keep his unnecessary modesty to himself, okay? Even when he pretended to be a fool, clinging to an innocent subordinate, breaking through his defense was no harder than finding a needle through the eye of a needle. The guy adds that he only wanted to cheer him up a bit and show what he is capable of. Then he himself will understand what scale of danger he touched, and the conversation will go more smoothly. Zhang Iso says that there is an old debt between them that needs to be settled. The head of the slaughterhouse shakes his head in surprise. A debt. Swinging the knife, the guy replies, let him not pretend. Didn't he receive news from Horrendon? What sins before the seventh lord will they have to publicly ask forgiveness for? Stretching his hand forward and pointing the tip at the man opposite, Zhang Iso says the last ultimatum. Sadu Ch Hall replies, yes, recently there have indeed been several such messages from Horrendon. So the guy still remembers this. The head of the slaughterhouse adds, but here's the thing. Have you ever seen a guy who has ever seen a butcher put down the knife because of the cattle's screams at the cutting table? A red aura flares around the man as he says that personally he has not seen this. Looking intently at Sadu Ch Hall, Zhang Iso says, is that so? Smiling broadly, the boy says, what a pity. If he had brought the butcher to his knees in front of everyone, the master's position would have noticeably strengthened. So this was his last favor. Zhang Iso says, well, if the head decided so, then he won't impose himself anymore. Then, With a cheerful sparkle in his eyes, he says, "Let the butcher die here so that no one finds out." Sadhu Hall replies, "Every time the boy opens his mouth, he shortens his own life." The head of the butcher asks, "And yet does he really believe he can handle him alone?" Jang Iso answers him he doesn't even know. To be honest, it's not confidence. The opponents simultaneously rush from their places with such speed that it's simply impossible to keep track of them. Sadhu Hall's fist is blocked by the boy. With a smile, he places the blade of a knife flat in front of himself. The boy with a smile finishes the phrase in confidence. Moonlight falls on the clearing where the head of the butcher and the seventh prince's assistant have met in a deadly duel. Sadhu Hall stares fixedly at the knife into which his fist has pressed. The boy pushes away the opponent's hand clenched into a fist. The slaughterhouse chief swings his hand, putting inner strength into the strike. A flash ignites and streams of energy burst toward Jang Iso. At this moment, Sadhu Hall attacks the boy in a jump, who meets him with a knife strike. The man, rushing at the opponent who is forced to cover his face with a bent elbow, raises his fist to strike. Jang Iso barely manages to duck as a fist flies over his head. The guy from the spread flies in with a kick straight to the opponent's face. Right there he waves the knives, trying to wound Sadhu Hall. Jang Iso delivers slashing strikes with both hands at incredible speed. Blows rain down on the head of the slaughterhouse one after another, strengthened by the boy's inner energy. Jang Iso does not stop for a moment, continues to shower with strikes. The smile stretches the lips of the head of Boina. The boy says, "Just look, he is even amused." Jang Iso raises his leg to strike, but at that very moment, a red, deadly aura literally explodes around Sadhu Hall. The guy immediately closes his eyes, crossing his arms in front of him, clutching knives in his hands. A thought flashes in his mind. Such a strong pressure, could it be just from the release of inner strength? Sadhu Hall looks as if he is about to grow to an incredibly gigantic size. The pressure of his power gives that impression. Spreading his arms to the sides and dodging with a smile, he asks, "Does the guy like that he is playing along?" The hands of the head of the slaughterhouse reach out to the caught Jang Iso. The boy manages to squat down. Sadhu Hall's hands catch emptiness. Jang Iso instantly rushed forward, struck, and stopped. Fell to a knee, already behind the opponent's back. The boy glanced over his shoulder to check if the plan had succeeded. In his gaze flickers surprise as he looks at the muscular back of the man standing with lowered arms, enveloped in a red aura. Looking at his legs, Jang Iso thinks, in this exchange of blows, he barely moved even 3 steps. Looking at the tracks they left, the boy is amazed, and even allowing himself to be attacked practically one-on-one, he only ended up with scratches. At this moment, Sadhu Hall turns his head and with a smile throws a glance at Jang Iso over his shoulder. The boy thinks, according to the data, in strength and endurance, the head of Boina is not inferior even to the head of Corandon. He understands that the opponent will not be an easy prey. Sadhu Hall says with a smile, "Let it strike 100 times, let it strike 1,000 times, let it strike as much as it wants. He doesn't care." In a moment he jumps up, runs to the boy and says, his only strike stands above his. A powerful fist flies straight to Jang Iso's head. The fist flying at him is reflected in the boy's dilated pupils. An incredibly powerful explosion erupts in the clearing. A fiery flash soars high above the treetops. A large fist wrapped in a red aura rises upward. Laughing, Sadhu Hall says, "All right, that was a hit right on target." The head of the Boina says, while he was concentrating internal power in that fist, the boy took advantage of the weakened defense and stabbed the blade. Jang Iso indeed slipped under his raised hand and, ending up behind him, stabbed a knife into his side. The voice of the enemy reaches the boy, spitting out blood. This time it even tickled a little. With a smile, the head of the Boina looks over the shoulder at the assistant of the 7th prince and says, "Jang Iso." In the night silence, Sadhu Hall's voice sounds as expected. The boy is clearly not one to fight half-heartedly. The head of the Boina says so. From this moment, he will show him due respect. Jang Iso pulls the knife out of the wound he inflicted on the man. He cannot pull out the knife. The boy's gaze is wary. He is ready to react to Sadhu Hall's actions at any moment. He is sure that the knife will not even move. The head of the slaughterhouse says that, like a butcher, he will give the cattle their due honors. An incredibly powerful flash of red aura unfolds, through which crimson energy flows. Jang Iso thinks this is it. This very technique made Sadhu Hall the most fearsome killer of Chungsan. The butcher chief uses the Usura extermination force. Red-black energy flows from his body. The man leaves the knife in the enemy's body and sharply jumps aside. At this moment, Sadhu Hall turns to him and delivers a punch. An incredibly powerful blaze floods the night forest with light, and the flames almost reach the heavens, rising high above the treetops. Thrown back by a stream of energy, Zhang Iso lands on one knee and presses his hand to the ground to maintain balance. The boy thinks that the vibration of inner strength is completely different from a minute ago, as if a completely different person is standing before him. Look at the mighty figure of the enemy, shrouded in a red haze, is pondering. Strange. Asura Melgon is definitely a technique that amplifies destruction to the limit, but he has never heard of such bodily changes. Looking at how easily Sa-Du Chal pulls the knife out of the wound, Zhang Iso wonders what is this anyway. The slaughterhouse chief immediately throws a knife at the boy. With the same knife in his hand, Zhang Iso deflects the dagger flying straight at him. The boy's eyes widen in surprise. The head of the butchery just infused inner strength and threw a strike, and that was enough to break through his defense. In his head flashes but the thoughts of the seventh prince's assistant are cut off by a huge fist flying straight at his face, engulfed in a red aura. At the last moment, Zhang Iso, demonstrating incredible agility, manages to lean back and the fist passes over him. The tree behind him shatters into pieces. Sa-Du Chal laughs. He hasn't felt this in a long time, only when hunting a truly powerful beast, that longing, ringing tension. Raising his fist, the head of the butchery brings it down on the boy with all his might and shouts, "More, more, more." Let Zhang Iso fight even fiercer. His fist crashes into the ground. The boy manages to dash back, dodging. The eyes, bearing teeth and a grin, of Sa-Du Chal radiate red streams of inner energy. Pushing off the ground with force, he rushed forward and chased after the boy, reaching out with a hand from which black streams of energy pour. The boy mentally curses and immediately insults the opponent. Dodging the strike, he still retreats, but Sa-Du Chal gives him no moment of rest. Zhang Iso thinks anxiously that the opponents are getting faster and faster. He continues to retreat, and the head of the butchery does not fall behind. Zhang Iso thinks, if this continues, soon it will become very difficult for him to dodge. Look, a huge fist from which black streams of energy burst forth flies straight at him. The guy throws his hand forward and thinks to start with. He rushes towards the opponent, first deciding to cut off the stream. A blue fire of inner energy flashes in his eyes. Zhang Iso's hand is enveloped in a blue glow. Anxiety flickers in the head of the fight's eyes. The guy's hand sharply reaches out to Sa-Du Chal. He wants to let his chi into the opponent's body, and then shake him from the inside. This is the palm technique of Wudang. The guy's hand approaches the head of the fight. He applies the soft palm of Taiji. His hand touches the man's chest and along it, like blue lightning, runs an impulse rushing into Sa-Du Chal's body. The head of the fight looks stunned. A hoarse sound breaks from his lips. The guy's palm turns vertically and his fingers barely touch the man's body in the solar plexus area. Then he uses Shaolin's secret move, gathering power in one point and releasing it like lightning. The thunder strike lifts the powerful body of his opponent into the air and throws it back. The guy freezes for a moment with his hand stretched forward, clenched into a fist. Then Zhang Iso, surrounded by a dazzling glow of blue energy, rushes after the opponent. Like a whirlwind, he rushes at Sa-Du Chal, using the masterpiece of the Elder of the Wulin Union, the technique of the seven-sided Great Monk. Blow after blow, he uses the technique strike that surpasses 7 sides with one move. To finish, Zhang Iso kicks the head of the butchery in a jump, throwing his body far back. With a bullet-like gaze, he scans the opponent, thinking he hit the target dead on. The boy decides the shock from such a blow will be colossal. But a grabbing hand is already reaching for his leg, the one that momentarily shot up into the air. Sa-Du Chal firmly grabs Zhang Iso by the ankle. The assistant of the seventh prince stares in amazement at the hand holding his leg. The head of the butchery says, "So this is the very technique that Yidu's son suffered from." The man speaks. It seems that besides him there are other guys from completely different schools. He ties them together, some kind of black magic. What a deep arsenal he has. No wonder their commanders fell by his hand. Baring his teeth in a wide smile and flashing an unfriendly fire in his eyes, Sa-Du Chal pushes it exactly to the limit and stops there. The boy's body moves, and he has to grit his teeth harder. The head of the butchery forcefully slams him to the ground. The boy's gaze momentarily glassifies, and a thin stream of blood bursts from his mouth. But as soon as his body lifts off the ground again, the voice of the head of the butchery breaks in. It's still too early. He sharply raises his hand, squeezing the boy's leg above his head. Black streams swirl around them. Ch Hall shouts he wants to have fun to the fullest. He shouts more, and again with all his might slams the boy's body against the ground. The head of the slaughterhouse pulls Zhang Iso again and shouts, more. The boy's body jerks upward and again, writhing in Ch Hall's hand, hits the ground with all his might. The man roars madly, more. Ch Hall shouts, but he says more. An energy of such force flares up that nothing is visible around. A hoarse moan spreads, drops of blood fall to the ground. With a sadistic smile, the head of the slaughterhouse holds the limp boy by the leg and says that now he has at least started to look somewhat decent. He humiliates him, comparing him to an animal. Zhang Iso's eyes are closed, and streams of blood flow down his body to the hair. Holding Zhang Iso by the leg in front of him, Ch Hall tells him, what his eyes see is the truth. Let him remember this to the depths of his heart. This is the law of the slaughterhouse. The blood flowing down the boy's body falls to the ground. The voice of the head of the slaughterhouse is heard, the only landscape allowed to cattle, the floor splattered with their own blood. Shaking the boy, who still has not released the knife from his hand, Ch Hall adds, and if you do not obey this truth and dare to dig into what is not your rank. The head of the slaughterhouse adds, then this is how they die. Clenching Zhang Iso's leg with his hand, he says, however, looking at him, it becomes clear, he no longer has the strength even to listen to his own words. He says, if so, and the man strikes with the hand holding the boy. Ch Hall tosses the helpless body of the opponent, throwing it away as if wasting effort on him is pointless. A wide, sinister smile lights up his face as he says, let Zhang Iso just fall down and die peacefully, and he will personally strip the flesh from his bones. Watching the boy fall to the ground, the head of the slaughter adds, and scatters him like fertilizer before Hilsegun. He freezes, waiting for the boy to finally crash at his feet. The ribbon holding the boy's hair breaks, and he says it seems there is no choice left. Blue-black lightning crackles around his palm as he says he is not yet able to control it, so he wanted to avoid it if possible. Clenching the knife in his hand, Zhang Iso adds, but now there is nowhere to run. He falls headfirst, but his body is no longer limp. The boy is focused and thrusts forward the hand holding the knife. A blue aura with black energy lightning envelops his body. From Zhang Iso's lips bursts a beast biting into a beast, another beast. He rushes to Ch Hall, stunned by the metamorphosis that has happened to him. A drop of sweat slyly runs down the head of the slaughter's cheek, and from his lips bursts, what the hell is this? The assistant of the seventh prince flips in the air and swiftly flies to the bewildered Ch Hall. His eyes fill with the blue of inner energy. Like a comet, a clump of blue-black energy approaches the head of the battle, who freezes in confusion. At that time, Ch Hall was 9 years old, and his younger brother Jan was 7. The teenager with a stern expression stands, clenching his blood-stained hands into fists, while his brother, whose hands are also stained with blood, smiles cheerfully. Then they killed a person for the first time in their lives. 2 teenagers stand and look at the man lying on the ground with a pool of blood spreading around his head. He was a boy their age from the same village. They offered to share a candy, a trifle. Now that bitten candy lies next to the boy's body. If he had done what he was told and not been greedy, they wouldn't have had to go this far. The brothers turn their heads and glance sideways at the basket of fruit spilled on the ground. Greed is a luxury allowed only to the strong. He did not know his place and raised his head higher than allowed. A man, a woman, and a child pressed to her look at the brothers in horror. At their feet lies a basket of spilled fruit. Pale people look at them in shock. The woman tries to hold back a scream bursting out, pressing her palms to her mouth. Jan snorts irritably. They are just. Brother, he grabs an apple with bloodied fingers and greedily bites into it with his teeth. The bodies of random witnesses took their places next to their first victim. They took advantage of their right as the stronger and simply exercised it. The boy's clothes, hands, and faces are splattered with blood. Jan casually bites an apple and pays no attention to it. How can one not consider it unfair that they, having used their legal right, by the time the sun hid behind the mountains, found themselves in a dungeon beneath these rocks? They were thrown into a prison called Earthly Hell, into the Doryak dungeon. Sitting on the floor of the stone dwelling, the teenager thinks, worse than this is that it happened because of the denunciation of their miserable parents. Their father and mother are followers of the teaching, and according to the brothers, too soft-hearted. They couldn't even kill cattle. The teenager thinks of them as worthless cowards. This feeling of injustice did not last long. Soon all this became the cause of their new birth. The sound of bare feet was heard. The teenager, stunned by the spectacle unfolding right before his eyes, drops his lower jaw. He did not immediately realize that their meeting with this giant, who had a luxurious mane of hair partly braided into plaits and appeared in their dungeon, turned into a huge opportunity. Extremely muscular, wrapped in flashes of red aura, the former great demon killer heavenly evil Asura Ungwan stood before them. He was just looking for an heir to take over his path as a demon, and it was then that they suddenly caught his eye. Ungwan assessed them with a glance and said, "Rare physique, bones and muscles. And yet they have been sitting in this complete darkness without light for several months, and they have neither a shadow of guilt nor regret." Saho John, sharply springing to his feet, clenches a stone in his hand and bites his lower lip. The older brother only steps forward towards this man, ready to leap and tear him with his teeth, for he has no other weapon. Ungwan adds, in her gaze-only deadly hunger. The man, whose lips stretch into a wide smile and who points at them with his finger, says, "Born killers." He says he liked them. Ungwan told the subdued, humble boys that from today they are his students. They bound themselves to the teacher with the bonds of mentor and pupil, and 10 years later, having served their time, they and the brother became those whom the former ones could no longer even be compared to. After this hellish training and series of battles, they finally understood something important. They realized that their fate awaited them as butchers capable of craving any flesh. Then everything went in unison with this inevitability. Everything fell into place. The parents who dared to betray their own children were made to pay for their ignoble sin. All those who stood even a little among the fighters nearby, they gathered together and formed a squad of killers. The training called it the Slaughter, and this name will go down in history. And then the eldest son of the Ma clan, Ma Yisin, recognized their value, tied his fate to them, and they gained such protection that no one dares to oppose. All the people of Ch Kansen, whom they simply considered cattle, could not help but fear them. They stopped being afraid of everything, whatever it concerned. And Sadhu Ch Kal did not doubt for a moment that the world should be exactly like this, brought into true order. And yet, into the air, spraying blood, rises the severed hand. The left hand of Sadhu Ch Hall falls to the ground far behind his back. Nearby, a knife with a broken blade falls. Sadhu Ch Hall freezes. He does not believe what is happening and thinking, "What is this?" He glances back, looking at the blood streaming from the stump. He feels it bursting out from the very depths of his heart like a river that has broken through a dam. He shouts loudly. The head of the Slaughter falls to a knee and tries with his surviving hand to cover the terrible wound. He raises his gaze to Zhang Iso, who stands before him and laments. He wanted to pierce the heart with one strike, but it turned out his hand was torn off. Looking at his own hand, around which blue and red bursts of energy flare, he adds, still for the first time feels this in battle. It is not so easy to control. He says with regret that along with this he shattered into pieces his only weapon. Zhang Iso says, since it turned out this way, there is nowhere to run. Honestly, this is quite enough. Sadhu Ch Hall, biting his lower lip and sweating, thinks, could it be? Meanwhile, the boy clenches his hand into a fist and says that the beast, having lost one paw. A hasty smile appears on Zhang Iso's lips, and red sparks flare in his eyes as he says he will finish it off with his bare hands. Glancing at the assistant of the seventh prince, the head of the Slaughter thinks, could this be fear? Sadhu Ch Kal, accustomed to treating people like cattle, showed no respect for their bodies. He beheaded them and was proud that he was a butcher. He felt like a victor in a bloody battle for survival at the top of the world, where the weak are torn to pieces. Everything before him was just dead cattle, and he was the butcher who stripped meat and bones from them. Standing on a mountain of dead bodies, he always thought that this was his innate karma. He was sure his place would remain unchanged forever. Now, nailing and pressing the wound with his hand, he asked himself, could he really be afraid of something like this? Looking at the boy standing before him, surrounded by a blue aura, Sadhu Ch Kal thinks, as always, a pathetic 7th-level imp, a 1.5-year assistant just as he was. Looking at the smiling boy stained with blood, the head of the butchery wonders in his thoughts. Does he think he should be afraid of him? For a few moments, silence reigns in the clearing. Sadhu Ch Kal, whose eyes are flooded with the light of inner energy, shouts, "Don't make him laugh." Red energy flares around as he yells that he is a butcher. His power flies straight at the boy, who looks at him with a slight smile. The head of the butchery shouts at him that he is a beast. He shouts that those trembling with fear must be Zhang Iso. Then, pushing off the ground with such force that it bent and cracked beneath him, he lunges at the boy. he raises a fist surrounded by a red aura, intending to finish off the opponent with one blow. A strong explosion shakes the clearing. The boy, hiding his hands behind his back, bounces back and shields himself with a blue aura from Sadhu Chal, who runs into it like a head into a glass wall. The head of the butchery swings his fist, but Jang Iso easily dodges. The fist of Sadhu Chal, radiating streams of red-black energy, rushes past the boy's chin, who manages to tilt his head back. Gnashing his teeth angrily, the head of the butchery prepares to strike again. Gathering all his strength, and now he brings his fist down on the 7th prince's assistant, but the latter sharply jumps back, so the blow lands where he just stood. He performs an incredible somersault. The boy jumps onto a branch. An enraged voice of Sadhu Chal reaches him. How dare he? Rushing toward Jang Iso, surrounded by a bloody red aura, the head of the butchery shouts how dare he look down on someone. He directs streams of energy, along with a handful of stones, at the boy. Jang Iso dodges and the strike hits the tree trunk directly. The young man reproaches, has he really come to this now, throwing stones? A blinding explosion shocks the tree, mercilessly tearing it to pieces. Jumping down from the branch, Jang Iso says with a smile, diligent, no doubt about it. The boy slips under the black-red streams of energy that are tearing the tree apart. Sadhu Chal laughs, muttering, a spectacle, how he runs away, truly a wonder. Sweat streams from the head of the arena as he utters, yes, like that. This is exactly how livestock should look. Continuing the attack with streams of energy, he shouts that it should be this way. Jang Iso's eyes fill with the glow of inner energy. While the opponent shouts that this is the true order, the boy lands again on a branch. A mist of blue energy bursts from his eye. Pushing off the branch, he makes a leap. Jang Iso lands behind the surprised Sadhu Chal. The head of the arena immediately looks back. The boy's voice reaches him. Well, yes, that suits him. Jang Iso uses Dark Thunder and then strikes, surpassing 7 sides with one movement. The boy strikes with his legs, not letting the opponent recover. Jang Iso says they say dogs bark louder than anyone. Blood spurts from the head of the arena's mouth. The ominously smiling boy, whose face is covered in blood and whose eyes flash with red sparks, adds, when they are more afraid. A strong blow knocks the air out of Sadhu Chal's lungs and throws his body far backward. Hurrying after him, Jang Iso thinks, dangerous. Since his inner strength mixed with demonic power, its might doubled and the energy consumption sharply increased. Stopping, he decides, instead of rushing headlong forward, it is wiser to stop the thunder technique and keep distance, waiting for the tired opponent to open a gap himself. This is more advantageous. He lowers his hand, from which a light mist of red aura extends, and thinks, this is definitely the right decision. But his lips stretch into a smile. The boy curses inwardly, what a mess. It seems the demonic power has already reached his brain. He understands that he is no longer able to defeat her. A mad smile flashes across his face and his tongue slides over his upper lip. Red sparks flare even brighter in his eyes. He is gripped by a thirst for murder. Shrouded in blue energy with black and red streams, Jang Iso lunged at Sadhu Chal. Looking at him, the head of the boy retreats backward. Seeing fear on the man's face, the boy thinks, if this continues, if it goes on like this, then he reaches out to Sadhu Chal, whom he feels like a tiny bug against the backdrop of the power bursting inside him. Jang Iso realizes that he is now at the peak of Asura Melgon. Rage distorts the face of the head of the boy, and striking back, he shouts, die. With a smile, the boy unleashes all his power on him. In the center of the dazzling flash from the clash of two forces, 2 dark silhouettes emerge. They fall to the ground, which cracks beneath them, and Sadhu Chal ends up on top. His hand grips the boy's throat. A laugh bursts from the mouth of the head of the butchery. He speaks, he feels, sees, damn assistant. Smiling, the man raises his head and says, he. Clutching the boy's throat with his hand, Sadhu Chal shouts, he won. Leaning over Jang Iso and looking at him with crazy eyes, the head of the butchery shouts, now he understood. Squeezing the hand even harder, he yells, who among them is the butcher, and who is the piece of meat? When the boy widens his eyes, he says, yes. Because in this last exchange of blows, he almost completely exhausted his inner strength and by this cleared his head. Raising a trembling hand, he adds, now he clearly. Spreading his fingers, Jang Iso says he sees. A flash of blue energy bursts from his palm, aimed at the opponent. A powerful stream of blue energy strikes the chest of the head of the butchery. It pierces through the body of the man looming over the boy and bursts into the sky. It becomes visible that the dagger, white lightning, pierced the man's body. It was attached to a fishing line in the boy's sleeve. With a smile, Jang Iso speaks, the very gap where one must strike. From the eyes of the head of the butchery, thin streams of blood flow, and a hoarse sound bursts from the throat. Jang Iso's hand pushes him, and Sa-Du-Ch Hall falls to the side. The boy, standing up and straightening his clothes, utters the final line. Words fail to describe it. The head of the butchery lies on the ground behind him, unable to move. From his lips escapes awe. If only he knew how it would all end. The boy really did make it to the very end. He coughs and curses Jang Iso. Standing half-turned to the man, the assistant to the seventh prince replies, he said the matter is not about confidence, but about confidence confirmation that no one can bring you down. Jang Iso says with a smile, then he would have apologized properly, huh? He looks at the man lying in a pool of blood and adds then there would be no such spectacles. Sa-Du-Ch Hall's crooked smile is his answer. The head of the butchery says, ha, simply lost his mind, and this is what his spectacle has turned into. He asks, does the boy really think that this is the end, the walk is over? Jang Iso smiles, definitely not. Their master still has a whole mountain of knots in his chest, they need to be untied. The smile disappears from his face as he says that the apologies the seventh lord did not receive from him, he will receive twice over from another. Jang Iso, around whom a red aura flares, speaks completely, from that very Ma Isin and from the entire Ma clan. The head of the Boina stammers, stubborn, madman, scoundrel, all right in the dungeons. The man's eyelid closes. When his eyelids are almost fully lowered, he adds, they will meet. Jang Iso turns away from him and raises his bloodied face to the sky. Seeing the thin crescent shining in the sky, he says the moon has come out from behind the clouds. Continuing to look at the sky, he adds beautiful moonlight. He asks, is everything all right with everyone? Imagining Chu Hongren in her true form, he thinks everything should be fine there. The boy recalls the young lords Mao and Meng Hwi, and their usual manner. The sixth lord tries to slip away from the passionate embrace of the seventh. He thinks, unlikely. A smile slides across Jang Iso's lips as he remembers them. Mao's assistant says thoughtfully, what's wrong with him, did something happen? His attention is drawn to movement behind him. A person in a bird mask stands on a tree branch and says, what a noise they made here. He jumps to the ground and the boy asks, why so long? Have you already dealt with the affairs of the White Horses sect? The person in the mask replies, it is approximately 350 steps south from the place she mentioned. Then adds, the virgins of Balakanea must wipe off the previously scattered scent-absorbing powder and tidy up the altar standing about 200 steps from here. He says, well, the wind could have changed the original pattern of trees and weeds around Silochan. The young man throws him a coin. The interlocutor catches the flat round piece with a hole in the middle on the fly. He examines it closely, as if through a kind of monocle. Having touched the coin in the secret pocket on his chest, the man in the mask says, tomorrow everyone will find out what happened here. Jang Iso thinks, in the end, everything, as always, comes down to money. Looking intently at him, the boy says, and if no one finds out, even if the master himself comes, will he also not find out? For a few moments, the interlocutor looks at him thoughtfully through the round openings in the mask. He says people may not see human affairs, but you cannot deceive the eye of God. Behind the boy grows a gigantic, ghostly, demonic figure with burning red eyes and a wide-open jaw full of fangs, about to devour him. Jang Iso thinks God means, the interlocutor says, if it interferes, then there is no one else to protect. The person in the mask squats next to the body of the head of the slaughterhouse. The boy, leaning slightly and looking closely at the body lying in a pool of blood, asks, does he conduct identity verification? The interlocutor clarifies, what is he getting at? Jang Iso says there is one point that gnaws at him a little from the inside. Remembering Sa-Du-Ch Hall's attacks, the boy notes, he uses demonic technique with explosive power and at the same time masterfully masters subtle techniques opposite in nature. In such cases, he thinks it all comes down to one of two. Either he is a genius with extreme talent like the Archerius, or besides Asura Megon, he has mastered something else. Jang Iso says, I would like to know exactly which techniques he learned. The man in the mask, showing 3 fingers, says 3 lianas. The boy looks extremely upset. The interlocutor asks, hey, what's with the face? Jang Iso replies, all right, he left. The response is, bless you. The boy walks along the road, thinking about how the pre-dawn silence envelops the whole body. His inner strength is at 0, the consequences of the fight hit with a delay. Such is the life of a spy from the very beginning. The one who at night puts on a black mask, plans and acts so that no one knows who he is. So no glory, no pats on the shoulder. Holding onto the bridge railing with his hand, Zhang Iso thinks that to come like the wind and disappear like the wind, this is the fate of a spy. This time everything was supposed to be the same. Looking at the rising sun, the boy asks himself, but why do they each time look more like not the task object, but like people? He does not understand. The boy hears his name being called. Mao rushes into Zhang Iso. The boy pales and releases a thin stream of blood from his mouth. The seventh prince joyfully shouts, "Why so late?" He already thought he was dead. Zhang Iso is surrounded by Meng Hwi and Som with their guys who shout joyfully he has come. Hooray, Mao asks, did the assistant see how he fought today? The sixth lord exclaims, don't be ridiculous. He tells Zhang Iso that he did nothing at all, he pulled everything out himself. People from the Black Dragon faction shout, isn't it they who brought the matter for the lord to the end? Jokingly bickering, they crowd around Zhang Iso. Someone shouts that he is covered in scratches. Smiling, the boy thinks, what kind of feeling is this, I wonder? He says that the slaughterhouse will not return here anymore and thanks everyone for their work. The people around him rejoice. Zhang Iso thinks, all this is too far from the essence of what a spy should be. Leaning close to his ear, Som whispers that their head has sent a message. He reported that he found this in Seiwarnu. Smiling, Zhang Iso says, wonderful, he thinks, no matter what, only one thing remains. The boy understands, the real culprit of this whole story is the legitimate heir of the Ma clan. His name is Muhelgon Ma Isin, and only he remains. The gorge of mountain rain, between the rocks behind a high fence stands a multi-tiered building. A voice sounds in the hall, the slaughterhouse is defeated and now it is on the run pressed by Horindon. A second voice says Jingu. A young man, clearly uncomfortable, says yes, brother. On the platform sits Ma Isin, two girls cling to him and he says, Zhang Iso, right, the one who threw him from the 5th floor. Ma Jingu, a distant relative of the Ma family, tries to smile ingratiatingly and replies yes, exactly. He adds that he sniffed out, he has no roots, a rare riffraff. He himself is from the outskirts, no family, no connections, no roof over his head, just scum. Ice-cold sparks flare in Ma Isin's eyes. He says, but since this rootless upstart appeared, both Jingu has had enough of him and the slaughterhouse was destroyed by his hands. Right? Ma Jingu turns pale to the point of bluishness, drops of sweat roll down his face. Stumbling, he admits, well, if you put it that way, yes. But Ma Isin reaches out his hand for the smoking pipe, which the concubine hands over with trembling hands. He says, this dog. The heir of the Ma clan asks for how much can Jingu pull him by the hand. Ma Jingu is frightened. What, does he really want to take him under his wing? Ma Isin replies, he himself said that the guys from Boini fell because of him. Once the old blade broke, it's time to buy a new one. The heir of the Ma clan says that this blade will be exactly that assistant. Ma Jingu, shocked by his words, says, what, does he really want to take him under his wing? Ma Isin replies he killed the guys from Boini, so to take the place that was freed, he is quite suitable. Jingu bursts out with excitement and says, what is he, using such a thing as a blade? He is even offended. That scoundrel threw him from the 5th floor, because of that his hand is. Ma Isin says coldly, then he will break both his legs. Jingu is stunned. What? The heir of the Ma clan says, he himself said that he is offended. Then what Zhang Iso did will stop looking special and he will be able to understand it too. Right? Jingu stammering begs, please agree. Ma Isin says, Nagun. Behind the frightened young man, a grim man with eyes burning with cold light appears. Jingu feels his presence without even turning around, his aura is so strong. A huge hand descends on the head of the frightened Jingu. Nagun delivers a kick to the legs of the young man, whose figure has stiffened from fear and pain. The young man's plea to wait turns into a loud scream, pierced with pain. The man's finger presses on a point at Jingu's nape. The young man immediately falls back into Nagun's arms, which carefully caught him. Ma Isin orders to let him in and Nagun, throwing the young man over his shoulder, heads to the exit. The concubine, who fell silent next to the heir, lowers her head in fear and trembles all over from fright. The man presses the frightened girl to himself. Suddenly, a loud scream breaks out, Ma Isin, and Nagun freezes just like that, not stepping over the threshold. Before them stands a man in blood-stained clothes. Blood drips onto the floor with each of his steps. Adjusting his kaftan, Ma Isin tells Nagun to call him here. In the doorway, beyond which a corridor in semi-darkness is barely visible, stands a human figure and in place of eyes burn 2 points. The man in blood-stained clothes enters the room and says, older brother. Behind him lie the bodies of warriors, lying in puddles of their own blood. Deputy head of Boina Saho John says he heard that he was declared wanted. He asks, have you heard about this? Ma Isin, smiling, looks away to the side. A few hours ago, guest yard. A roadside inn in a neighboring village on the border between the demonic cult and the outside world, where all sorts of dangerous and forbidden deals are conducted. On the table, among bloodstains, lies a book pinned to the tabletop by a bloodied knife. The owner of the yard So-Oh shouts, what is this, a slaughter? He drives out the visitor, saying they will talk later, and invites, come in already. A hand strikes the table forcefully, and So-Oh flinches in fear. Saho-John asks, what about the slaughter? The owner of the inn raises his hand in a conciliatory gesture and tries to smile. He shouts, hey. An axe forcefully falls on the table in front of him. The man swears and drops the axe from his hands. It falls dully to the floor. Saho-John, around whom a red aura flares, demands let him answer already. What about the slaughter? A drop of sweat runs down Seo's cheek, who looks through the lenses of his glasses at the stern guest. The unwritten law of the guest yard, no questions. Don't go where you don't belong. When looking at the visitors sitting at the tables and paying no attention to what is happening, the host mutters, soulless people, and decides to double the room rates starting tomorrow. Saho-John threateningly says for So-Oh not to make him answer the same question 3 times. Not that he wanted to deliver bad news, the innkeeper says. The thing is. Closing his eyes, Saho-John utters, scoundrel. His hand slips into the breast's secret pocket. Forcefully dropping a coin on the table and sliding it towards So-Oh, the man asks, enough. The innkeeper takes the coin and examines it under a magnifying glass. He says, silver with the image of Buddha, Western minting. Saho-John, looking at him, says, well, what a wonder, what won't one resort to? A red aura flares around the man as he demands So to start talking. He adds, if he wastes even one more second of his time, he will crack his skull open. So-Oh casts a careful glance at Saho-John standing right in front of him. He notices dark streams of energy swirling around the man, thinking, this handwriting. A smile slides across the innkeeper's lips. Then that night Zhang Iso told the masked man that he wanted to know which techniques he had mastered. The man in response raises his hand, shows 3 fingers and says 3 lion. Looking at the young man's drawn face, he asks why such a grim expression. That was where they parted ways. Smiling, So-Oh mentally addresses Zhang Iso as if he did not know what technique Sa-Du-Ch Hall had learned. So he just had to pay those 3 lion. So the petty master Bavomnia, who that night hid his face under a bird mask, thinks with a smile that now no one will buy this information even for 300. So-Oh leans on the table with his hands and leans forward. He says, I heard, in Volkachkin they wiped them all out completely. Saho-John is stunned from his lips bursts, what? He proclaims a detachment of elite Boini fighters personally led by his brother, one of the 100 demonic stars, and they were wiped out to the last man. Saho-John insults the 7th Lord and his assistant Zhang Iso. Ch Halsagun, sun rays generously illuminate the mansion. Sitting at the table, the head of Korendon of the heavenly demonic doctrine Zhai Diho sternly asks assistant Zhang, does he even understand what he has done? The guy opposite sits, slowly scratching behind his ear with his finger and listening with a bored expression as Zhai Diho says this is the case where one single person cut down 100 of their people. For their doctrine, this is a rarity. The man does not stop talking. 35 of them fell from a short spear. He asks when did they manage to capture even the 6th prince. Zhang Iso replies that they themselves submitted and went to kill them. What variable is there? They simply refused them once and involved the people of the teaching. Zhai Diho says that when they are so modest it is pure deception. If they could be beaten by a crowd, they wouldn't have lived to this time at all. The guy replies, all right, let him think they were just hooked on the potion, and adds that's why they didn't die. Zhai Diho sighs and says with others it's fine, but Sa-Du-Ch Hall, this is a completely different matter. He says that no matter how you look at it, he is one of the 100 demonic stars masters appointed by the teacher. Zhai Diho adds, whether he died or disappeared it doesn't matter in any case, this is something the teacher needs to be reported about. The head of Horrendon says Sa-Du-Ch Hall disappeared. So this guy killed him, right? Zhang Iso smiles in response. The guy says that Zhai Diho knows perfectly well what heavenly punishment he was born with, and then that he killed Sa-Du-Ch Hall, that's just a stretch. The man, recalling the head of Boina, thinks, right, he knows in his mind this cannot be. Sa-Du-Ch Hall is one of the 100 masters officially recognized by the teaching. He reasons, how can someone who hasn't even grown into a full mentor and assistant, and with a broken danshan, kill unbelievable, but his intuition again and again points to him just like the heads of Horrendon. Zhang Iso says he doesn't know where Sa Du Ch Hall went, but how to pin the debt on Boina he knows. Jai Diho asks, what does he mean? The guy slides a small package tied with twine to him. The head of Horrendon looks stunned at the package. Mehansin. Mehansin is the strongest hallucinogen with monstrous addiction. It is strictly forbidden both in the teaching and throughout Zhangyuan. Within the cult, only the Poisonous Mountain Hall under the leadership of the Poisonous Mountain Demon Akinro has the right to work with it. Zhang Iso says there was a stock not for a couple of people, it would have been enough for thousands. Such an amount their teacher brothers themselves could not have created. He adds it seems this came from somewhere outside, not from the teaching. Taking the packet in his hands and not averting his shocked gaze from it, the head of Horrendon says, let him tell in more detail. The boy says he does not know the details, but the second brother Saho John should know about it. A squad of guards approaches Saho John and his 4 warriors. The commander unrolls a scroll and studies the portrait of Saho John. He says, the second of the Sa brothers. The man turned the scroll and said that the teaching declared him wanted, so let him not fool around and come with them peacefully. With a martyr's expression on his face, Saho John says, and everything was crap like that. It got even worse, right? The head of Horrendon, burning with anger, asks the man standing before him. His body trembles with a shiver. Is it true? He demands that he repeat it once more. The man says during the pursuit of Saho John. He adds that 5 of their people died for the teaching at the hands of the second Sa brother. Jai Diho's fist forcefully slams down on the table. His shout breaks the silence. How dare they? Above his head, a tiger made of fiery energy flares up, baring its fangs menacingly. The head shouts, some miserable cutthroat dared to touch Horrendon. Straining forward, Jai Diho asks, where did this happen? Fearing to raise his gaze at him, the man replies in a small inn-courtyard in the village of Hepnan, north of Sunsan. The head of Horrendon says let all approaches be blocked so that this scoundrel cannot escape beyond the teachings. The man bows in respect. He says, I obey. Jai Diho silently continues to look at the place where the man recently stood there, where the half-spread huge tiger skin lies. Exhaling evil, he rises from behind the table and crosses the room. Bowing respectfully, the head of Horrendon asks them to forgive him. It seems they have still let him out. The person whose hands rest on the top of a staff shaped like a snake replies, and he thinks, if he is old, can he be underestimated? Both he and the staff are enveloped in poisonous green energy. The 6th elder of the heavenly demonic teachings, a spirit of the 2nd rank, the poisonous devil Dr. Samajayan adds his ears are still in place. Jai Diho asks to wait just a little longer. As soon as they find him, they will immediately report to Lord Samajayan. The elder asks, who is there? Did he say that he brought that Mehansin? The head of Horrendon replies, some Zhang Iso, currently serving as an assistant to the 7th master. The old man thoughtfully runs his fingers through his beard. Jai Diho asks in surprise, where is he going? Striking the staff on the floor, Samajayan replies that in old age every minute is precious. Heading to the exit, the elder says that he must meet this boy personally. A sharp wave of the hand and drops of blood fly off the axe blade. Saho John stands before the platform where the heir of the Ma clan is with his concubines. The second of the Sa brothers tells Ma Isin, calling him older brother, that rumors have reached him about a warrant issued for him. He asks, did he know? The heir of the Ma clan replies yes, he heard about it. Saho John immediately swings and forcefully strikes the axe toward Ma Isin. The axe approaches the heir of the Ma clan, and his face remains impassive. A strong hand intercepts the axe in midair. Nagun, holding the helpless youth's body with one hand, intercepts the axe with the other right in front of Ma Isin's face. Saho John curses angrily, then says, if he had arranged this, they wouldn't have gotten away so easily here. Ma Isin replies that the warrant was issued from Horrendon. No one asked about anything, and that means... Saho John wearily sits down right on the floor. The heir of the Ma clan continues, those who lost in the clash must pay their debt. Saho John pronounces, oh, how the elder brother knows how to adjust everything. Where did they suddenly lose? It was Ma Isin who lost. He adds that he himself used them as a blade to smash the annoying lion cub to pieces. The blade broke, replies the one who wielded it. Ma Isin, to whom frightened girls cling, says with a smile, no matter how you twist it, it's a difference in breed. If the rooster lost in the ring, they won't take the owner's life. Saho John spits right on the floor. Damn you, everyone who has power is exactly like that, he swears foully. The heir of the Ma clan laughs, then asks, and what is he planning now? Saho John asks what else can he do. He knows he won't swallow this just like that, so let him clear the way for him. He adds to Walhachin. Ma Isin looks at him appraisingly, then asks how exactly. Saho John answers nothing tricky, let him just prepare one cart. He says, if Ma Isin sits inside no one will even lay a paw. The heir of the Ma clan asks, and what will he do when he gets to Walhachin? With a sinister smile Saho John says, there is the 7th assistant, all of them in a row. First he will cut them down, then think. He adds he will enjoy it too. Isn't that what he wanted? Saho John says, and Ma Isin will just be a hostage. Yes, exactly, that's exactly what they will say. The Ma heir smiles cheerfully. He pronounces this, it will be funny, of course, to have nothing to say. Raising his index finger and with a didactic intonation, Saho John exclaims, that's how you deal with him. That's how an older brother should speak. Cool. Jumping to his feet, he suggests going together with him to Walhachin. Ma Isin agrees, all right, let it be so. Saho John says, wonderful, then to start with, he calls Nagan and orders him to bring him clothes. Closing his eyes, the descendant of the Ma clan says no need to rush like that. Opening his eyes, he says he hasn't seen Mao's face for a long time. The Tonsk sun illuminates the multi-tiered building. A loud giggle spreads. Soam puts his foot on the table where snacks are placed and, squeezing a bottle in his hand, says then the 7th suddenly appeared, and he almost dropped his sword from surprise. The man sitting at the table shouted, exactly, exactly, he loved to confront like that, remember, this is the distance they must keep between themselves and him. Soam laughs, then says too bad there wasn't someone nearby to wash the blood off his sword. Mao, sitting a little further away, looks over his shoulder and shouts enough chatter. Main HWI, sitting opposite, asks, did he really say that seriously? Has he completely lost his mind? Mao growls angrily for both of them to be quiet. Can't they behave more quietly? Zhang Iso stands on the 2nd floor platform and, leaning his hands on the railing, watches what is happening in the hall. The boy smiles happily. Moving a little closer to him, Chu Hanren says, it seems he is in a good mood today. Zhang Iso says, how can one not be happy here? If these brats keep growing like this, living here will become less disgusting. The girl says with a smile, he values them very much. Seeing the people below having fun, the boy replies he values them. She says, it's just pleasant to watch how the degenerates are brought into the light. Watching the princes push each other for the amusement of those present, he says, they may not become heroes of the world, but they don't necessarily have to turn into bloody monsters either. The girl looks at Zhang Iso in confusion. She asks so he still hasn't found an answer for himself. The boy, closing his eyes, replies it's not easy. A red aura surrounds him as he thinks that the more he teaches Meng Hwi and Mao, the faster they grow, just day by day, and he himself remains standing still, sinking deeper into demonic energy. Looking at his hand wrapped in red glow, Zhang Iso says there are just over 10 days left. He thinks that when these 10 days pass, magic will consume him completely and his mind will turn entirely black. Hearing the sound of footsteps and staff tapping, the boy looks around at the noise in surprise. The 6th elder of the heavenly demonic doctrine, a second-rank spirit, the poisonous devil Dr. Sama Jayan asks him, are you the very Zhang Iso? Looking at the old man with incomprehension, the boy says, and he. Zhang Iso asks, poisonous devil doctor. Sama Jayan, stroking his beard, says, they say he emerged from the very bottom, but the eyes look, he still has them once he recognizes him. The 6th elder of the heavenly demonic doctrine, a spirit of the 2nd rank, the poisonous devil Dr. Sama Jayan. In the doctrine, he became famous for his medical art and earned the nickname Doctor. He was known for the fact that if he did not like a patient, he would mercilessly torment him to death. And if he found something likable in the sick person for himself, he would save him, even when the verdict had already been passed. A drop of sweat runs down Zhang Iso's face and he thinks, the problem is that his criteria are utterly impossible to comprehend. Sama Jayan says it's clear he can distinguish colors, but he has absolutely no guesses. The elder adds if he recognized who was standing before him, he should have immediately offered a place. How much longer did he intend to keep the old man on his feet? He says to the confused boy at his age, does he know? Zhang Iso thinks, well, as they said, a completely unpredictable person. Sitting at the table opposite Sama Jayan, the boy reaches for his cup to pour a drink. Placing the bottle beside him, Zhang Iso asks could it be that the elder came looking specifically for him. He raises the cup to his lips and the old man replies, why would I? Who is he anyway? Zhang Iso, squinting his eye, looks at the guest and at the same time pours into his cup. He thinks, since he came to him personally, then Mao and Meng Hwi do not interest him now. So he asks, then for what reason was he looking for him? The elder puts the cup on the table and replies that he came for Mihansen, whom the boy took from Boina precisely for this dear child. Raising the cup to his lips, Zhang Iso replies, if it is for this then he is late. Everything has already been handed over to the head of Horrendon, so let him go to him. Jian herself says that he is just from him. The boy replies, then all the more he has nothing to do here. The old man asks does he even understand what kind of Mihansen he has gotten into his hands. The boy answers, isn't it a hallucinogen, a poison with strong addiction because of which people hallucinate who knows what. He adds everything he knows about it and that's all. The old man snorts, thoughtfully tapping his index fingernail on the cup in front of him. The guy pours the drink again into his cup and asks did he make a mistake. The answer is no, he hit the mark. Jian herself says that Mihansen is a hallucinogen, as befits the very name, but depending on who brews it, both the recipe and the effect change. So, in fact, there are more than 100 different poisons under the same name. The old man adds, and the one that the young man got is especially notable for its creator. Zhang Iso listens carefully to his interlocutor. The guy asks, and who created it? The old man does not hurry to answer. Running his fingers through his beard, he draws out him. He tells the impressed Zhang Iso that it is already almost rotten. It will last at most 10 days. Gazing at the boy, the old man adds that he hasn't seen such pure, precise blackness in a long time. He asks, did Zhang Iso meet with the teacher? The boy asks, how did the elder understand this? Jian herself answers that the teacher sometimes shares the sacred inner chi of the heavenly demon with those he is especially fond of. The boy recalls his meeting with the high priest of the cult. With a smile, he asks, did the elder say he liked it? He doesn't feel that way about himself. Raising his index finger, the old man says, when would someone like him ever have a chance at such a lofty story? Looking at his hand where the blackness is already clearly spreading through the veins, the boy asks, and where are those now who, besides him, received this magic? In response, an indifferent voice says, dead, most likely. The old man adds, without the T-Chen machine gun, how does he think the body can endure this? His words shock Zhang Iso. The boy reminds, but he himself said they were favorites. Picking up a piece from the plate with chopsticks, the elder replies, exactly. Favorites are rewarded with a chance. Didn't hold on and died. Jian herself adds, here you have to blame yourself, your own worthlessness. What's the problem? Zhang Iso's trembling hand lying on the table clenches into a fist. He says that in their lands this is called killing by negligence. The old man's hand forcefully slams the chopsticks onto the tabletop. From the elder's mouth flies the old man asks, does he mean to say that the teacher deliberately eliminated the best geniuses of the doctrine? Jian herself jumps to her feet and shouts fiercely, he dared to say this to the elder's face. Seeing the angry old man, frightened Zhang Iso curses in his head he lied too much. After all, the elder is both judge and the law of the teaching. Politely bowing his head, the boy asks him to forgive, he just got overheated. In response, it sounds, well said. Stunned, Zhang Iso raises his head, thinking he misheard, and asks what? The old man replies the teacher said he is acting completely correctly. Sama Jian herself says, he who has talent beyond measure eventually sows discord and shakes dogmas. The teacher understands this and personally sets such cases right. With a trembling wrist from which blackness spreads, the boy thinks, what a senile old man. He says, understood. Then he knows nothing about Mihansen, let the elder seek information elsewhere. Sama Jian's hand firmly grasps Zhang Iso's wrist. The boy looks at him with angry misunderstanding. The elder says, this won't do. Looking closely at the boy, he adds, and what kind of beast is this if the teacher is so attached to him? Zhang Iso demands that the old man let him go. But Sama Jian, ignoring him, examines his palm and mutters she won't even glance aside if the bones and muscles are so. Surprise flickers in the old man's eyes, and from his lips escapes "Oh." Zhang Iso thinks an old, dried-up hand, but holds like pincers. Meanwhile, the elder pronounces Gujujich, so he never thought he would see such a cute little beast in his lifetime. Pulling his hand away, Zhang Iso says, cute. What is he talking about now? The old man asks, and what does he even know about the body with 9 orifices? Rubbing his wrist, Zhang Iso answers not much. Only that in Danshan there are 9 holes and therefore the internal energy drains to 0. Gun herself, pulling a chair closer, says, but instead intuition and perception reach their limits, so one can instantly see the essence of any technique. Zhang Iso replies, if the strength does not match, it often ends with the person vomiting blood and fainting. The old man sits down and strokes his beard, saying, the teacher definitely knows about this. Then why did he pour the inner strength of the heavenly demon into the boy? Zhang Iso asks, so what else does the elder know about such a body? The old man bares his teeth and says, this so, is it really interesting? The boy, without wasting time on tricks, answers directly yes. Pointing at him with his finger, the old man says, no tricks, he likes him. All right, if the boy fulfills one of his requests, the old man will tell him everything he knows. Zhang Iso says, let him say what he needs. Gun himself is satisfied after all, he can be talked to. An old hand descends onto a staff topped with a massive snake head. He asks, does the young man know that the purer and more perfect the inner strength, the more intelligent it is? Zhang Iso looks awkwardly at the interlocutor, thinking, smarter. He says he is hearing about this for the first time. The old man explains that he is speaking literally. Even a pigeon, if trained, will remember the way home. He adds, what if you gather inside only the purest, most exalted spiritual energy of the world? Raising his index finger, Sama Gun asks, isn't this a living spirit? The boy's face shows his words greatly impressed him. Zhang Iso thinks that such a thing would never have occurred to him. Holding a glowing sphere before him at the level of the solar plexus, the boy thinks for the first time in his life about inner strength as a living, breathing being. Demonstrating a wooden stick on his palm, the old man says then he will give an example. Extending the stick to the boy, Sama Jayan says for him to take it and poke it at him. You take the stick, Zhang Iso asks, anywhere. The elder answers yes, wherever he wants there, he will not resist. In the boy's eyes, a blue inner energy flashes and he raises his hand, gripping the stick to strike. The stick flies to the hand lying on the table. Zhang Iso forcefully drives it into the elder's hand. He is stunned. Green-black energy envelops the completely unharmed hand of the old man, while only part of the stick remains in the boy's hands. The boy put all his strength into the strike, hoping the stick would pin the elder's hand to the table. Glancing at the shard of the stick, Zhang Iso says, poison, technique. The old man asks what did it seem to him. Raising his index finger, Sama Jayan asks, was it his will that caused the poisonous chi to manifest, or did the will of the poisonous chi itself manifest in him? The boy even opens his mouth, but he immediately presses his lips together and thinks, so this is it. Looking at Zhang Iso, the old man understands a breakthrough. He thinks, while the little tiger cub was speaking to him, he only half believed. Sama Jayan recalls the words said to him, on the way, let him stop by and examine the body. The elder asks to whom. Zhai Diho explains to Zhang Iso, the assistant of the seventh lord. The old man is surprised something new. The squad leader cares about his assistant. Sama Jayan asks, could it be that he decided to support Mao? Puzzled, Zhai Diho replies, no, not that. He is simply more personally interesting to him. Opening the door, the elder looks back at the man and says, he is an empty man. Then he adds that they will meet later. A broad smile appears on the elder's face as he thinks, but his eyes are sharp, that's for sure. Depressed, Zhang Iso sinks into thought, covers his mouth with his palm as if afraid to make a sound, and loses his train of thought. Looking at him, Sama Jayan reflects. He looks as if he was shown one thing, but immediately understood a dozen others. The boy thinks, if you consider it, he is just like that one in a similar situation. He imagines the seventh Lord Mao. Zhang Iso thinks his internal strength heals wounds by itself and sometimes even anticipates a strike and protects the necessary spot. This is what internal strength living spirit means. Imagining how the elder's body is enveloped by a huge snake woven from energy, the boy realizes. It itself, while learning, began to react without command. His thoughts are distracted by the voice of Sama Jayan. Yes, he understood everything correctly. And his inner strength is the pinnacle of the demonic chi of the heavenly demon. Raising his index finger, the old man adds, so there can be no one wiser than her. The boy slowly rises from the chair, thinking maybe. The elder looks questioningly at Zhang Iso, who towers over him. Bowing respectfully, the young man thinks he has found a way to heal the body with 9 orifices. He says the elder helped him a lot, and he will not forget this kindness. The old man's lips stretch into a smile more like a grimace. He replies, now it is clear why that squad leader is so interested in him, a rare type for their doctrine. In a righteous sect, he would look better. A smile spreads across the face. Zhang Iso asks. The elder was searching for him to find out where the Mihansen came from. The old man says correct. The boy was just interested in who brewed this unusual Mihansen. Sama Jayan says, his name is Gonsan Ch. Hall. They studied together under the same mentor, you could say, school brothers. The elder adds that he did not measure up to him, but in his field he was quite good, but his character was rotten to the core. Sama Jayan says that Gonsan Ch. Hall was more interested not in how to save, but how to injure. That was what gave him pleasure. Zhang Iso asks, isn't the elder himself one of those? He apologizes if he overstepped. The old man replies no, everything he said is true. Sama Jayan says he, if he wants, can lift a person completely, and Gonsan Ch. Hall, even during treatment, necessarily takes a hand or a leg in return. The elder says, for example, he will return sight to the blind, but in return will cut off both healthy legs. The boy says, truly mad. The elder nods, yeah, that's why they called him the Mad Doctor. Moreover, more than 20 years ago he stole a secret treatise from the Hall of the Heavenly Demon, escaped, and now suddenly appeared again. He admits that this makes him extremely uneasy. The cautious Zhang Iso asks, does the mentor mean that he still has some ulterior motive? Sama Jayan replies that it is for them to find out. He asks, will the boy be able to track him down? I am already standing in the doorway. They continue the conversation. Zhang Iso promises, as soon as he finds traces of the Mad Doctor, he will immediately report to him. The elder replies, let him definitely do so. The elder leaves the room and walks down the corridor. Looking back, the old man says, however, he asks Zhang Iso why exactly the assistant of the Seventh Lord. The boy, who did not expect this, looks a little confused. Smiling, he says simply. Zhang Iso says he does not know why, but feels something good might come of this. For a few moments, the old man looks at him intently. The boy responds to him with a direct gaze and a smile. A foreign too loud laughter reaches them. Zhang Iso, looking into the hall, sees Mao holding the resistant Meng Hwi clothes. The seventh prince, raising a bottle above his head, shouts that he is a genius. Laughing, Mao calls an assistant to look at them. The boy sighs and the elder says, if he is not satisfied with this place, he will find another for him. Zhang Iso smiles and turns to him, saying he will go watch over them. The old man says not to delay. Mao's voice comes from the hall. He asks the assistant, did you see? The sixth elder just came down the ladder. Poison here is more than likely, let no one eat anything. Zhang Iso laughs, thinking they are still far from the required level. The seventh prince's assistant sits in an empty room in the lotus position. Before his imaginary gaze appears Sama Jayan. He raises his index finger and says, if the inner strength has chosen only the purest exalted spiritual energy of the world, isn't that a living spirit? The boy, immersed in meditation, thinks, if Qi has intelligence, it must remember the repeated and learn from it. Zhang Iso continues to ponder, then it turns out. A blue aura envelops his body. The young man thinks, if you pre-draw the path along which the heavenly demon's magic moves. The boy's palms lie at the level of the solar plexus there, where in a small, dazzlingly shining sphere blue and red energy waves beat. He continuesh will create a circulation technique, and then make it memorize a route it cannot escape from. Zhang Yizo exhales wearily. He understands his inner strength now is like a bamboo flute, a vessel with holes. He can only complete the path when Qi passes through all 9 holes. But along the way, part inevitably leaks through the holes, and the strength that bypassed the path gradually slips out of control and dissipates. While he can still restrain it, he must push it with one jerk to the 9th hole, and force the heavenly demon's magic to learn this exact route. The boy thinks that then he will not only get rid of the magic poisoning, but also be able to overcome the body with 9 holes. Zhang Iso clenches his teeth tighter and puts in even more effort. IKHVI open the door and call assistant Zhang. Entering the room, the boy said he had called him about 10 times already, but he does not respond. Is he really okay? The lips of the boy, near the corners of which traces of dried blood are visible, stretch into a self-satisfied smile. Approaching Zhang Iso, who is sitting in a circle of red aura, Men Khwi asks, is he there? Alive? Reaching out his hand to him, the boy anxiously says, Assistant Zhang. Zhang Yizo, whose eyes are filled with the red glow of inner energy, suddenly lunges forward and grabs the boy by the throat. The boy swiftly grabbed Man Hwi, who carelessly approached him, and seized him by the throat. The boy wheezes and desperately tries to tear his fingers off his own neck. Looking at the hand wrapped in a red aura with streams of black energy, Zhang Iso realizes his left hand does not obey him at all. He instantly makes a decision and with 2 fingers of his other hand, emitting blue energy, traces along the entire length of his left arm, pressing the necessary points and pours blue energy into them. The boy's hand unclenches, Men Hwi falls to the floor. The stunned boy looks up at the guy and asks as if to say, "Yeah, Assistant Zhang." Tiptoeing up to the boy, the little boy asks, "Are you okay?" The assistant of the seventh prince, whose cheeks showed darkened veins, asks, "Why did he come?" and adds, "It seems he will have to go into seclusion for a while." Sitting on one knee on the floor next to the boy, Zhang Iso says that you can't just burst into a place where someone is training, it's dangerous. Hwi, stammering, asks for forgiveness. Almost crying, the little boy admits that he is at fault and swears that it won't happen again. Looking at him, the guy thinks that for a hired killer he is ridiculously kind, and explains he says this not as a reproach, just let him be more careful from now on. Leaving the room, Hwi looks back and asks, "Is he really okay?" The young man advises him to mind his own business. In response comes a promise to return soon. The boy with hands covered in blackness sits sadly on the floor and thinks, it seemed he had found a clue, but today everything passed. Getting to his feet, he realizes there is nowhere to run, he will have to take on something else. He remembers the sixth elder and his order to find the source of Mihansen. Zhang Iso understands the key to this is with the supplier in the butchery. He recalls the heir of the Ma clan. Then before the boy's inner vision appears Sa Ho John, and Zhang Iso decides that the answer is with him. He is going to find him at any cost. In the twilight from the multi-tiered building comes an angry scream, "It's impossible to work like this." Falling onto the tiles paving the yard and spreading his arms to the sides, Mao shouts, "Where did that bastard Zhang Iso go?" An angry grimace flashes on the face of the seventh prince as he complains that training is hell and the assistant always disappears. Sitting down, Mao threatens let him wait. One day with his signature technique Fist of Many Wings he will break that arrogant nose. Seeing the carriage and the group of people appearing in the yard, Mao exclaims what the attack. Nagan leads the horse by the bridle and it does not stop him at all that he is not wearing boots. Mao looks awkwardly at the guests thinking, a carriage, could it have broken through all the mechanical defenses to get here? Who is this? And in the middle of the night. Nagan opens the carriage door and a man steps out. To the stunned Mao comes his voice, "Long time no see, how has he been?" Ma Isin adds with a smile, "Little brother." The courtyard of Corandon looks deserted. Sitting at the table, Jai Diho runs his hand through his hair and writhes in despair. Cursed Sa Ho John, dared to neglect the law of Chinsan. He is forced to raise his head by a question. It seems something is truly gnawing at him. Seeing the guy who entered the room, he says, "Assistant Zhang." The guy politely asks, "How is Mr. Head doing?" Rising to meet the guest, Jai Diho asks what brought him at such a time. Handing him a paper, Zhang Iso replies that he came to relieve him of one major headache. The guy shows him a portrait of Sa Ho John and offers to take him together. The man replies and suddenly the assistant turned up. He would have been glad, but the traces were lost after Sindin Hapwalchin. The head of Corandon asks, "Is there at least a guess where he is?" The young man, winking, asks, "Isn't it obvious to you whom he will go to?" He adds, "When catching a fugitive, the most important thing is not where he is now." Zhang Iso says with such meaning in his voice, "But where he will head." Raising his index finger, the guy adds, "And since he has been declared wanted, he can rely only on one place." Jai Diho thoughtfully rubs his chin and says, "Ma Isin." Winking with his other eye, Zhang Iso confirms with a smile, "Yes." He says, "Where Ma Isin is there is also Sa Ho John." Meanwhile, the heir of the Ma clan clenches a long smoking pipe in his hand and smiles at Mao, who is lying face down on the ground. Raising his head, the seventh prince insults him, saying that he appeared and immediately demands something. Mao insults him again, calling him a usurer. Ma Isin delivers a devastating kick to his jaw and says that he speaks disgustingly to his brother. The heir of the Ma clan says, if the elder came to visit the younger, is any other reason needed? The seventh prince mutters, since when did he start considering him a brother? The surprised young man hears a reply, however, he is right. In fact, he was interested in Mao's assistant. Ma Isin says since he managed to finish off the butcher alone, it would be a sin to keep him elsewhere. The youth must be promoted. Grinding his teeth, Mao utters, "What else?" He immediately adds, "Nonsense," and just as he jumps to his feet, he lunges at Ma Isin. The heir of the Ma clan playfully dodges his blows. One of the three great families of the heavenly demonic doctrine, the Ma clan, Mao inherited the blessed body and outstanding abilities of the Ma clan. The seventh prince's fist flies toward the calm Ma Isin. Mao's fist approaches the smiling face of the man. And this is exactly what Ma Yixin received. Red sparks of inner energy flare up in the eyes of the Ma clan heir. Slippery like a ghost, he rushes through the space towards Mao. His hand descends on the head of the seventh prince and forcefully drives the youth into the courtyard pavement. Holding Mao's head, Ma Yixin says, like this, correct, finally out of the slave position. Blue energy envelops the Ma clan heir in a light mist, and his eyes resemble cold, icy crystals. He says, the slave looks up from below and the master looks down from above. The seventh prince sends him far away. Ma Yixin's hand presses his head even harder into the hard pavement. Mao says a loser who retreated from both the Manhwa and him and still opens his mouth babbling about slaves. The man says hasn't changed at all. He lifts the seventh prince's head by the hair. He adds, still the same. Mao humiliates him, rating his mental abilities very low. With force, Mao hits his head against the tile covering the courtyard. Ma Yixin says he is strong above all. He continues to insist that the weak are the prey of the strong. The weak must live as the weak, such is the law. He strikes with his fist, blood splashes in his face. Ma Yixin says although no, he has still changed a little. Looking at Mao, who lies motionless face up in a pool of blood, he adds, the foolishness remained with him. Ma Yixin, whose figure, clothes, and hands are covered in blood, speaks, but at least he has learned to respond. He is still his assistant, right? He says to the motionless lying young man he wanted to take him for himself and use him. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Ma Yixin says with a smile but changed his mind. A premonitory smile appears on the man's lips as he says now he is curious what face Mao will have when he dies. Slowing down and turning away from the seventh prince, the Ma clan heir steps back and says, let him lie here a bit, he will already bring him the assistant's head. A voice behind him makes the man stop. He turns his head back in surprise. At that moment, Mao, attacking in a leap, drives a punch into the cheek the man had offered. The man's head jerks from the blow, and a dark spot remains on his cheek. Angry Mao shouts, Zhang Iso, don't touch him. He shouts insults right in Ma Yixin's face, calling him a loser.